Hello.
Hello, everybody. What's up?
Hello,
Hi.
Mr.
Hey,
Brown.
Bogan Raid. Hi, everybody from Bancroft. How are you? Hi. As you can see, I am well prepared. I'm well prepared.
Really, you're very close to your avatar. Like you're.
Yeah, you're doing the whole bit. You need the bottle of wine in the other
You need a
hand.
choker.
You need
It's like the black ribbon around your neck.
Wait, you had I need the choker. I should have done the whole thing. Yeah, let me go get my choker.
Hail the
on.
Bogans.
And the skull mug. Hail! So, Bogan
Thanks.
Raid. Hello, everybody from Bancroft. Hello, Bancroft himself is here. What's up?
What's up, Bancroft?
Woodrow Paul's Arts. Death. I don't know what that is about, but hello, Gordon, good brother.
That's how I feel today.
Nuggy. Oh yeah, Jake had a very interesting stream yesterday. We're all glad he's alive, though. That's what's important because it was dubious at certain moments.
Irene, thank you for coming on and getting me to end the stream instead of jumping on yours and like having a go at you for like hours. I instead went to bed and nearly died.
Yeah, I was about to say thank you for actually ending a drunk stream when I was trying to help you. And,
I am very grateful for that. But anyway, now because I've drank all of my sambuca, I had nothing left, and I've got to keep the party going. But I did find this 100% isopropyl alcohol.
No,
Dude,
do it.
Dude,
Wait, are we switching roles in the creative block drunk tier?
Yeah.
Yeah,
trying to
you got wine. You haven't got 100% isopropyl alcohol, so I'm
I don't.
pour some of it into this.
Wait, prove it's real
stream.
by lighting it with a lighter.
Okay, I do actually have a lighter. I do have a lighter. This isn't water. Hold on, wait.
Watch Jake burn his house down.
Oh,
Here we go! Here we go! 100% isopropyl alcohol!
Party!
I think I should burn and
Oh god!
That's not how you do it. If I burn through.
Stop. I don't like this.
Okay, all right.
Jesus Christ.
Now that is a good
You went
example.
sober.
This is a good example of edging the audience.
Oh
my
yeah,
God.
that is.
Great
that's-
lead-in. Well
Segue,
done.
man.
Great
Why is
segue.
this so hard?
Because I'm totally prepared and totally have something ready for
You
all
were
of
very
it.
prepared.
I am very prepared. Yeah, let's see. How do I? Okay, I do actually have something prepared, but I've never used Google Slides before, so I might completely fuck this up.
Oh my god, you did slides? Yeah.
Slideshow.
I did.
Yes!
Yeah.
The power of slides compels us.
We need a little animation of some guy being slideshow. A samurai.
Yeah.
He sounds very Japanese.
Show.
Jim Ree.
We need an audio thing. Jake, make us an audio thing that's a slideshow.
Okay, I'll just clear this. What? Wait, just slideshow? It's a slideshow time! Wait, no, I didn't do it right. Wait, I didn't do it right. I didn't record it.
Perfect.
I know, but hold on.
You wasted your best take.
Oh my God. It's ruined.
Sorry.
Just take
hold
it
on.
from the stream later. Gosh, Jake!
Sorry, it's a slide. Yeah,
That'll
still
be
I'm probably
the
drunk
next
still.
audience. You probably are. It does seem like it. Take a shot every time you self-deprecates. What? I never self-deprecate. But anyways, spreadsheets. Yeah. Next audience will talk about creating spreads.
Spreadsheets?
Better than self-defecating.
Hate spreadsheets.
Giant
Spreadsheets.
spread eagle spreads. Yes.
Spreadsheets are cool, but it's no slide.
That'll be a theme on my channel. Every time we have creative block. Oh, there you go. Well done.
I'll just have
Every
to do it
time we have
live
creative
every
block.
time.
Do it live.
Do it live. Defecate. Okay, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I've had a long day. Okay.
Yeah, Rainey's gonna self-defecate live on stream.
Oh, no, not unless I finish a lot more wine. Then also no.
It's
I
the
will never.
isopropyl alcohol. Sorry.
They say when you die, you empty your bowels and come, maybe.
Oh, sweet.
Supposedly.
No, I don't. I
In
think
which
the
order,
bowels,
though?
yeah.
I don't know.
I didn't know I got to come when I died.
Oh, it's like that's a pity. Already dead. Ah.
Yeah.
True though. I got
Final-
so let's actually talk about what to do with the show.
No, more
Things.
time wasting innuendos. More
We
time wasting
are-
innuendos.
Yeah, more time wasting innuendos. We are talking about edging the audience today. That was not a joke. That is actually going to be the subject, and I have a whole thing prepared. So join us as we talk about how to create suspense and successfully edge the audience through your entire story.
Would a normal
This is a
person
serious
call this?
presentation.
Would a normal person call this building suspense?
Yeah, but we're not
Something
normal.
like that,
We're not-
yeah.
wait,
But why do you want to be boring, Phil?
Who wants to be
Don't kill the
normal?
bit,
We're
yeah.
trying to create some. Wait, that was also the title was part of edging the audience too, because it keeps you thinking and keeps you guessing. It's
So hard right
audience
now.
participation. Yeah.
We're
Okay.
so close.
Now it's getting weird.
I made it weird.
No. For this to be a real edging the audience episode, we need to keep interrupting you so you never get to the topic. Like that's the actual episode.
Oh
We
my
never talk about it.
Yeah.
I'll just end the show right here.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can't.
I'm still
Yeah.
can't do that
trying
when
to
he's in
get this to
charge.
work.
It's a little subgenre of suspense, and it's like teasing is part of it too. Like teasing,
Yeah.
suspense,
Yeah.
edging, blah blah blah. We'll get into it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I have some notes. I sent them to all of you on the panel. I
Sort of
wanted to
revenue.
get some more like pretty pictures and stuff in there, but I didn't really manage to do that. So, it's fine. It's fine. I'm sorry. There are no
I read the notes.
pretty pictures. Did you?
I did. I read the notes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad.
I'm glad the
I
notes
hope-
became a slideshow. But like,
Yes.
the suspense right now is probably Rini realizing that you have to load your Google Slides into StreamYards first by like logging into your Google thing, and she's like, "Wait a minute, how do I do this?"
It doesn't take. It's not that, it doesn't take that long.
I'm just gonna share screen because you can do like
Hmm.
presentation mode.
She's not
And-
using it properly. Okay.
I don't know what to do. Wait, how do I upload it as yours? Okay, you know what? It doesn't
See,
matter,
you-
guys.
you
All right.
click- You click present, and then you click slides. And
Yeah.
Yo,
then-
fuck this. Fuck everything. Fuck this. Fuck
And then those.
fuck that.
little-
Fuck this.
And
Fuck,
then I-
Oh,
fuck the
edging.
world. There you go.
Oh, we finally
Wow.
got that guy.
Here we go. Edging the audience. I don't know what a Joker is there. I just downloaded a bunch of images. I wanted like a Batman image, but I couldn't find that scene in what is it, The Dark Knight, where he's like dangling Joker off the cliff.
You should just,
Anyway.
Yeah.
If you just use random images throughout the whole presentation that aren't pointing
Yeah,
to any of the
exactly.
points, that'd be great.
Yeah,
Did
actually
you-
there aren't that many images, but it's fine. I tried. I tried. So edging
Ooh, I love
the
this.
audience.
Read it.
More-
Read it to us, Irene.
I will. This is going to be like your most boring school presentation. Edging the audience, aka creating
Take a
suspense.
shot. She's self-depreciated.
And instead of in, that was a typo.
No, you're supposed to point the typo out. Score pride.
Edging.
No, now I have to fix
Do a
it.
samurai voice for that type of
Now I have to fix it. Okay, everybody waste some time while I fix this typo. What do you guys think creates suspense and edges the audience?
Well, you see, I call it spinning plates. And see, what you want to do is you got to have.
I never
spinning.
got what spinning plates meant. So
Yeah,
it.
explain spinning plates. Is this something they do in Britain, in Great Britain?
Do you
Yeah,
actually
it's
not
like-
know
I
what
picture
spinning
DJ,
plates are?
Like a DJ is like, "Wuk, wuk, wuk, wuk,
No,
wuk."
have you not seen it? Like,
It's a British
have-
thing.
if you've not seen it in the circus, they have a plate and it's on a stick and they spin it up.
Jake,
And then
my
they-
plates are too expensive. to
And then
spin
they
in
leave
them.
it.
I don't
These
want
are
to
like
break the plates.
Special plastic spinning plate. Did you really not? Am I? Are you
Oh, this
right
whole
now?
time I've been picturing a DJ.
I only own fine china. Okay.
Okay, fine. Well, you see, there's these
We
special
should
kind of
definitely
plastic
spin
plates,
that.
and you get a pole, and then you spin it up on the pole, but then you leave it and you walk away, and then you spin another one. But then after you've spun like 3 of them, this one starts to wobble, so you have to return to it and you have to keep it spinning. But here's the thing: in storytelling, it's kind of like you got to keep setting up these plates to spin, which is like the audience knows something is eventually going to fall. You've set something up, and it's eventually going to fall. And then when it starts to wobble, something about storytelling, and then like yeah. But the thing
I
is,
get that.
I
the
like that
the
analogy.
plates have to fall in a story, and that's when you actually have a payoff. Like you kind of need to see an interesting crash. If you set stuff up, if you make
What you're
the audience
saying
anticipate something, and
is
then
you need to have a release, and you don't want to blue ball your audience.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But
There
you
you
do
go.
want to blue ball them for a little bit, and that's edging.
Right. That would be November.
Yeah.
November.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Wonderful analogy. Wonderful analogy. I fixed a typo. Now I can't figure out how to reshare it.
Oh my God.
This sort of counts as edging.
Oh,
I guess.
Wait.
fuck my life. Oh,
Did
God,
you
Jesus Christ.
edit it to remove that one mistake? And now
Yes.
you're gonna okay.
Yes. Okay, listen, I'm a perfectionist, guys. Okay. Yes, I am a mess today. It's because I've had stuff going on and I barely had time to prepare. I'm sorry, but I do actually have notes. I wanted to make like a whole slideshow, but I didn't have time to make a slideshow. Okay. Anyways, here we go. I'm OCD. I absolutely need to fix that typo. Now we can actually jump into edging the audience, aka creating suspense and incentive in storytelling. So, what is edging the audience? It is incentivizing the reader to read and find out what will happen next, creating page turns and so on, making your story compelling but unpredictable. And that's something that actually I've been thinking about a lot, which is predictability is sort of the death of entertainment, isn't it? Because it's keeping your readers on their toes and having them not know what'll happen next. But at the same time, which I think this is a caveat, this is a trap that a lot of modern entertainment falls into, this whole subverting expectations thing, which is going in too far into opposite direction, where instead of creating a setup and making your story unpredictable but having everything logically pay off, they just put in twists where things don't make any sense, and that's supposed to surprise the audience, but people don't like it because things don't logically make sense. You want to have reveals where all the edging and all the teasing pays off in the end because the reveals and the finale of the story makes sense because the setup was there, like the Red Wedding. I talk about the Red Wedding all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like what is it like if like two people are going to fight, we all know they're going to fight, but we don't know who's going to win. So you can't predict, but you do feel it coming. And that's kind of like the edging. You're like, they're going to fucking fight. It's pretty.
It's like
so many innuendos.
You want to lead the audience to anticipate that something's going to go down, but they don't know what it is, what is going to happen.
Exactly. So, person, are y'all getting this? You'll be writing a paper on this. Yes, you'll be pop quiz on this at the end of the stream. So everybody take notes. This is
after the cat nuke video. Everyone will be quizzed.
Yeah,
I got my notebook out. Take notes. I'm ready.
There you go. Phil's the best student. Why edge the audience? Because it creates entertainment value. Yes, also it does feel good. You want the audience to feel good. You can't leave them blue balled. The longer you edge the audience, the better the payoff is. Having a cool idea isn't enough. Presenting it in style is what makes a good story. And this is also, again, something I've sort of been discovering, where just having an interesting idea, an interesting mystery, or, for example, a cool power set for characters, that's not a story. And even just having a story that has a beginning, middle, and end, that's a story that's serviceable. But what really creates good entertainment and gives entertainment value to your writing is specifically this, creating tension and presenting the story in style so the reader keeps on turning the page, because the same basic premise can be told badly or it can be told well. And I think a key factor to that is exactly creating that tension and making the readers invested in what's happening.
You know, on that, you were talking, I thought of an example. I was like, that's a pretty good example. It's Steven Spielberg, obviously one of the best ever, whatever. But when he does the T-Rex reveal in Jurassic Park, they start with the water on the dashboard getting poof, and you see like the little ripples and you could imagine like the audience if you do that too much, you can almost imagine them like being like, or if they're not invested or in the story, they'll be like, just show the freaking T-Rex already. I really want to see it. Why are you showing me water? But that's not really how it works. People like getting edged. People are like, yeah, fucking, there's something out there. What is it? What is it? We don't get to see yet. What's it going to be? People get kind of excited.
Yeah, it's that build up.
People do like getting edged. The build up, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, they appreciate the build up, like, because it makes it even cooler when the T-Rex shows up. You're like,
it makes it more memorable too. It makes it more memorable, and like we could go back to one of our earlier shows when we were talking about like repetition of things too. And most of the time in buildups, you have a repetition. It slows the pace of things down, and when the reveal happens, the eruption, if you will, it's more memorable.
Yeah, it is, and it's like you mentioned, it's kind of a pacing trick. You can give some moments of like, yeah, like another one. There's like the Tarantino one with Inglourious Bastards, where they're undercover playing the card game, and just at any moment shit could hit the fan, but it keeps not quite, nothing crazy's happened yet. And then when it finally does, everyone's like, holy shit. 40 minutes in too, like a ton of edging.
Right. And a lot of the things we've talked about in the past are kind of tools to that build up or to the edging of it, you know, like the ticking clock stuff that we talked about on your channel, Narwhal. Like that's a big tool, and there's a bunch of different ways to build that suspense for the audience. You know, and different ways you can interchange them, and different outcomes could come of it if you use different, I guess, tools.
Yeah, it does kind of interconnect or whatever.
It all connects. The excruciating slow build. Yeah, there, exactly.
Yeah. And like even like with pacing, like we talked a little bit about like the Matrix, where they have like a stealth mission in the middle of the fight. That's kind of like an edging thing, because it's, you know, it just lets you change it up because you get to hit 2 beats with the action. So like we know they're going to fight sooner or later, or we kind of hope, almost we're kind of rooting for a big fight,
right?
But they don't give it to you right away. First, the character really doesn't want to fight because it's super dangerous, so they're hiding. So there's this cool section that's super suspenseful where they're just hiding and trying to avoid a fight, but inevitably the fight does happen, and then you get kind of the best of both worlds almost, and you get that pacing and the change up. You get to hit these notes differently, kind of.
Yeah, like I love that whenever there's a character, whenever there's like, if a character draws attention to themselves, everything's fucked, and the predator is like in the room, kind of thing. It always makes me think of like Prison Break style stories when they have like their rooms getting inspected, and there's like a hole in the wall behind the poster, and it's then they look at the poster, and they could, you know, you can just cut to blank expressions at that point, and you kind of like,
that could be edged so hard. Like the guard could be like, if it's a Marilyn Monroe poster, he's like, I love Marilyn Monroe. Are you a fan?
Yeah. Well, that's the payoff at the end. You like hold it and you don't know what he's going to say, and then he would turn around and give the unexpected. Yeah, pretty big.
It's the will they, won't they.
Right.
Yeah. He could even be like, he's like, there's a dust speck right on her nose. Let me just get it. And he's gonna
yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, you pay off that he's not suspicious, but then you go back into it by him like trying to correct it or something. That's and rebuild.
Right.
That's crazy.
And then the warden calls him and interrupts him from
he gets distracted right at the last second.
That
twists. Yes.
That's perfect example for a situation that's not crazy action based, but just like purely storytelling. And I always reference this when Mike Barron has a great example. He talks about comic books are like a football game. It's the back and forth. One team gets the ball, runs it down the field. The other team gets the ball, and it goes back and forth until someone makes a goal, or whatever you call it, gets a touchdown. I'm not so great with sports ball, guys, but they get a touchdown. And that's not just for comic books. It's not just for superhero stories. It's could even be applied to little instances like that, where someone's inspecting a jail cell.
Yeah.
It's that back
and forth. On the football thing, you just made me think of like any shot where someone tries to make that kick, and then there's the shot of the ball going through the air with like strings playing the dee, and like imagine if you held that for like 20 minutes shot.
Yeah, no,
Right.
20
I was
minutes.
thinking,
Wow,
like,
that's a long time.
And then the ball explodes in midair instead of going anywhere you thought it
yeah,
would.
maybe not. You couldn't edge for 20 minutes, but you could
Yeah.
edge. Just going slow motion edges slightly, and then you show
Yeah.
real shots. People are like, "Oh, this is gonna go." Blah, blah, blah. You know, this reminds me of though is I do like that it's come up on the channel here and there that a lot of these concepts are fractal, which means they're pretty much the same on a big notes, big stories, the arcs and everything, and then it gets looks littler and littler down to the moment. And it's fun thinking about the moment. And those are good skills to develop that I'm still trying to sharpen, because like you can make anything good if you can make like a good scene with like edging or whatever.
That's true. That's true. Because actually later on in the slides, and I saw this article that talked about how there's macro suspense and creating like mini small scale suspense, and small scale suspense is doing stuff like creating page turns and cliffhangers, which are very useful. And those are small things that you can pepper throughout the story. And page turns is specifically a comic technique where you want to place your big reveals, or even not so big reveals, just like, well, what will the character say next? Like if your character asks a question and they put the answer on the next page, if it's an important plot point, all these things that you should think about when you're laying out your comic, that creates what'll happen next. And that's what you want the reader to keep on turning the page. Like, I can't stop. I want to know what happens next. And at the end, if you put a cliffhanger in your story, then that also creates an incentive to I want to come back for the next film, the next book, or the next comic, and all this sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, but there's also the macro sense of it, where you pepper in clues, or you pepper in the suspense of, will they find out about, or will they succeed, or will they not, throughout the whole story, and it doesn't pay off until the very end of the entire series. So there's macro levels, and there's like a small level suspense creation.
Yeah. There was a super chat asking about foreshadowing.
There you go. FK322, thank you. Oh, that's a member chat. Thank you so much, FK. How much foreshadowing is part of edging? Good question.
I got a little something on that. Is Brandon Sanderson he has pretty sweet how to write videos or whatever. It's his because he teaches it in college, and his lectures are all on YouTube. And I watched a bunch of them a few years ago, but he talks about like every story should start with a promise, and the promise is like it's the sense of kind of what the audience is in for, and that's sort of like foreshadowing, but it's like a little bit different. And one example I was thinking is like Jaws. You know, it's a movie about a killer shark. If it started with like a dance or a wedding and it went on for like half hour and there was nothing about sharks for a half hour, you'd be like, what's going on here? So, but of course, Jaws starts with a shark eating someone, and that's your promise. You're like, oh, we're dealing with sharks eating people. And it's not like the foreshadowing is like more meta. It's not there like, oh, this is going to happen later. All it is like, this is a movie about a killer shark. And then you're like, okay, yeah, some stuff's going to happen. Like we can imagine kind of what's going to happen. But that's kind of a cool concept that Brandon Sanderson talks about, is the promise.
Oh yeah, Brandon Sanderson is really good. If you guys haven't seen his YouTube channel, he uploads like these storytelling lectures, and he's one of those people that are, again, really good at just explaining why they do things. He has really good storytelling talks, and so you guys should check it out. How much foreshadowing is part of edge? I think that most foreshadowing that's what foreshadowing is. It's a technique for edging or creating suspense. So it's a type of edging. There you go.
Yeah, it's like the audience gets to hold the possibility in their head. And so you have to give them the possibility, then they can cross-reference it with what's actually happening or the threat of what might happen. That's what it's in one of your slides, Rini, where you give the audience more information than the character. So like the most simple example of like suspense would be someone approaching a door and there's a killer behind the door. Like if you show that a killer's behind the door, then that's a suspenseful situation. You could also do it with mystery, which would be, we don't know. We know exactly what the character knows. And that's like more of a psychological connection with the character. That's good for some things, but usually suspense would be better, especially in that case where, they're walking towards the door. The audience would be like, don't open the door. There's a killer behind there. And so that's a form of edging because they know that they hold it. And then you could play with that more, like we're saying, like, walking towards the door could like get distracted by a dog, so then they don't quite open the door yet, whatever, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what is the literary term? I think it's dramatic irony, which is giving the audience or the audience or your readers more information than the characters. That creates this frustration over why don't they know this? Why can't they figure this out? But that's a careful balance sometimes, because you don't want your characters to seem stupid. You want it to be reasonable that they haven't figured out the thing that your reader knows, but it's also something that can be used for both your protagonist and antagonist. You can use it on multiple fronts and sort of withhold information and explain the reasoning behind your character's actions. But because of that, why won't they find out about this? Why can't they just figure everything out and solve the problem? That creates incentive to keep on reading, because the audience wants to know, will they find out the same information that I know, or will they fail? Will they succeed or fail?
Yeah.
Do you think it's still dramatic irony if this I always feel tense whenever this happens, and like it's like Disney's animated Aladdin, when at the beginning of like the story is like based on a lie, like he's pretending he's the prince the whole time when really he's like a thief, and the whole way through that film you're saying what the genie says. It's like, tell her the truth. You have that tension around like, just fess up, everything will be fine. Like all of this stuff is messing up just because you won't do this one thing, which the audience sees as like nothing, but to the characters it seems like this huge deal, and he doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, that's like a form of suspense or whatever.
Sorry, I'm scrolling ahead. That is, I feel like we welcome to a very weird stream. Only a little bit weird. But we're trying to help everyone. Edging is an important technique that everybody should know. So we're concerned for your well-being and your ability to enjoy storytelling. So we're helping you out here.
So many clips in this episode.
Yeah, might as well.
Real quick, too.
Might as well just commit to the bit.
Danky Frankie says, what is dramatic irony? I only really kind of looked into it kind of recently, and I was like, it's just suspense. It's like, it seems like it's identical, but maybe they're different. Like suspense is more suspenseful. Dramatic irony is like more ironic or whatever. But the example that someone said when they talked about dramatic irony, when I Googled it, they said it was like if two people on the Titanic say like, what a great time this is, this ship, it's so awesome that we decided to take this trip. There's a lot of dramatic irony because we know that they're about to crash into an iceberg and die. So that's dramatic irony.
This one's great too.
Suspenseful.
Richard's example is great. The Juliet still being alive, but Romeo thinks she's dead and then kills himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any other way of describing when the reader knows something that the character doesn't. I guess there is, as far as mysteries, but dramatic irony is sort of when you know something is already true, but the characters don't know, and that creates this irony of, well, little did you know, twist.
Yeah. In the Titanic is almost like meta dramatic irony, because it's not information that's presented in the film. You just know about the historical thing.
Right.
That's true.
Public zeitgeist. Yeah. Well, it's like every episode of Colombo, Narwhal, the audience knows the crime and killer before anyone else in the story does. But then at some point, like it's like a game that I play with my girlfriend. It's like, when does Colombo know this is the killer? Because sometimes, you never know when he knows. In fact, it starts sometimes he seems like he already knows, like right when he meets the person.
Yeah.
But you don't know that.
Yeah. Colombo is all dramatic irony and nothing but. And it's funny because every episode is the same formula, like Scooby-Doo, kind of like they're beat for beat the exact same. But I'm like, how come I'll watch hundreds and it's never old? And I'm like, I don't even know. Like, it's part of it is the main guy, what's his name, the actor who plays
Peter
Colombo.
Falk, right?
Yeah, Peter Falk. Yeah, he's just amazing.
They're so good.
But it is the fact that it's the other reason is because it is dramatic irony kind of never gets old. Like it can actually just new situations of dramatic irony. It's so interactive. The audience you're just watching the killers lie to Colombo, and then you're looking at his face, like, does he or doesn't he know? And that's something Rini mentioned too. A lot of this does boil down to, do they or don't they? Will they or won't they? And that's like, anytime you got that going on, you've got the audience in your grips pretty good. If they need that question answered.
Yeah, Willy Woney. My brother and I call it Willy Woney, which sounds like a person.
Yeah.
But I think it's difficult. I wanted to bring this up. It comes to a point, like, say you were hired by a big company to work on a story with an already existing established character. It gets to a point after a while in a character's lifespan where it becomes difficult to build a particular kind of suspense with them. Say if you're writing like Batman or Superman, you know they're not going to die in this story.
Yeah.
And so that's where it comes in, where like the audience is now expecting things from this character that they already know. And you have to, I guess, get more creative with the suspense, or most of the time put it in the arms of like a new character or a victim that you introduce. And
that's what I was gonna say. You could just have them, will they or won't they save their buddy? Is like,
right. But
Yeah,
then still it's hard, because it's like, of course Batman's gonna save this guy. So you gotta get creative with, you do the same thing in, like, you know, a couple weeks ago I talked about like wrestling matches where you have to show that there's flaws in this character, even if they've been around for, you know, 150 years, 100 years. You have to prove that they're still human and they can bleed and they could be hurt either physically or, you know, mentally or emotionally, you know, just rip something out of them.
Yeah, that's interesting, because that's I sort of also see a lot of stories where it seems, well, I've met people who think, well, if your character doesn't die, if there's no threat of them dying, or there's no threat of them like failing, then there's no suspense, there's no reason to keep reading. But that's not necessarily true, I think, because there's more incentives for the reader to keep reading. And you could play it sort of Game of Thrones style, where, well, anybody can die, and that creates a sort of suspense. But then you can go too far, where because you're disincentivized from caring about any of the characters, and a lot of people read A Song of Ice and Fire, even though they really like the characters, they're like, don't get attached. We shouldn't be that invested in the story because it'll all be for nothing, like Ned Stark, or like anybody can die. So there's a flip side to it of having everything being too easily sacrificed. So I think even if you know the character is going to survive and they're going to succeed, it's the how do they get there that'll keep the audience reading, and also what price do they pay for that success. That's pretty important, because you can succeed, but what if you lose a leg? What if there's psychological trauma? What if that ruins their relationship? What if they save the person, but the person didn't actually want to be saved, or saving that person ruined somebody else's life? All these things that you could add in to add interest and unpredictability to your story.
Mm-hmm.
Edging comes staircase of bluebells for a reader. Walking Dead took to anyone can die thing too far. Exactly, there you go. Walking Dead as well. That's sort of why I lost interest too, because the characterization was great, but after a while it just felt like I shouldn't be invested, so I stopped caring.
Well, Vaughn had a good example of this earlier, talking about The Killing Joke, where Barbara Gordon got shot and paralyzed, which was something that stayed in the continuity for, I don't know, 20 years in DC Comics, you know, which was a wheelchair. But I mean, talk about suspense and edging your audience in The Killing Joke, because it's a one shot, it's 48 pages, Alan Moore writing it. And you get to a point in the story where you already see that Joker shot Barbara Gordon, and now Commissioner Gordon's being trolleyed through a fun house with, you know, seeing images of his he could have thought dead daughter. Like, that is really good suspense, because you don't know what's going to happen, how he's going to get out of this. Even though you could assume, okay, Batman is going to save Jim, but he didn't save Barbara. So it gives you that doubt. Like you're planting the doubt within the story that he didn't save, Barbara Gordon. So what's going to happen to Commissioner Gordon? So that was pretty good tools of actually building a suspense from a character that's been around for so long.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like, will he, won't he too? Will he, won't he escape? Will he, won't he go crazy? And you can predict that Batman will come into it, but you don't know how. You don't know how he'll help her.
Yeah, like Phil, you were saying earlier about like if you have an established character, there are things people expect from them. It's like you could probably build some suspense pretty early on by making them do something they wouldn't usually do, because then everything's up for question about that character for the rest of the rest of the story.
JJ Learning has a great point. Risk doesn't mean danger to the character. Risk means there are consequences to the story. I like that a lot.
Full life consequences. No one's gonna get that reference.
Nobody gets that reference, especially me.
Spinning plates. What the hell is that?
Spinning plates. What the hell is that?
Have you heard about these spinning plates?
All right, let's continue, shall we? Well, I think we covered what is and why edge the audience. Now let's move into ways to edge the audience with my shitty, weird Sherlock Holmes background, because nothing else will load on Google Slides.
That's really weird.
It's very strange.
That Holmes looks like a college.
I think it's a wax sculpture thing. Like I try to get a nice snapshot of from the TV show with Cumberbund, but it wouldn't load on Google Slides. Anyways, all right, so let's move on from that my horrible slideshow. So ways to create suspense, or aka edge the audience. I have a long list of several ways to do this and examples bashed together. One way to do that is revealing a mystery. You can plant the seeds of truth that a character slowly uncover, and perhaps to a twist or a big payoff that makes all the tension and all the edging worth it. And here are just some examples. Old Boy, Memento, Sherlock Holmes. Those are the ones.
Those are movies you've actually seen. Finally.
Yeah, these are the 3 movies I've ever seen in my entire life.
If you ever
Old Boy.
Movies, Old Boy's a good.
Have I told you how much I hate Old Boy?
Old Boy is fucking awesome.
Never watched it.
It's like 4 hours long. The twist is dumb and pretty gross.
It's not dumb. It was a great twist because it's one of those
devastating.
things where, yeah, exactly. It's one of those things. Yeah, it's gross, but you are almost in denial. It's one of those things where a twist actually pays off because it's subverting your audience's expectations, but the seeds were all there when the reveal is shown to the audience. Your thought isn't, what, that doesn't make sense. Your thought is, oh my God, why didn't I see that? All the clues that I can think about earlier in the story match up to this. That's the kind of reveal that you want to go for.
You know something too?
Well,
Old Boy it has the identical structure to a classic ghost story, which would be where the main character gets a curse, or maybe like a Japanese ghost story, but the main character gets a curse on them, and then they have to investigate the ghost that gave them a curse, investigate the backstory of what made them so pissed in the first place, and help them. And then that lifts the curse. And Old Boy is like identical to that. The whole mystery is finding out the backstory of what happened to start the whole thing. And there is like a curse to it. And then of course it's not exactly like a happy ending. Like often ghost stories are like that too. But
that's
is Old Boy that film where like that guy ages backwards?
Don't spoil it. No, it's not. It's not that one. No, because some people haven't seen it.
Yeah, he's an old boy.
yeah.
But it's very
John
funny.
Kareem.
No, that's Benjamin Button. Isn't that the
Yeah. But just calling Benjamin Button Old Boy is hilarious, actually.
Benjamin Old Boy. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
It's good, Jake.
It's the one joke I'll get right for the whole show.
No, you did.
And Reenie didn't even.
God, the movie's been out forever.
I took it too seriously.
Watch the movie.
Phil hates it. I've never met someone that hates Old Boy that much.
Yeah.
I thought it was good, but
So
Vaughn
long.
said he saw the twist right away. Which version did you watch?
Yeah, he
I
might
guess
have.
I was.
I've only seen the non-American version, the first one.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't watch the American one because American adaptations always suck.
They say the American one's terrible. You know, one detail that was in the Korean version that's not in the American one is they say when he's in prison for 14 years, they feed him nothing but sushi every day. And so he has to eat sushi every day for 14 years. And there's a period where about like 6 months in or whatever, his body won't let him eat sushi because it's so gross because he's been eating nothing but it. So he's like puking and gagging just because he's just craving anything but sushi. And they took that detail completely out of the American version. But I was like, that's a cool, weird detail.
So I've never seen the American version. My boss loved the original. This was before the American version came out. And so I watched it with my dad and my brother. We didn't like it.
Well, that's a little more awkward if you watch that movie with like your family. I feel like
you got to watch it.
It's a bad experience. Yeah, it's like, I don't want to be thinking about that. Anyways,
you accidentally make eye contact with your dad while the movie's playing or whatever.
Oh, yeah, it's
like,
not a family movie. Just so everybody knows.
Yeah.
Ellie's in the chat. Hello, Ellie.
What's up, Allie? How's it going?
Should have Ellie on for the second half. If you're free, Ellie, it would be cool.
I like how she's saying hello to everyone except for. Oh no, she hasn't said hello to Phil either. It's okay, Phil. We're on team Allie not saying hi.
Well, she won't say hi to me because she ignores me.
Well, now she's not going to because you had to guilt her about it.
I'm not guilting her. That was Jake.
Yeah, I'm talking to Jake.
I expect it. She better not say hi to me.
Squibs says, same with Twin Peaks, Fire Walk with Me, not a family film. That movie is super amazing too. That's another kind of random one that's just really good and crazy.
I haven't seen that. I'd watch that too. Another way, I have quite a long list. It's probably a little too long, but another way to edge the audience is revealing what choices a character will make, and the will they, won't they? Will he, won't he?
Yes.
We've already covered this, but this is another technique. Will Joker finally push Batman far enough to kill? That is the suspense through a lot of Batman stories. Also, will two characters romantically get together? I'm sure there are more examples of this, but I didn't have enough time. So here, you can infer more examples, or
will Fry and Leela ever get married? But then they did get married, but it was during a time skip thing, and then they got divorced. That's the way you're right. Any romantic thing like Mulder and Scully?
Yeah, and for it to kind of be edging too is like you would have close calls leading up to it or whatever.
Yeah.
So and then the audience doesn't get the payoff and they want it even more. And at that point, the cat's out of the bag if they know what the thing is that is being withheld from them. Because there could be a period where they don't even know that, or like in the beginning of a story, you don't even know what you want or whatever, but then it's dangled in front of you for a period of the story. And that's kind of a big part of the edging suspense kind of part.
Right. A lot of it is kind of like knowing the goal of someone and, you know, maybe some forces trying to stop that goal from coming to fruition, you know, and then seeing it unfold. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Here, probably those revealing what choices a character will make or what will happen to them. They're technically different, but they're both really similar. Will someone succeed at a goal in the story? Will Frodo succeed in destroying the ring? Will Guts get their revenge? No, he won't. A lot of stories about revenge that is the hook. Will they succeed ultimately in this goal? And revenge is a pretty common but very compelling storytelling device. And they do this in Vinland Saga as well. And if you've read it, there's a great, great, great twist because it starts out as a revenge story with a twist. Go read Vinland Saga if you haven't done so yet. It's really good. For something like A Song of Ice and Fire, who will sit on the Iron Throne. So you have multiple characters all with a similar goal. And that's sort of the way that I think George ties the story together with so many different characters. And when you don't really have a clear main character, but having everybody have a different point of view, but it's all tied together. It's not scattered because everybody has the same goal. So I found that story structure really interesting. Harkening back to an earlier episode of this show, Race Against a Ticking Clock. That's another way of creating suspense and by edging the audience on about whether a character will succeed or not against a ticking clock, and also creating higher and higher odds, putting higher and higher stakes against a character. For example, will Kratos kill all the gods? Will Gus finally kill Griffith? And things just get more and more difficult as the story progresses.
Yeah, within some of these, they allow more opportunity for like little change ups to edge even more. Like the Iron Throne, it's like if it's this guy is the closest to being the Iron Throne, like edging, he dies. So then if this guy is this guy going to be the edging throne, it's less about this individual character, is more about the Iron Throne. I was thinking in that example, a gun is almost like that. If the edging is like, is someone going to get shot? And Jake talks about Chekhov's gun and stuff, but there's a James Bond scene where Bond has the guy at gunpoint and he's interrogating him. And then like 5 minutes in, the guy like tricks Bond and switches it. And then he has the gun. He's pointing it at Bond. And then he's talking for 5 minutes. And the whole time we're all like, just fucking kill each other. We're like, that goes on a little too long. Then they fight to the death, but that whole point, it's fun if you can do the little table turn. Anytime you can do a table turn is fun and explore it from like an inverted direction, which you can't always do, but that stuff is fun. And that Bond example is like comedic and almost too heavy-handed, but there's a lot of examples of the table turn being really fun edging. There's a good example maybe is the Tom Cruise one where he's the killer and Jamie Foxx is driving him around in the taxi. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? The chat will. What's that movie called?
Tom Cruise?
Yeah, it's called Collateral.
No.
Tom Cruise is a hitman, and he makes he conscripts a taxi driver for the evening to take him to his multiple targets, and that guy's Jamie Foxx. So Jamie Foxx is basically his hostage the whole night, and the promise, or like what we suspect, a lot of like the edging a little bit is like Tom Cruise is going to kill Jamie Foxx when the night's over, but he's still just keeping him around to drive him around or whatever. But all his kills are based on this briefcase that has the information of the targets. And halfway through the movie, Jamie Foxx grabs it and throws it out over a bridge. And the moment he does that, it's kind of a table turn moment because you're like, well, shit, like is Tom Cruise just going to kill him? For him, it was like a last ditch effort or whatever. But you're like, what the hell is Tom Cruise going to do now? And then Rini wrote it in a slide coming up, but it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But it's Tom Cruise does have a plan after that, and then the movie continues. But it's a cool edging kind of section where you're like, well, what's going to happen now? Like that was a big gambit or like a big play by Jamie Foxx and kind of changed the tables a little bit.
Mm-hmm. The twist. Ellie's trouble thinking about edging. We're all thinking about edging a little too much.
I think this is the one stream where you can't think about it enough. We should all be edging extra hard today.
It is a topic of discussion. I encourage everybody to learn more about edging. That is the point of the presentation.
Noel, when you were talking about the gun stuff, like I just thought back to the Inglourious Bastards basement scene you already mentioned again, and they have the whole gun layer with it under the table, and it's like there's an extra tension in a situation where someone has their trigger on a gun or something, where it's like it could happen any minute, but like someone could knock them and it could accidentally go off. Do you know what I mean? Like there's an extra tension with like if there's like a physical
Hitchcock has said the very basics of suspense, which counts for like edging what we're talking about, but he gives it the bomb under the table is the idea. And he's like, you could have 2 people talking and they're having a conversation and then there's a bomb under the table and then we're worried at the end of the scene the bomb goes off. And he's like, that's just suspense. If the bomb's under the table, the whole time, it almost doesn't matter what they're saying because the suspense is like the real point of the scene. And so that's kind of fun too as a writer. If you get freed up like that, you could have them almost like saying gibberish as like a writing exercise or whatever. But the mystery version is if you don't tell them the bomb's under the table, then all of a sudden it kind of does matter what they're saying. You have to write good dialogue. It has to mean shit. And the actual interactivity of like, oh snap, or like the moment of like truth kind of is only one very brief moment in the mystery version. And in the suspense version, it's the entire scene gets charged. Yeah. So you're kind of going for the charge whenever you can.
It's flatter if no one knows. If the characters and readers don't know, it's much flatter.
Yeah. And the one, like, because a lot of this does have like the caveat or whatever, is that, but in that particular situation, it's like it's always better to do suspense. But mystery specifically can be nice for one example is like detective stories, which it's funny that Colombo doesn't do this, but classically detective stories, the audience only knows what the detective knows at any point. And the one thing that does that's kind of nice is you get the connection with the character. You get a really strong psychological connection. And horror movies can do that too, where psychological thrillers can do that. But that's where it's all about the audience really building rapport with the character, because you're in this together. You both don't know shit. You're trying to figure it out together, kind of.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe that's something we can talk about in another episode. What narrative device or what point of view is best for different kinds of story? Because you can have an omniscient narrator or whatever you call it, where we were talking about it before, the audience knows more than the character, or does the audience only know just as much as the character, which is not, it's sort of, I think, a misconception that it can't be done in comics. I think you can also reveal information that the main characters don't know in comics as well. You just don't really have the same narrative devices as in a book. That's probably that's another interesting subject.
Mm-hmm.
Wandering CG King, Martic Knight, hello, thank you for 10 pounds. Greetings, everyone. Hello, much love. As far as writing goes, I found out that building characters as entities, how they talk, react, having a backstory, experience trauma, flaws, and notes, they have a life of their own. Absolutely, yes. I think if you build a character that is, to make a character feel fleshed out and real, you should know everything about them. But also, most importantly, the basis of building a compelling character is know what they want and what they need. And those two things should be different. That's a RPG tip for building NPCs in tabletop games that I've heard has really served at least me well personally. But yeah, especially for your protagonist and antagonist, you should know everything about them, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the 10. Matt Downey is questioning his sexuality because of Narwhal. Well, success.
Noise.
One more thing I thought of that ties into creating incentive for making this work, if that makes sense. What will happen to a character and will they succeed? Besides from just the setup and the presentation, it's important to create a character that people care about, and this technique necessitates good characterization, so the readers actually care about your character. And that was perfect, as what Marta talked about ties into that, because if you don't care about the characters, and why does it matter if they're going to succeed at revenge, or if they're going to succeed in destroying the ring or getting the throne and all this stuff? So having a good characterization is important for all of this.
Yeah, it's just like a puzzle piece, right? All that.
Yeah, exactly.
Go on, Jake.
Oh, go ahead, Jake.
No, Marduk's character thing made me thought you can build suspense kind of like through a different way of expressing a character. It's not like we like this hero, we want them to succeed. You could show someone when they're really young, like doing the whole serial killer thing of like they kill an animal in the woods or something, and you think, this when they grow up, who knows what they're going to be like. And then you could cut forward in time and like they're working in a hospital as an orderly or something, and then instantly there's some tension around like, okay, what is this guy up to now in a hospital?
Yeah, that's cool. That's just the context, bringing the new perspective to it, giving the audience that little extra to make them think something's off or whatever.
Wondering CG King, Marty Knight for another 10. Thank you. So yeah, there are a lot of sleight of hand I'd love to talk about with you all in the future. Love the smart trips of audience immersion. Greetings and much love to you all. Much love to you. Thank you. And we would love to have you on the show, of course, when you do reveal your secret
face reveal. Marduk.
No pressure.
He's the master of edging, because he's been edging all of us to no one knows who he is.
Yes, yeah, you're right.
Marduk is gonna cast his Eisners, like make plaster casts of them and send me them so I can have fake Eisners.
Really? Is he actually gonna do that? That's
Hilarious.
great. Spray painted gold.
So I can say I got whatever, I got denied by the Eisners, but I got one anyway. Those sons of bitches. Even though I don't think I've submitted. I did submit. I forget what I submitted. Nosferatu, I think, and got denied.
Isn't Marduk the actual name? Isn't that like a mythological Mesopotamian character?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's
It
like
is.
one of the first.
Wow, good job. Surprised you know that.
Remember
Well
that
done.
stuff.
Did
He's
you
also
hear
a
that
character
recently in a
in.
YouTube video, Phil?
What's that?
Did you always know that, or did you hear that like recently in a video? Because I feel like
No.
I've recently heard that too. Never mind. Sorry.
No, I learned. Studied his myths in college. I took a mythology class. I remember him.
You went to college.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I wish we got mythology class. We didn't get that.
Few years. Yeah, and Marduk, I think he's also a Tekken character.
Oh,
I didn't know
Tekken
that.
is sweet. Tekken's
That's
good.
who he named himself after, the Tekken character, not the mythical.
Probably. Oh yeah, look, see, Lon Jr. It says Tekken character. There we go. It's a big bald guy.
Confirmed.
Confirmed. I don't know
Alright.
Tekken, but
Show
very
derailed.
interesting.
Sorry.
Successfully derailed.
Success.
But now we're back on track.
Is it
More
edging,
techniques.
edging successfully is almost a what's it called? A paradox kind of thing.
Yeah, it's an oxymoron, right?
Yeah.
There's a good question about, and I think I'll end on this. Is actually the last slide. I kind of just threw up a grab bag of, well, these are more techniques for edging successfully and creating suspense. But I think after that, here it is. Admiral Wackets asks, what's the difference between fun and unfun edging? This is directed at Narwhal, but I think we can all discuss this because after covering like how to successfully create tension in a story, what are the pitfalls of attempting to create tension but failing? For example, creating a lot of setup but having the payoff not be worth it. I think that'd be interesting to hear.
Yeah. Yeah, like Blue Ball is bad, and then the one Tarantino talks about is, so if it was like that scene that from Inglourious Bastards, if there's not a shootout, that would feel weird, the audience. But you know what's funny is that he did do a version of that in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, where it's a super tense scene and there actually isn't a huge violent eruption. There's a little one, but not a huge one, and it's still like perfect and fun. So you can kind of make it work however. But the way he describes it, he says you're stretching a rubber band, and if you stretch it too much, the rubber band breaks. So that's not even like a Blue Ball thing. That's almost just like the audience would start checking their watches. Like you're edging too much. Like let's get on with it. Like when the T-Rex is about to show up, imagine if you see the cup on the dashboard and it's like rippling. If that happened too long, you're like, come on, fucking A. Let's get this.
Yeah, just get to the let's get to the release already.
Yeah, like it's not even just holding one thing too long. There's like another way where you can kind of like mess it up. Going back to the spinning plates thing, each time you do a setup and start spinning a plate up, it kind of like adds a tax that's slowly being ticked away over time in the viewer's head, and it's like a mental load. If you just keep setting up too many things and don't start paying them off, it's like you'll just burn the audience out and they'll kind of stop caring because they can't keep all the plates spinning in their head.
Focus on everything,
Yeah.
True. Allie is sad that I make slides for this show, but not for ours. It's a different show format. Our show is where we just chat with the chat. Oh my gosh. Now Allie's making me feel bad. I'll make a slideshow for tomorrow's show for us if you want me to.
Successfully guilted.
You successfully guilted, yeah. I need more stress in my life. Bobby Chris Officer 199, thank you. Is Nemesis by Millara McNiven a ruined edge?
I don't know. I haven't read it yet, and I want to read it.
I read it.
I bought that the other day.
Well, there's a new one and there's an old one, and I don't know if he's talking about the old one. The old one does have like a subverting expectations kind of thing where you get like
Don't spoil it.
yeah. So I would say no, but that whole comic, there was just a video came out on YouTube of a guy saying that he hates Millar and he hates that book, and
Yeah,
it's got a lot of views. And I watched it. I was like, that's honestly a good video, but I disagree. And
Yeah.
like that channel looks kind of okay actually. But
Saw the
but
thumbnail.
I was to defend it. I was like, it is postmodern, but not necessarily in a bad way. It's like Millar does everything, and he's checking different boxes. And that one he wanted to do like a postmodern comic, so it's playing with weird shit. It's like the main character's a villain, and it's not like, oh, but you like him in the end. It's like, no, he like whatever. He's a freaking villain. Yeah,
that's cool. I like the character design. I want to read it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say another, I guess, bad way of edging is just if it's building up to something that's predictable, and there's almost like no release, right? There's no twist or no big reveal. Or there is a big reveal, but it's predictable, and like the audience, it might not land with them. So
there's a cool way you can use a predictable payoff to a setup as well. And I watched the Resident Evil movie recently, and there was like a sequence where I can't actually remember what happened. It's like someone creeps up and then like a monster jumps from behind. But if you do something predictable, like, oh, they're gonna look in a box and something's gonna jump out at them. The next time you do it, if they look in the box then, and then the audience is like, oh, something's gonna jump out again, but then like something falls over behind them, like a loud noise happens behind them.
Yeah.
That first predictable setup and payoff, followed by the unpredictable one, then kind of like it kind of like engages the viewer for the rest of it, because it's an example of, oh, I didn't know what was going to happen. Now what's it going to throw at me later on?
Right. That would be like we talked about before, like conditioning your reader, conditioning your audience, and that would be another, I guess, form of use of repetition, where you show a scenario, and that's kind of like what you were saying earlier, Narwhal, where it's making a promise to your audience, where you have Jaws killing someone, and that may happen. It's probably going to happen, but if it gets to a point where it's about to happen and then doesn't, that could be a payoff within itself, because you've conditioned your reader now to know these things are going to happen, and when they don't, it has a bigger impact or a little hiccup beat, you know?
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. I saw Wilberforce Worcester in the chat. What's up, brother? Haven't seen you in these Creative Block streams. If you guys are new to seeing these shows, it's every Thursday. It's our rotating show on each of our channels. And yeah, we do sometimes we like to do PowerPoints. You know,
But this is the PowerPoint.
They always work. When we first started doing PowerPoints, I genuinely thought like, oh no, is this going to be boring? But they're actually becoming really fun.
Everyone has PowerPoint nostalgia. Everyone.
We're bringing PowerPoints back, and all thanks to Jake.
We got to bring the swipe transitions back next. Like, whoosh.
Oh, let's make the next PowerPoint as cheesy as possible. But yeah, if you guys are enjoying this PowerPoint about storytelling that I threw together in like 10 minutes, and this discussion, we do this every week. There is a link to the playlist of all the other Creative Block shows in the description. So be sure to subscribe to, of course, my channel, but also click that playlist and subscribe to everybody else here. If you're
next week it's on Narwhal's channel. So if
I'm almost at 2.5 subs too. I'm getting there. So
2.5
million.
Nice.
Okay, 2.5K.
How do you have to? Okay, needed some clarification. There you go. No, Allie is negging me to hell and back in chat today. What did I do to you, Allie? I thought I've been a good friend. I don't know what I did. I'm sorry. I'll do a PowerPoint tomorrow if that'll appease you.
It's because Jake kept calling you Allie.
Yeah. Oh no, now you pitted us against each other. No, I don't want to fight Allie.
To cheer Allie up, you have to start calling me Narwhal, and you have to call Narwhal Jake. Like
I'll just keep on calling you Hyper Wizard.
No, don't
yes, he is annoying. I did it. I know exactly what pisses him off.
I'm a really real human boy with feelings.
It's your revenge. So JW Learning was actually brought up this opposite point where I think, okay, we're circling back. You guys were talking about how to create a setup and pay it off in a way that the audience doesn't expect. But Jadil Learning says if you set a path for the audience to follow, it doesn't end where they think it's going, you risk pissing them off. I don't necessarily think so. I think that's what you want to do. You want to have it pay off in a way that the audience isn't expecting, because otherwise, why are they reading the story if there's no reveal and there's nothing to learn? It's just an expected path, and stories are sort of in a mini adventure. You're taking the audience on an adventure, and a key point that I learned is essentially think like you're almost designing a game, or you're designing an experience for the reader. That's the difference between I'm just writing for myself and I'm just have a sequence of events or I have a cool character versus actually telling a story well, is you're controlling an experience and you're here to entertain. But it's important that if you have the payoff in a way that doesn't make sense and ties back to the beginning about having the reveal and the twist be unexpected but still logical, like all the seeds that were planted before make sense in the end, that's the best kind of payoff. Like you don't want it to be completely predictable, but you also don't want it to make no sense just for the sake of shock value.
JW's comment kind of tracks when it comes to like a Chekhov's gun thing, because if you never have it go off, they could have meant in that sense. You know what I mean?
Like an extreme, that is like the postmodern subverting expectations kind of stuff too, that people kind of hate that now. It's been done a lot too.
Yeah, it's kind of all the whatchamacallit, subverting expectations that's really overdone now, and it's really annoying because nobody knows how to do it right.
Like it would be all my examples are Steven Spielberg movies lately, but it's just talking about Jaws and Jurassic Park. But if it's Jaws, it'd be like, let's not get the shark after all. He's probably like, let's go to something else. You'd be like, what? That's unpredictable, but that's like, people get
just leave town.
I think people subverting expectations in a poor way leaves a stigma that it's not the right thing to do. But that's what twists are, and that's what building suspense to a reveal is. And I think it's essential for an exciting story. And like, whoever chatted, forgive me, I forget who said that. If everything was predictable, then it wouldn't be an exciting story,
Mm-hmm.
It's like you got to give them what they want, but in an interesting way.
There you go. I like that. Yeah, that makes sense.
In a way they didn't expect.
You have to give them what they want, but get them their edge in an interesting way. And that wraps up our presentation for today.
God.
I hope everyone learned a lot about edging and not blue balling your readers, because you want it to be a good and fulfilling experiation.
Someone make a super chat of all the times Rini said edging for this show. And
Apparently Narwhal said it more times than me. He's like, yeah, let's edge. This is how you edge. Edging.
Well, I had some like quick examples from I might have talked about this on some other streams, but in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, amazing film, there's a bunch of like just really quick scenes that are kind of subversion and screw the audience, I guess, suspense builders. So like there's one where Clint Eastwood is waiting upstairs in his room and he has to reload his gun, or I think he has his gun apart and he's putting it back together, and the bad guys are coming up the stairs, and then they open the door and they see him, they shoot, but it hits a mirror and they see his reflection in the mirror, and then that would be the subversion of what is going to happen, and then he gets the drop on them. Or when he's all dried up in the desert because Tuco makes him walk through this desert, takes his horse and water, and he gets to, you see Tuco's shoe, who's the Mexican guy in the film, and you see his shoe and he grabs the shoe and it's a close-up, and then it pans up and Tuco has his shoe off and there's no one in the boot. It's just like these really fun, quick moments that subvert what you think is about to happen in that instant. And it's a really clever way to have these character moments. So even if you concentrate these kind of instances of edging or building suspense, you could focus them down on like minute character moments that are very kind of stick in your audience's head.
Yeah, any scene that had Tuco in it, you were always kind of tense because, like, as soon as he would whip out the cocaine, he'd start going crazy, and you never knew what was going to happen. And like in that one scene, like he kicks a car and it crushes a guy. Like,
What?
you knew something would happen. You talking about Breaking Bad, right?
No.
No.
Is someone's name in that show?
Good job, Jake. Good job, Hyper Wizard.
My man Hype.
Traumatized now.
But they had a lot of that stuff in like the spaghetti westerns that eventually probably got tropish. Like in one that I watched, I think it's Sabata Lives Again or whatever. Kind of a similar thing happens where all the bad guys rush into a room, but instead of there being a mirror, the camera pans and you see like a bunch of paintings on the wall. And the main character is posing as one of the paintings because he took the picture out of the frame and just set it up, and then he shoots them all.
that is so awesome and stupid at the same time.
It is pretty great.
It's a little bit, like it's taking it further to the point where it almost breaks, but that's funny. It's kind of like a pacing thing because you're going to get your big badass action scene, but you can get the little peppered action scenes where it's not even quite action. It's like these little clever little things to keep where they keep surviving or live to fight another day. There's another, speaking of Westerns, there's a good one that's Marlon Brando's One-Eyed Jacks, and he's on a quest for revenge. And because his buddy betrays him and he ends up getting arrested in a Mexican prison for like 4 years. So it cuts to 4 years later, kind of like Jake's talking about, he likes to do that. And then, so he's on the loose. And the first thing he wants to do is find his buddy whose name is Dad, which is a weird name, but so he's looking for Dad. And it's a 2.5 hour long movie, and about an hour, maybe an hour and a half into it, like halfway into it, he's riding up to Dad's house, and Dad's living a comfortable life as a sheriff of a new town. And so their big confrontation happens halfway through the movie. So you kind of be like, well, what's the rest of the movie? They're just going to like fight or whatever. But what happens is, and it's very intense, but Dad lies to him. And he's like, I didn't betray you, so I got screwed too. And I barely escaped, and I was looking for you, but I couldn't. And so then Marlon Brando's like, it's okay, I forgive you. They're both lying though. Marlon Brando does not forgive him. He's still planning to kill him. The other guy is totally lying. And he thinks maybe Marlon Brando did forgive him. So there's these lies that could break down at any moment, and they end up having dinner together. And then it's kind of like that Hitchcock thing. Like it's actually just like a dinner scene, but it doesn't matter what they're saying because the whole time you're just like, dude, are they going to like kill each other or what? And it actually ends with Marlon Brando shaking his hand, giving him the big old smile and saying like, see you tomorrow. And then he leaves and rides into the night. And you're like, dude, we didn't get the big action scene. It's like the biggest edging thing ever, but it just builds it up more because they're going to have to fight sooner or later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's an interesting way of and that takes really good acting as well, and a good character acting, even if you're just drawing it in a comic. Where this ties into dialogue. And have we done a show about dialogue? We should have talk about that.
No, we did that. Jake did that. It was like his second show. Really
it was the worst one we've ever done. So yeah, we can redo the dialogue show.
Yeah,
was there a PowerPoint?
Delete the second show from our existence.
Yeah, if it wasn't PowerPoint, it doesn't matter.
I put the most preparation into that episode, by the way, because I actually edited videos for it, and everything fucking fell on its ass. And I was like, wait a minute.
Old guy.
That old guy.
Not bad.
Yeah. And then the week after is like when Phil did his like more looser summarized PowerPoints, and I was like, okay, just do a PowerPoint next. Just do some slides. Just do slides.
That's where the PowerPoints began. It wasn't that bad, but Jake is still beating himself about it 20 weeks later.
It's all kayfabe, bro.
That's right.
It is. Everything
We're
is
making shirts.
kayfabe.
I was gonna say as well for the edging thing, like before the big reveal, there's no like, I mean, I guess there's probably a few ways you could do it, but not necessarily everything's right. You can slow it down, but also a lot of films will speed up to the point of, explosion or whatever. So like you were saying, Jake, with the spinning plates, recapping all those points and hitting them very quickly until almost to a point where they're like throwing the answer or revelation in your face, so you could kind of figure it out yourself. And then is the big reveal. A big one of my favorite films is like that Angel Heart, which has a big twist at the end, which is amazing. Mickey Rourke, you guys should watch it if you haven't seen Angel Heart.
Haven't seen it. That sounds cool.
Good detective gumshoe story.
There's an interesting, this is kind of unrelated, but semi-related. People talk about dopamine all the time and how like they think it's related to the payoff of things, and like, oh, I got the dopamine hit because something happened that I was hoping for. Dopamine is actually like an anticipation related thing. Your dopamine raises when you're anticipating something. So like, it's almost like edging the audience for a long time is like giving them the actual dopamine rather than like the payoffs at the end. But if you don't pay stuff off properly, they won't trust in your setups, so they won't have any dopamine. So you still need
like that. Right. That makes a lot of sense. It's not that it's the journey, not the end. The end does matter because you want to make the journey worth it, but the actual enjoyment of a story is in how it's told. I think that's often more important than just having, a cool premise. You can have a super normie premise, but if it's told really, really well, if the technique as well, it's entertaining and all the suspense throughout is worth it, and it's worth it in the end, then what that creates is the dopamine hits that the audience are given throughout the story. They enjoyed it, and at the end it all logically made sense and conclusion was satisfying, so they don't feel like they wasted their time and their energy by going through all these twists and turns throughout the journey there.
Yeah, there's a point where the audience would like trust you if you can do that early, I guess, of like, I don't even know if this is true, but if it's like, if you could set up something, do a little setup and payoff in the opening scene, and then the audience is like, oh, he knows basic storytelling. I'm actually kind of excited to see the rest of the story now.
I think that might be true, or at least it is good to do. It's like, I think some of the most, it's a cool thing to do where you can have like a mini version of what the whole film is going to be in like the first scene. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you have a hero, you do like a quick action scene with that hero where they act out what their character is like. Then you know what to expect for the rest of it.
Yeah, we mentioned something similar last time with what was our topic last time? I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Anti-heroes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, but or maybe it was a show before. But we were talking about how sometimes small side stories or bonus stories can reflect the larger conflict. And that's something that you can do early on or within each chapter. That's a smart structure thing to do. With whether you introduce your character, have a mini story, like a mini arc, you introduce a scene with a beginning, middle, and end, and you establish that trust of, oh, well, I know what I'm doing. I can create a compelling character. I've established something. This is the first adventure, so to say, of my protagonist, and it was a satisfying ending. So you should follow the story and continue on the larger adventure going forward.
Well, that's similarly with like what Narwhal was saying about foreshadowing and kind of like establishing a theme or a want for your character, or something they that troubles them, that then you will later mirror that and probably amplify that, magnetize that into the main conflict or resolution. It kind of like when I'm writing something like that, it reminds me of like how they used to tell you to write essays or papers in school, where it's like you got your introduction and then your conclusion reflects the introduction and states what you're arguing.
Yeah, the intro is like blah 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 for 3 reasons. Reason
Yeah.
1, blah blah blah. Reason 2, blah blah blah. Reason 3, blah blah blah. In conclusion, da, da, da,
Blah,
da,
blah,
da.
blah.
Well,
Yeah.
that's sort of what storytelling is, though. If you think about it in a really dry sense, that's kind of how you're taught to write an essay, and a story is similar in structure. You just have to be entertaining as well. You establish a premise, and then you kind of summarize, okay, this is what the story is about. You make a promise of, this is what I'm going to prove going forward in this essay or story. And then the guts of the story / essay are you going through the points and elaborating them, improving your points, and then at the end you sort of summarize it. It's not quite like with the story, it's more of a step-by-step progression because you need time passing and there's a logical progression, but the general goal is very much the same because there needs to be a point of, you make a promise to the audience, this is where we're going to go, and then you entertain them, and at the end you solidify, okay, this is why you were here this whole time, this is why it was worth it.
I didn't write many essays in school. They let me draw comics.
Nobody else here wrote essays. Dead silence. All right.
They literally let me draw comics instead of writing essays in school.
I wish that was my school experience. Oh my god, I got yelled at so much for drawing. It sucked. Berserk. I didn't make that many Berserk references. I was good.
Yeah.
I did say the guts of the story, and
I was gonna
say,
if I read an essay that was structured like that, I wouldn't be bored. I don't think. Because I'd have to be interested in what it's about, but I'd be like, yeah, this is like very nicely organized. And then there is a little parallel to storytelling for sure too. It's like
there's a little bit. I might be like it might just be me, but I actually really enjoyed essays. That's how I was taught to write essays, and I just thought that was actually really helpful. But obviously, storytelling is a little different because of the whole chronological, like the beginning, middle, and end. But there's some similarities because at the end of the day, you're trying to another way of viewing stories, I think, is like you're proving you don't have to, I think, but I think you're almost proving a moral point, and it doesn't have to be like I'm beating you over the head, but like the audience over the head, well, this is like my moral thesis. But even if it's a comedy, even if the story isn't super moralistic, which I think is actually really bad for a story, it could become too uptight or like propaganda, or like what a lot of these woke stories are, where they're just beating you over the head with their morality. But at the core of every story, the reason it matters is because there's a point of view that you're trying to prove. For example, well, vengeance is bad. Why? Or love is important. Why? And or it's the world is nihilistic and nothing matters. Well, why? And that's the moral core that you're trying to extrapolate on.
Yeah, you're trying to prove a fundamental truth to that story's world, and it's using typical like story circle structure. It's usually exposed by the character's want, and the truth is their need that they didn't realize, that their want pushes them into conflict with the truth until they finally realize it. So,
and that's a will they, won't they? Will they, won't they realize it? It's all will they, won't they?
Yeah, Willy Wonka.
Spielberg, I watched some interviews with him, and they're like, what advice would you give to young storytellers? And he goes, just don't be boring. And I was like, that's such an asshole thing a genius would say. But then I was like, on second thought, I was like, that's kind of good advice still. But I was like, what is boring? Because it's a little bit of a freedom. It's like you do have a lot of freedom. You don't have to stick to 3-act structure or whatever. But what is boring is anything going on for too long. So you just got to be changing it up a little bit, and teasing, edging changes it up. Flipping the tables changes it up, and that's kind of a form of edging. So his advice could have been like, just edge until a nice decent climax at the end, and then whatever. You
saying don't let things go on for too long just made me think of like one of the more suspenseful films I watched. Do you know that film like 1984 or whatever, where it was like one long shot? It was that war film where they go.
I think it's called 1917. Yeah,
1917. Sorry,
1984. I don't remember the War of 1984.
Good job.
I didn't write essays. I just wrote comics. But yeah, during that whole film is one shot, and you do have that kind of like underlying tension throughout the whole thing because there's just literally no cuts.
Yeah, it was a good film.
Other films use that when they have like really long shots. Like in Children of Men, there's that car crash scene, and they hold on to that shot for a long time, and you're like, this hasn't ended the way the time it would usually end. So like now what is going to happen? Like all bets are kind of off just because this shot has lasted longer than like 3, 4, 10 seconds or something.
Suspense. Anti-edging. Sure, Elder State are face off for. Oh, that's nihilistic and sad. Vaughn brought up Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is super philosophical and moralistic though, and it's brilliant. Yeah, it's that's probably I'm collecting things that we should talk about in future shows at this point, but I think that's another interesting topic that I've been thinking of exploring, because how much should a story have a moral message? I think it could be done really well, and the key is to present it in a way where you're arguing different sides. It's not sort of a given that, well, this is the moral point of view that the story is taking is saying is right, is like the one and only way. The example I like to give is Vinland Saga. It's hard to describe it without spoiling, but basically it's a super pacifist story. It starts out as a revenge story and it turns into basically this thesis on why pacifism is the correct way, but also because it's historical, we know that it's ultimately going to be a tragedy. And the creator Makoto Yukimura has said before he's super anti-war and anti-violence, but I completely disagree with that premise, not the anti-war part, which I do agree with, but just the idea that essentially there's a character in the story that goes from being super brutal and a murderer to eventually realizing that, well, taking a stance that all violence is wrong and you should never fight, and if someone wants to fight you should run away. And I'm like, no, you shouldn't. You should stand and fight. Like you should, because it's not, they're always going to be, bad people. But the story is so thorough in proving that point, and it's not done like propaganda. It's still entertaining. I think that's probably the key, that you can be moralistic, but it can be entertaining, and you can respect your audience, not treat them like idiots that you're lecturing to. A moralistic story can still be brilliant. And Fullmetal Alchemist is similar. Yeah.
It's another anime too, is what's the one with the giant dudes outside the wall? Attack on Titan. Yeah, that one I haven't finished it, but my roommates were watching it at the old place I lived at, and it's great. Obviously, I've seen the first season and stuff, but I kind of remember thinking that they're revealing more and more, and you're seeing the full bigger picture, and they're kind of revealing that the good guys are maybe the bad guys, sort of. And then you're wondering where Eren, his like stance, I remember it being kind of weird, and it was a little bit like that too. It was like, oh, it's turning into almost like a moralist argument or something. Where it used to be just a crazy fun war mystery. But it's still kind of cool that they do that, but it's different. And it's funny too, Japanese stories both did that, where they kind of, it's a little bit different than how America would do it maybe.
With the moral proof thing, it's making me wonder though, if you do all of your storytelling correctly, if you could essentially prove and make an inversion of a moral, like violence is moral or something, or something someone will go, oh, the true moral in real life is this, and then you could tell a story so well that you could get people to believe, at least within that story, that the opposite is true. Because in a story, you're proving that world's truth, like, in a way.
Yeah. I kind of think that's true. That's like propaganda, but it's like good propaganda that people, or like propaganda people can't tell. Whatever. Yeah, there's one of the famous propaganda movies is called Battleship Potemkin, made in like 1921 in Russia, and it's about communism, and it's about a mutiny on a ship that's like kind of a metaphor for the worker revolution at the time in Russia. And that movie's like legitimately awesome, and it totally makes you pumped on communism. And then like, oh.
Well, that's an interesting point though, that within what you're trying to prove is the story's internal logic, and the world of the story has one morality that it's trying to hold to, and the story will be good as long as within the context and the world of this story that you're creating, even if it's set in the real world, I think, because when you're aware that when you're reading a story, it's still different. As long as everything within the piece is logically consistent, then it's enjoyable. And as long as you're not like lecturing, talking down to the audience. But I think when it's done badly is when the line crosses over into propaganda, is when there's an assumption that, well, it's not just within the story, you're not trying to entertain, and you're not just talking about morality within the story, but it's it breaks that fourth wall, and you're lecturing the audience about, well, in real life, like this is what I'm trying to tell you how to act, and that's not enjoyable anymore. Consistency is more important. Yeah.
I kind of think that a lot of media has, like, the writers that write these things sometimes, they have kind of like inconsistent, like, untruths they believe are true, and they end up writing them into their work without noticing. And like over time, I think people's general frustrations and confusion with reality is because they've kind of like been slow bake absorbing all these tiny little mistruths in all their media. There's like, you can see a character acting a certain way in a film, like they're an asshole, or there's like a stereotype represented in a film, and someone basically ending up believing that that person really exists out there. Like they maybe base moral judgments on characters that have existed in films who, like, they weren't a real person. Someone made that up. They didn't exist, but they kind of like become part of like the Rolodex of people you've met that can like inform your expectations in real life. Then when reality doesn't match it, like you're like, what the fuck? So confused because of the slow baking mistruths.
Slow bake. That's right. Yeah. I think we covered this subject pretty dang well. Well done, everybody.
Hell yeah.
Well done to you,
enjoyed
Irene.
my PowerPoint as well.
Good job doing a PowerPoint.
It was magnificent.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to think it was. Actually, it wasn't, but I tried. I did put in some effort, everybody. I wrote out the notes, and I was like, let me actually make a PowerPoint. And it wasn't very pretty, but I'll do better next time. I'm learning.
Just use any colors that aren't black and gray. I guess it was.
Oh my god!
It was very communistic.
It was the perfect Rini color scheme. She's like, I need to keep it
like
nice and black and gray.
Yes, I like everything just be black and white and gray. I'll use red next time. If that's the only other color I'm willing to use.
Black and
God
red.
damn it. God damn it.
Throw a bit of
Jake.
white in there. You gotta.
Oh my god, it's too much work. I wanted to put pictures in, but it wouldn't. Google Slides wouldn't cooperate with me. So, anyways, let's promote some books, shall we? And then we can go into the hangout section of the show and we can have some fun. Here is the sign up that we almost lost that went down, but it is back.
Look at this.
Yeah. So I updated the artwork on this page the other day because there's a new image right at the bottom. I have logos now and everything. Believe it or not, I do actually make stuff. I haven't released a book yet. This will be my first book.
Oh,
yeah! Look at that! Look at that little dude! Look at these logos! Yeah. Yeah. So
hey, that's
this will be my first book. It's gonna have, if you sign up, there'll be like a wonderful little trading card drawn by Irene. But yeah, I've got a project coming up called Connell the Barbarian. It's like going to be a comedic fantasy thing. It's trying to be as fan servicey as possible whilst still being well written, I hope. But yeah, it follows the adventures of Connell, who's the happy-go-lucky yet down on his luck hero, who's like full on ADHD, just plowing through a bunch of high pressure situations and pissing everyone off in the process. Yeah, I wasn't even intentional.
He's got
plowing through.
He's got long hair just like you.
Yeah, I gotta do. I need the fill. Wait, I think I should.
Oh yeah, he's got.
It's like Phil and Jake combined.
Fake.
Yeah.
You could do it. You do the sideburns.
And he's got a giant blue like me shirt. I don't know.
I go. Yeah.
For the launch, when you launch, you need to bleach your hair and do them muttons.
But in book one, his magical ability will be revealed, and if you look what's in his hands and wonder why that axe is so vascular, then you're gonna totally have to sign up and then back the book when it comes out to find out, because no one knows his ability. It's never been mentioned before. It's a complete mystery.
It's amazing.
It's a mystery. It's you've been edging the audience on this for so long. We're almost blue balled, but
yeah. Speaking of blue balls,
us, it'll be a worthwhile release.
Blue axed.
But we even though like the campaign got like taken down and then reinstated, and I did a weird drunk stream, we did finally hit 150 signups. So look, I know I'm telling people to sign up. I also want to thank everyone who has signed up already. Like if you're listening to this right now and you have signed up, I appreciate you very much, and I'm looking forward to launching this mother effer and exploring these characters. I can't wait to show you it all.
Awesome. It looks like tons of fun. We've been seeing behind the scenes stuff in the blog chat, and it looks super awesome. So
Yeah,
I'm
these guys
excited
are
for
like-
this. Yeah.
They laughed at least once.
A few times. A
At
couple
least.
times. Yeah, at least. So sign up for Carnal the Barbarian right now. Link is in the chat. And also, Gnarly just did like a stealth launch today. Or was
What?
it? Oh, the sign up. Here you
Yeah,
go.
just the sign up stuff.
Oh, I'm signing up right now.
What is
I'm going to
this?
sign up for this.
Hotel Story. I mean, on yesterday's stream, you showed this awesome animated trailer, and then Gnarly was like, "I'm watching it tomorrow." The sign up, and I was like, "What?" There was like no warning at all. But you want to tell us about this as well?
Yeah, so this is a collaboration with Jared Jewell, who's a buddy I met in Iowa City when I tried to make friends. So I started going to Anime Club in Iowa at the University of Iowa. I think at this point I was 27, so I was still, it'd be a little bit weirder if I did it today, like 10 years later. But so I was hanging out with college kids. And then there was a video game making club that Jared was in, and then he organized comic jams. So I was like, dude, do you like comics? He's like, yeah. And so this is his style. He draws the Adult Swim kind of cartoony style, really confident and interesting cartooning. And I've always loved it. And he's just been getting better and better too. But we co-wrote this whole script together, and then he's doing pretty much all the art. I help with like some stuff, but it's mostly him like being the real creative force behind it. And then Monica did this cover for us, which is great. And it just follows this beautiful witch, Salome, she lives at this top floor suite of this hotel, and she's performing a mass sacrifice on the entire hotel, and people are just getting caught up in it, trying to survive. And there's one liminal angel who comes. He can enter the situation only after someone dies, so because he can possess dead bodies. So the witch, she's trying not to kill anyone for a long time, but as soon as the first person dies, then the good guy comes in, and then he can just like kill people if he really has to. Then he can possess another if his old body dies. There's like one cool action scene that comes up in part 2 where he has a knife and he has to kill like a bunch of people, and he like throws it at one dude, kills them, possesses them. They take the knife out, throw it to the next person, they then possesses them, they take it out.
That's
So
cool.
there's that kind of like fun action. So there's all these like little kind of like superhero-y, magic-y kind of things. Like they figure out they can travel through the mirrors, but they have to hold their breath in the mirror world. That's how they initially survived, because the whole thing, they all would have been dead like right away. But just because it comes some luck, there's about like 6 survivors that kind of team up to try and survive. And it's structured a lot like it's a lot like a movie. Like a lot of my stuff is originally a screenplay we wrote it as. But if anyone's ever seen Demons 2, which is an Italian horror movie from 1989, if anyone's seen Evil Dead 2, which is obvious a ton of people have seen that,
So good.
but that's like the liminal angel. He can possess like body parts too. So there's like a whole scene where he makes a daring escape as just a disembodied hand kind of thing. And so there's just a lot of fun. Like, and I'd say it's like gags. There's like gags is like a thing. Like it's not meant to be funny. They're like these little points of cleverness. They're packed in Steven Spielberg movies. Evil Dead is packed with them, but they're like little points in the action where they kind of make you go, oh, that's like kind of funny, kind of clever. And this whole story that I told Jared at the beginning, I'm like, we're just going to fit as many of those as we can. And we fit in like 1 or 2 a page really for 120 pages. And the whole story is going to be 240 pages. And it's all just them surviving through the night. And it's a lot of fun. And so, yeah, that's my spiel to get it started. So please sign up so we can gauge, try and build some interest, because it's going to launch in late September, the campaign. And this will be like a full real narwhal thing. Like the Earthbound thing was kind of fast and it's a double issue floppy. This is a 120 page trade release. So it's going to be live for like 6 months. We're going to have as many people reading it as possible. it's my favorite project I've ever worked on, maybe tied with Grand Prix. But I do think it's the best project I've ever worked on too. I think it's
Nice.
That's awesome. I'm so excited for this.
Exciting. That sounds really good.
Can you play the video? Is it on this page at the top?
I shared it, Rini. I think you can play it that way. Might be the most clean
okay.
and
I
whatever.
was gonna play the video. Here, I can just play it this way. There we go. Yeah.
Synthesize.
You must be hamming it up for a big tip.
Sin the size. 3 simple syllables. They may not mean much to you now, but by the end of this night, they will.
There's a witch in this hotel. My mission is to stop her. Could mean certain doom for many if she completes her spell.
We're bringing that knowledge back with us to the real world, but we're giving it a special touch.
Don't suppose I know you.
Adrian,
You're a famous party pooper.
at your service.
Hey, do you guys see that round-headed bald guy with the giant nose and just 2 circles for eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy's name is Gary, and he's a super alcoholic. But the lady giving the motivational speech, that's like the event at the hotel that night. He has a business pitch for Mallory, and he's like so nervous, but he's like, it's his one chance to like turn his life around. So he gets wasted beforehand, and he's just like a super pathetic alcoholic, and I love him. He's like, he could be like the Blogart of this story, maybe.
Funny,
He's
I
like
literally,
ridiculous.
when you said the bald guy with the round head and the eyes, I was gonna say to make a joke. Did you base him off of Cecil? And then the more you started talking, I'm like, I should have said this then. It would have been.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Are you doing the interiors? You said no,
Jared, it's pretty much all
Jared.
Jared. I'm like helping with some coloring. I help with the 3D backgrounds. It's got like that style that I do for Earthbound too, where it's like 3D backgrounds with the 2D characters over the top. Kind of looks like animation-y a little bit, like the collage, animation collage style.
Yeah, the style looks so similar to yours. It's a really good fit.
I can kind of draw Jared's style, and he can kind of draw my style. So we kind of, we're very compatible.
Cool.
He brings like an esoteric X factor. He's really into esotericism, and it's like he did Saturn Return, which I read to you guys, I think, one of these nights. And but he did another comic last summer called The Oboe. It's a ghost story on a riverboat in like the 1940s. And it's like this style, but not 3D backgrounds, black and white. We did some cool texture, 2D texture work, like screen tone style for it. And that's 48 pages. He wrote and drew that in like 1 month last spring randomly because he had a convention coming up in Iowa. And so to him, that was like a comic jam. And I read that and I was like, this is the best comic I've ever read. And that's The Oboe. But it's like, it's the best 48 page comic. I don't want to build up too much, but 48 page comic is like, this is like a great little reading experience. Takes you half hour to read. It's not like it's going to blow your mind or change your life, but it's like just really nice little horror comic. But it's funny because it's horror, but it's all super cartoony, I like that combination a lot.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that at the next convention we all went to together, we were like, we made like one of those mini comics each, like that Saturn Return thing. It was like a challenge that you have to do. It's like a jam. You have to do like a short, like mini comic.
We should do it'll be a CG challenge. Everybody needs to make a comic in 24 hours. We actually did that in college. We called it Generate, or 24-hour comic day. It's actually a sort of
there is hourly comic day.
Do you know that's the origin for Frankenstein? It was like Mary Shelley was like friends with Lord Byron, who they had a winter at a lake whenever in whatever year it was, 1700 or something. And Lord Byron's like, let's all see if we can scare each other with a ghost story. So they took like 2 or 3 days, all wrote a ghost story. And he wrote a story that they say kind of invented one of the first examples of a vampire and it was just a short story that later got turned into a real novel by his doctor. and that was like the first vampire. But then she wrote Frankenstein. They came with short stories, and she came with a novel, and it's like one of the best novels ever. She invented Gothic horror or whatever.
Crazy.
Oh, that's nuts.
Yeah.
Sometimes being under that pressure makes you generate some really good ideas. Honestly.
Yeah,
Deadlines.
yeah.
I kind of really like deadlines.
I told Jared, I was like, dude, you're in your prime. We
Yes,
talking
good
about that with
character.
Biggins a little bit. Like Biggins was saying the prime for comics is 25 to 30, but now it's changed because modernity and soy and whatever.
Yeah.
We're
Eternity.
delayed in
Eternity.
development.
Yeah, so now it's maybe 35 to 40. I don't know. But anyway, Jared's doing that. I was like, dude, you just shit out 2 amazing comics just randomly. How did you do that? And then this is turning out to be really great too. But yeah, I love that he brings the esoteric stuff. It's so fun. I just think it's great. But
I love it. Yeah, it looks really good. I love the style. Great premise. So everybody sign up.
thanks.
all
Yeah,
the color
let's sign up.
palettes.
Let me come back to Jared and tell him that we got some good signups. I think too, he's like been in the shadows, and he's gonna start getting compliments. I gotta make sure he doesn't go crazy with.
He's gonna run away from you. He's gonna get a big head and be like,
I'll
"It's
overtake
all
you
me.
now."
Screw that
Yeah.
novel guy."
You're gonna start tearing him down a little bit. Like, yeah, that great.
Yeah.
You need me after all.
Yeah, it would be it would be fitting if he one day surpassed me, and I'd become like a drunk.
Just
Oh
keep,
no.
keep accidentally calling him by someone else's name, and that'll cut him
Yeah.
down.
Then their self-confidence just plummets, and then they hold a grudge against you, and it destroys their life. That's what real friends do. Isn't that right, Jake?
Apparently, I mean, if I had any.
So, anyways, sign up for a hotel story on Indiegogo now. Did I get
Thanks.
the
Yeah, I talked a lot about that. Thanks though and it's kind of the debut, so thank you.
Of course, yeah. You just launched a sign up, so definitely.
first time.
And here is if StreamYards will fucking cooperate. There's a link in the chat, so go over there. And The Lost Pages 3 by Zay Comics is another book by Phil that we need.
Yes, we're more than halfway to 40K, guys. Thank you guys for backing. I actually showed off some new art today, which I'll pull up here in a second. But you guys know the deal. It's 82 pages. We're more than halfway done with it now. And literally, I've been lettering a badass double page spread right now before we started the show, which I could probably show that too. Let me pull that up.
Yeah. Show it.
This is
Show it.
doing some letter stuff here. Check that out. Of a badass fight. Bam. Look at that. You crib that in the back there cheering her on.
He's almost got a tit. He's almost there. He just needs a couple of extra inches, and he's got it.
You're to grab the tit.
Yeah, he's trying. He's like, "Oh, I'm falling. Oh, sorry.
Got some fighting action here. So this is a part in the story where Jazz, she kind of like to practice crime fighting. She goes and fights in these underground tournaments, and she's there. Something happens in the beginning of the story where now she has a reason to actually want the money so she could help someone. So she's trying to, it's basically like King of the Hill, get a beat through a bunch of contestants and get the money, and she wins. And a little struggle. She's got some internal narration here. You got, this is Neff, who was paid to be drawn into the book of global frequencies. There he is. He's the ref, and he's about to not have a
Neff
good day
the ref.
on the next page because we got some green goop flopping down from the ceiling, and this is right before the big reveal of Wastoid, who's gonna drop down and rip Neff to shreds. Lettering this up, and it's going awesome. I'm loving every page. And if you guys love superheroes and characters, I love characters so much. And this one really dives deep into the psyche of Jasmine and Krim and what brought them together, why she's able to see him and why she gets powers from him. And we'll meet a bunch of other crazy characters along the way. So go ahead and back it.
Nice.
Girl on girl action.
Did you say is the referee? I said but Is that someone like from CG? I kind of feel
Yeah.
like I recognize his face.
Yeah, from Nefarious, who does
Global
from
Frequency?
Global Frequency Studios. He does Mavericks.
correct.
He does all
Yeah.
that. He's been doing the rounds with for Judex. I also posted this
Yeah,
up
he's
from
great.
the Ashcan too. So if you want to share my screen again, Irene, this is some Dan Dahl art from
Dan
one of the
Dahl.
pages of The People, which is
Good God.
Yeah,
Dan Dahl's my favorite CG artist, maybe. I don't know.
He's insane.
He's really good. He's
Yeah.
fantastic.
So definitely more like a superhero-y swinging through the city type character here with The People. And this one has a more of a mystery twist to it as well. If you guys read the first Ashcan, it explored an idea that there's a serial killer in the city. The People, by day, he's a courtroom sketch artist, so he's actually in the trial during a man who's getting tried and suspected to be a serial killer, who is the son of a politician in the city. And at the end of the first one, the actual suspect winds up dead. And I guess I don't want to spoil it, but he winds up dead. But it continues into the second story. It's going to be a 3-part story. Mystery, the silhouettes in this one as well. So we have supernatural colliding with a more street level human hero in this. And it's going to be super fun. Ashcan sized. And again, crazy art from Dan. And then I also posted this today, which is a little cameo that the Masquerade is going to make in the Lost Pages 3. Doing a little
Cool.
shush sign. So if you guys
Alright.
dug that character from the first one, he's back. He's very much the glue that holds this whole arc together. So he's going to be making an appearance.
And you
Cool.
can get the both books with your Lost Pages 3 campaign, right?
Yes. Yeah. There's a
Nice.
monster pack, which has everything in it, or you could add on anything, mix and match. And then there's also that manga size collection for $20 of everything we published previously in the series. So check it
Great
out.
looking campaign. That's a cool
Thank
cover
you
too.
all.
Take a look, everyone.
That's Dahl. I can
Yeah.
spot Dahl's work from a mile away. Dahl.
Good. Yeah, I love that. I love CG's so awesome because everybody is at the point where they have their own style where you could spot them, you know, and that's something I love seeing around here.
Everyone has their style. We can shine. Ah. All right. So not sign up, back this.
Back it.
And this number here is edging 40,000. So we definitely want to get the DMs. There's the 40K.
Don't get him.
Stop edging them.
need that
Let's get them
explosion.
over the edge. Yes. We
that.
need that release for Zayd Comics. All right, this is getting awkward.
Seriously. It is like a dopamine thing with the numbers changing. It is.
It is, yeah. It is. It's sort of, you just keep on checking our campaign, like, oh, are you going to get a next goal? It's a journey. And then when your campaign's over, it's just like storytelling. When your campaign's over, then you're like, oh, I missed the dopamine hits. I feel so lost right now.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
actually do the work. Yeah. Well, all right. That's the Lost Pages 3. And last but not least, because it's my book, everyone, you can check out Fiendish. That is my comic. This is a fantasy mystery comic that I have made my entire life, that I work on day and night, and this is the reason I have no life outside of YouTube and comics. Fiendish is the story about Casimir, my main character here, the light hair. His hometown was destroyed by mysterious demons years ago, and even though it's a fantasy world, nobody really knows what these creatures are, and that's what we saw in issue 1 that came out last year. You can see this is the gallery on the website. Here are some of those monsters. And even though it's been years since the destruction of his hometown, those monsters resurface in issue 1. So he swears that he's going to find the truth behind where these creatures come from at the end of that book. And chapter 2, that is fulfilling right now, continues that story as he is joined by some other characters that have also had lost loved ones killed by these monsters. And they all come together, overcome their differences, and set out on a journey to discover what these creatures are and who brought them into this world, because they are certainly not natural creations. And here's one of the sexy covers, the sexy unnatural cover for chapter 2. And even though chapter 2 has closed on Indiegogo, if you missed that, don't worry. You can sign up for the next book right here on fiendishcomic.com over here. This email sign up. I'm using this website as sort of the landing page and the center of operations for the whole series. So I'm using this page right here as a sign up. If you sign up, you will get little discounts for the merch store that I also have over here, over in the shop tab, and also get updates for secret perks and stuff for campaigns. And you'll also get notifications when we launch campaigns so you don't miss out on any of that. And speaking of upcoming campaigns, Fiendish 2.5 is going to be coming soon. Here's the blog. I have some more information about that. 2.5 is a supplemental story to the main storyline. The main books are huge. They're like 50 and 60 pages. Chapter 3 is probably going to be like 80 pages. It's going to be a huge chapter. I'm thumbnailing it right now. It's going to be super awesome. I'm so excited. But 2.5, my 0.5 chapters are kind of in between chapters. They're either character backstories or supplemental world building material that aren't necessary for the main series, but they will heighten your enjoyment. They'll really add to your understanding of the world. So I would recommend checking it out. We're going to be launching that in September. It's something that I wrote. This is the first time I wrote something for an artist, and Michael Rushbrook is the artist. You can see his work right here, and all the inks are actually done. So we're just coloring right now, and we're making really good progress on it. So please make sure to sign up for the comic over here so to get on our email list, and you will be notified when the campaign launch and get some extra goodies.
Michael Rushbrook's a great artist. I don't know if you want to share it right now, but he drew something very cool of like one of the characters.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So Mike, who's the artist of 2.5, I'm sharing it right now. He drew Meat from Conan the Barbarian, and she's like the featured.
Yeah, that's great.
Like, she's the featured babe in the first arc.
That's awesome.
Nice.
And then like, oh man, I've got to turn this into a trading card or something. The funny thing is, he did a Connell drawing, and he's like, "I'll send it to you," and I'm like, "Can I pay you for it?" He's like, "Nah, don't worry about it." And then he just didn't send it for a bit because people get busy. And then he sends me this. He's like, "I'm sorry, I haven't sent that drawing yet. I drew this because I felt bad." I'm like, I didn't buy it from you. I wasn't waiting for it. Like, what? Don't worry about it.
No, Michael is seriously awesome, and he's so great to work with. By the way, Marmy says he was done months ago. Yeah, so I was thinking of probably including 2.5 with chapter 2. So like he finished. He's so on time, so responsive. He finished those pages so quickly, and he'll do like awesome little character portraits like this. So go follow him on Twitter. I think his Twitter's MR_Sketch5. I believe I'll go find it. And if somebody can link it, that would be great. But that piece is super, super awesome.
Yeah, I've got to use it for something. Yeah, MR_Sketch5.
That'll make a great trading card.
Yes,
it's gonna be a trading card. It definitely has to be. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, go follow Michael and make sure that you also go sign up for Conan the Barbarian because you're going to have a trading card with Michael, I guess. So I'm volunteering.
I wasn't going to say it.
I'm sorry.
If you want to get a trading card in the future of this, I'll color it. I'm going to color it and everything. As soon as I get it, I'm scanning it. I'm tweaking the levels so those lines get darker, and I'm going to color this. It's going to look awesome.
No pressure. I'm not trying to control Jake's campaign, but I do like Michael's work a lot. So there you go. Everybody go follow him. Yeah. Well done.
Who are you saying that to? Oz? All of us for the show? Great job. Yes. Excellent job hosting. This was a great episode.
I'm glad you think so. I'm glad. It was a little chaotic, but I did have something prepared at last minute, and it turned out great. Everybody had really good feedback. We all did good.
I'm always impressed how it's an hour and a half to 2 hours talking about one simple subject. It's fun to dig deep and try and think of.
We did just hit 2 hours. That's crazy. We managed to. I'm always impressed by how we managed to do it too.
Well, if you extrapolate and if you're really thorough and you commit to a subject, then there's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, we got our show. We've been doing it long enough now. We got a few things happening that we're like, that's working. I think the PowerPoints are definitely working. And
yes.
And the deep dives on relatively simple subjects, you would think at first they might be simple. Deep dive for hours, that's definitely working. And then the random guests here and there, potentially for the second half or the second half of the first half or whatever, is good stuff too.
Yeah, we definitely got a flow and a sort of format going. And I like how we've done so many shows. We're approaching episode 20. Next week is going to be the 20th episode. That's a long time. We've been doing this for almost half a year at this point.
Yeah.
We're
You know,
starting
in
to
the start,
harken
like,
back.
it started so randomly too, in kind of a fun way. It was like kind of random. I was
Because
kinda
you had
teaming
us on
with
your
Jake a little bit.
channel.
Yeah, I was teaming with Jake a little bit because he did the cool animations for Jack Show. And then we kind of randomly were talking about, I had recently, maybe around then, I sent Rini some baked bread.
Yeah.
So, and then so all
Thank
four
you.
of us were just talking about storytelling. So
It kind of happened very naturally. We all just
yeah,
started chatting about storytelling on, I forgot where. We were just hanging out and we're like, hey, we should do a show together.
They're in the playlist. So the playlist for all these episodes. By the way, we should probably all make the same playlist and put it on
Just
our
you, Jake.
Okay.
No, I just put it in the description. No, I just save your playlist and I put it in the description. So there's one single playlist because I'm too lazy to add every episode to a playlist. So
If you go to the beginning of that playlist, you can see like the first 2 prototype episodes that were on Narwhal's channel, where it was just us hanging out talking about storytelling, and that's where it grew from. So you can even go check those out.
Yeah, that was the very first episode. Let me copy that link and post it. The creative block. I realized that we haven't been posting the playlist enough, so we should all remember to do that for future episodes in the description so people can find it. There you go.
Cool.
Yeah, very, very well done. I think we're about ready for. Want to do the second half? Maybe we'll bring on some people. There's some people who. The Black Phantom is closing tonight, so we'll see if Chad Townsend wants to come on if he's free, and there's a couple other people.
Bancroft
okay.
I'm gonna close down, so maybe he'll.
Bancroft, come on as well. We'll send out the invite. We'll roll into the second half, and let's just chill. This will be the chill and probably a little bit of drinking, and let's just hang out and chat. Second half of the show, so I'm gonna play a video.
Play the cat. Play the cat.
And Jake is going to chug isopropyl alcohol. That's everybody. Stick around and watch what happens to him when it happens. Does everybody coom now? Yes, they do. This is the part where that happens. And Jake and Phil both fucking left their seats. Good job, guys. Well done. Let me change
that cat meme is everyone cooming. That's like
it is. I was like, that's very perfect. That's like the climax meme. So we need to harken back. I should make a meme out of it every episode. I'll find a sexual innuendo to put in the title.
Maybe that's another...
It's about making the audience the payoff to be worth it, just like a climax. Yes, you want the audience's climax to be fulfilling.
Was that video the climax?
Yes, it was. That was us collectively cooming as storytellers.
That was the cooming.
It is bathroom time. Yes. I also should take a break. I'll go to the ladies'
My
room.
bathroom doubled is a refresher.
Look how tall Phil is. You guys have any idea? He's super tall in real life. It's crazy.
Phil's the alter ego of Slender Man.
Yeah, he really is. I don't know why he just disappeared again. This is kind of weird. Okay, anyways, let me send out the invites, and then I'm gonna go take a bathroom break. And you guys.
Phil's so tall you can even see him when he's trying to crawl around under the camera. Did you not see him? Did you not see? Okay, great. Just me.
Where did he go? Okay, Vaughn, I'll send you the link.
Hey!
Nice. That was
well done.
Edging.
Dopamine.
Carl enjoyed that. All right, now Vaughn has a link, and this will turn into a complete disaster.
Vaughn Coleman.
Yes. And
He
let me
won't come.
post
He
it
won't put a
there.
character in his comic called the Coal Man.
No, he said that was going to be the main villain now.
I doubt it.
The
Chad
Coal Man.
says, "Oh, come on, I'll send him a link."
Yeah, get the link.
Nice. So
I
let's just
send
sit
it.
here in silence, waiting for people to come.
I know. Can we actually get some conversation, you guys? God damn.
Yeah, okay, fine. I got something.
I'm
Yeah, I
I'm
forget
sending
what we were
links
talking
out, but I have shit to come. I'm just gonna complain about my life when I get back. So I hope you guys are ready for that.
Wait,
Yeah,
don't leave yet. Share something. Share my screen. Hold on.
Oh my god! Okay, hurry up!
Hold on. I'm trying. I'm trying to. Don't worry. This ties into the central theme because I'm like edging as well. Right. You're ready. You're ready. It's gonna have a good payoff. Some amazing fan art this week of Phil Polian.
Did someone paint this?
Okay, so that is a real painting, and it isn't actually fan art. It's like fan art of someone else. It's a fan art of like Zach Hadel, who's like he's one of the Only Plays guys, and he also worked on one of the co-creators of Smiling Friends, which is an Adult Swim show. But no, this isn't Zach Hadel. This is totally Phil Polian. Someone painted you, Phil.
I love it. I'm honored.
That's it. That's all I got.
Richard Kale says he wants an update on my paperclip empire. Richard, I left the window open and forgot, and then I remembered a few days later and looked at it, and the number was so high. But then I did beat the game. There was nothing else you could do except just watch the number go up after that point, which was like blue balls or no more edging or whatever. So I did on stream. I was like, I'm going to close it, but closing it ends it forever, and then you lose all those numbers. But I mean, what else are you going to do? So it did, like, I hesitated. It took all of my willpower, but I closed the window and it ended.
And then it felt like, and the spell was broken. The instant you closed it, the spell is like broken. And you're like, I can't believe I was so like drawn into that.
Then I was like, I can boot it up again. I can beat it faster. I'll get more paper clips.
Oh, that sounds like, to me, that sounds like how I felt that one summer when I was playing Civilization 3. Do you ever play those kind of like God games where you build a city? I spent one entire summer when I was probably like 13 or something. Instead of going out and like playing with friends and stuff, I would wake up in the morning, I would start playing Civ 3, and then I would play Civ 3 all day, and then I would eventually go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
It was very bleak.
As a child, I was addicted to video games. Nowadays, I can only watch them when I draw. I put them on in the background, but I can't play them.
Yeah, the new Mortal Kombat is coming out next month, and I used to play that competitively. And I'm like,
really?
I don't know if I could play it now.
Chad, what's up?
Too
Howdy.
busy.
Let's close you down, brother.
Let's close it down. Thank you.
The Townie. Chad the Townie. What's up, Chad?
Not
Thanks
much.
for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I've had a long day today. Went to an afternoon baseball game with a friend of mine, and just got so tanked.
Nice.
It was
How'd
a
the game
bad
go?
game too. The game, the Astros lost so badly. It was 17-1.
Wow.
It was terrible. It got so ridiculous that they put the catcher in as the pitcher.
What?
Yep, they did. They put the catcher in.
Why?
As
Because it's like, let's
just
switch it up because y'all suck. Let's just try something new.
yeah, just as they're being funny. The game was so bad, they just put the catcher in.
Okay.
She just didn't want to play anymore. That's hilarious.
No.
I'm gonna sit here and pretend I know things about sports, guys.
Yeah, like
Sports
got nothing when it comes to sports. I had like a season ticket to football games when I was a kid, and my granddad and my dad love football, and they would pay for a season ticket, and I would sit there and I'd be bored to tears.
Oh,
I'd be
really?
Like, yeah, like I just.
We're talking about British football, though, right?
Yeah. But because you never know how long the match is gonna go, and then they always do added time at the end. And as a kid, I was like, just please don't have loads of added time. Like I was so bored. I was just begrudging 4 minutes added to the end. I was like, this has got to be over.
I still
like-
don't understand how that works.
What
Like, how
I don't know. I'm guessing it's like wasted time because of fouls and stuff.
Oh.
But yeah, every time they would add extra time, it was like edging me for the game to just be over.
There you go. It's tying back to the subject of the week. Speaking of edging,
Oh yeah.
we have a campaign closing today, the Black Phantom. Do you
Yes.
want to tell us about how this book edges the audience and why it's so awesome because of that?
How it edges audience.
It's
Yeah,
edging to 14K right now, guys.
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
is. Let's get it
I'm on
over
the-
that edge.
Edge it
We
up.
need the release.
I am on the cusp. I only have 4. I have 4 hours left. That's it. I actually am going to print. I'm going to try to go to print before the 1st.
Damn.
Yep.
Wow.
So it's
I-
closing for real. So it's not going in demand. So everyone get in on this business right
Well, it might go in demand, but I'm still going to print. So
now. Yeah.
I'm just
Oh,
saying.
you're gonna print before you close it down? That's risky.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've done it.
No, every time I do that, it turns out very badly.
Well,
Well,
Hey,
User
Rini, can you
error.
throw up my screen real fast just for a second? This is not a. We'll get back real quick.
Sure.
What do you guys think about this cartoon?
I can't
I can't
believe
read it.
read it
What
to
is
us, Narwhal.
Go on.
He says, "You must speak Sugandese to solve my riddle." What's Sugandese?
I do like it.
I hate when I'm the dumb blonde in the room.
That's a Von Coleman joke right there.
Yeah, it is Von Coleman-esque. He should be
Oh.
in here laughing.
What's
But then-
Batman
I don't
thinking
get
in the
it
last
either.
panel?
Yeah,
You don't get
The
it. We
line-
can't. We can't
the
tell him. We
line
can't
is-
tell him.
Oh, I
We
get
can't
it.
tell him. We can't tell. Okay, we finally got it.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
Monsters based.
But
Suck
look
on
at that.
these
and-
nuts.
What's
Jeez
up,
Louise.
Bancroft?
Hey,
Yo.
Hi,
Mike.
Michael. What's up?
What's up, fellow kids?
Hello, Michael Bancroft.
Hello, Sarah. The Bancroft is with us.
What is Batman thinking in the last panel? That's what I want to know. Is he like, I want to say it, but it's beneath me to say it, or
It's
is he
beneath
like,
him. Yeah, he's like, he's just,
Yeah.
he's just face palming.
No, what he's thinking is like, I'm ready to deliver the reply. Because I got
Yeah.
him, you know, like,
Yeah,
Like he's thinking, I didn't realize Gordon was so stupid. What
Yeah,
have I done
that's-
with
Yeah.
my life?
or
This is my
he knows
ally.
exactly. Yeah, he knows exactly what it is, but then he hates that he knows. So he's like self-loathing.
I could see this being a Riddler riddle, and the answer is nuts, and he's doing his big heist at a nut factory.
right. Right.
Yeah, Batman might say that. The Nut Factory. Let's go.
Robin solves it for him because he's the
Amazing.
leader.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, this guy Beetle Moses, all his cartoons are pretty hilarious. He's
Oh wait, that
just
was
a-
from Narwhal. Thanks,
Yeah.
Narwhal.
It's using narwhal humor.
That really
I got
is
it
Ron
straight
here.
away because I'm hip.
Dude, I didn't get it right away. I feel dumb.
Yeah, Bancroft's the
I'm
very
too
cultured
dumb
as well.
interneting.
You're not
Chad.
alone, Chad. I'm also too
Ah.
dumb.
Nice T-shirt, Jake.
I know, right? Looks great.
I ain't dumb at all.
Looks like it glows.
In special, lucent, like variant colors. You should recolor your whole book and make the variant edition with like different colors and replace all the lucent blues and oranges with like these
You know how
ones.
long it takes to color a book as it is?
Yeah, a couple of days. Do a
Just
whole other
recolor
print
it for a
run.
joke.
Sound like you boys act.
Yeah, yeah. It'd be like a really elaborate, not expensive, high effort joke at all that everyone will think is really funny.
Just want it in blacklight poster colors now.
Yes.
I know, right? Just do
That
it.
shit
Maybe
looks
AI could help me out. Actually, that
Oh,
could
yeah.
probably work.
We could
Just
we
say
could pay
AI, make this blue light, whatever, black light.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It probably could, but then you have people pissed at you. So
I'm
every
gonna do
time
that
I
with
start
emotion
coloring
comic.
things- Emotion
I'm-
comic?
Yeah, just tell AI, hey, turn my comic into a motion comic. I'm sure it would be able to do it.
Hey AI, animate my comic.
Exactly.
cool.
It'd probably look all janky though.
Make it look like Arcane.
Yeah, everybody's talking about
that'd be
motion
good.
comics recently, Bancroft.
Yeah. you were looking at that one that wasn't even a motion comic. It was just a comic where they were slowly moving the page across the screen. It was lame.
Look at that.
Hey, what up?
Yay!
Almost
We
there.
got
We're
that
so
Irene
close
bump.
to the
We're
dopamine.
edging closer and closer to
Edging.
14,000.
Give
Man,
us
that
dopamine.
sounds terrible.
That's almost there,
Give me a
everybody.
just
Chad,
Could you
how
give me just a quick synopsis on what you mean by edging the audience? Because that was very confusing for me.
didn't you watch the show?
Didn't you watch the
I've been
entire
out
show?
working.
Our show.
I do.
Just
We only
like-
talked
just
about it
like
for
it.
2 hours straight.
At work.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, no, I just wanted
Doesn't care
what does it
about us.
mean?
It was one of those you had to be that kind of things, I guess.
Okay.
Just a degenerate way of saying suspense.
It's
It
just
was-
No,
Yeah.
don't,
Teasing.
Miranda. It's because
It's close to
storytelling is
finishing.
about making the climax of your story worth it. So you want to lead your audience to a fulfilling climax, and the technique for that is by effectively edging them throughout the story.
back and forth,
Right.
back and forth.
Well
back
said.
and
Well
forth.
said.
Working
Yeah.
up extreme levels of anticipation.
Like
Small
in and out.
writing.
I'm sure you got the
Really
chat
good.
all into a fever pitch,
Yes.
Irene, with your
There was lots of
innuendos.
You enjoyed it. Did you enjoy it, chat? I think everybody liked that.
Like
yeah.
an in and out burger.
They're all that you got. How many people are watching? They're all got blue ball now.
We got
Oh,
to like
yes.
150, I think.
All those
Blue balls
poor-
came up. We say, yeah, do not. Blue balls are bad. That's what we say. Do not give the audience blue balls. Lesson 1.
Yeah.
This is like Spielbergian advice.
There are
Birdie.
so many parallels because if you edge for too long, then that's you blue ball them. You need to know exactly when it's time to
Right.
just let it go.
Yeah,
Mhm.
chat. Was it as good for you as it was for us?
Don't edge for too long.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mhm.
It's a fine.
You know who doesn't edge for too long? He edges just right. Chad
Me.
Townsend.
Chad, that's
The
right.
Black Phantom.
The Black
Yes.
Phantom will not blue ball you.
Yes, I am on the cusp here.
You need to keep repeating that.
Just keep saying.
Right? Ew, the Texas accent is so funny.
Jeremy
right.
versus Backer 308. Thank you.
Yes, Jeremy.
Boy, I
Yes.
tell you what.
Yeah. yeah.
I'm on that there cusp.
Boy, that,
I'm on the
you better get
cusp.
the hell out of my yard. I'll have to kick your ass.
What? Do you so what is the Black Phantom? What is your pitch
Black,
for this book?
Black
People don't-
Phantom is this really cool dead dude who has a skeleton key around his neck. It's got a curse that keeps him alive. It's kind of like his kryptonite. He has these worms that flow through his body. If he loses a limb, he can slap it back on, and the worms just like, heal him, basically.
Oh,
Mend him.
that's like Manji.
Yeah, or like Blade the Immortal, kind of like that, too. You know?
Yeah, that's the character from Blade and Immortal is Manji. He's got worms that heal him.
Yeah.
It's
Make him
also like the episode of Futurama,
So
which
They
I
probably
like
ripped off
better
Blade
than
of
Blade of the Immortal.
it's my
You
boy
won.
How
Mon.
dare
Mute-
you? The mongers are always better.
Mute
So-
one.
It's pronounced mango.
Manger.
Mongers.
The
Oh,
manger,
I'm-
the Australian term. So
Mhm.
yeah, so this Walking Dead dude goes on this mission to find V2 rockets during World War II, where they're manufactured, and steal a transmitter and light the path for the Allied bombers. And along the way, he fights Nazi vampires and this dude named Horn Toad, who's really a badass villain. Thorn Toad. I've thought about changing it to Thorn Toad instead of Horn Toad.
I like
but-
Horn Toad.
Yeah, I like Horn Toad too.
He's
Is
got
this
4 arms.
Yeah, he does. Is this what?
Black
We all,
Bar?
we all have
adventure?
forums.
I was being funny for Indiegogo. Like,
I was like, is that necessary, or are you just being funny?
I'm just being
Indiegogo.
funny.
Okay.
Anyway, yes, it's not there in the book. It's actually gone.
Cool. I love the art is so dynamic. There's so many Nazi for a Nazi hate group. CG really has a lot of Nazi fighting comics. I've noticed.
Yeah.
There's Judex. There's Black Terror. There's Terror in the Trenches, and there's also
You're right.
Billy
Tucci did one. CG's
Yeah,
very
Tucci did
self-deprecating, I guess.
yeah. We really hate our own kind. We're such a bad hate group.
Chad, you know what detail I love about Horn Toad?
The horns.
Is his suspenders.
Oh yeah, that hang down there.
Yeah, that's so.
Chad got that from me.
Love it.
I have a character in my book with that as well. He
Really?
clearly stole.
I
that
think
from
yours
me,
was the
yeah.
first Bancroft.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, definitely.
Interesting.
Yeah, I drew the first character in history to have suspenders hanging down like that.
That's awesome.
I
Well,
really like that.
yes.
My guy doesn't
was-
have 4 arms though, so
I was so
You
inspired
get a
by
pass.
Bancroft's suspenders, I couldn't be outdone, so I put 2 extra arms on the dude.
Yeah.
Now you need to add the extra arms onto your character, Bancroft.
Yes.
Print
no,
a
he
whole
needs
new
Ella.
edition.
Six
that
arms.
would be
He
unusual.
just grows arms.
Be like Goro.
So
like his
I,
loose
Must
arms.
outdo each other.
I wrote this
Perfect.
character when I was a teenager, and I've got a dozen stories already plotted out, and I'm starting the next book already. But this one, it was one that I wrote as a teenager. I made an attempt then and an attempt in around 2010 to draw this book. And you know how it is. You get started and then you never finish something. Well, I redrew it or started over again last year and finished it. So here we are.
You finally reached the
Yeah.
climax.
Yes, I finally
Finally.
edged out.
Well, not quite clearly because we're still not at 14K. If we get there, one more backer, everybody, then we will finally get Black Phantom to climax.
Irene's doing a shot.
I don't have any shots left. I drank all
Oh,
my
no.
liquor because
I'll take a
I
shot.
don't have a problem, but I will drink more wine.
You
Here.
want my isopropyl alcohol? I could.
Jake
pass
will
it
talk
through the
isopropyl
screen.
alcohol if we get to 14K.
Alcohol.
No, 15K.
If we get to 15K,
Oh, no.
I'll take a shot. I have this syringe filled with oxygen, and I'll shoot it into my
No!
temple.
No!
Oh, I hate no.
Okay.
That's one of my biggest fears. That's such a visceral, horrible thing. The bubble in the brain, fucking injecting.
Why? What happens?
You die.
Well, obviously you die, but
Yeah, I
is
mean,
it
we don't know that.
any
It just
worse than any
Really
other death?
high, the best
Could
high
be a
ever, no hangover.
You know what I mean? Let's try it out on stream.
It's
like-
probably the best
Good
death.
content.
It's like you're
That's
definitely
scary.
gonna die, and it's not even a poison. It's just air. And how is anyone gonna say what the cause of death is? Can they find the bubble in the brain?
They'll probably find the puncture wound in the temple.
See,
Only hang on, it says
Wackass
you
knows.
don't
He says
die.
Phil's strong enough to take it.
Yeah, yeah, Phil. I think. I mean, are you man enough? Or you say you're
That's
not
like
man
Napoleon,
enough? That's what I
isn't
mean.
it?
Somebody
Napoleon
Napoleon
gave
me.
himself all the poisons
Refresh it.
and he didn't die.
Rasputin, you mean?
Are we there? Do we get a release?
I don't
Woo!
know.
Yay!
Release!
Boom, shot.
Release!
Shot time.
Wine time! Yay!
Wow, that's awesome.
Thank
I
you,
got an
everybody.
Irish
Who made
shot.
that
Thank
sound
you.
in the middle of all that?
Not me.
Who was that?
Definitely
What
wasn't me.
Who did that?
What's
It
that?
was definitely Jake.
Forgive me. I've been drinking 100% alcohol.
What
What
sound
the-
was it?
That's scary.
Jake is still drunk from yesterday.
I probably am kinda.
What was the bottle? What were you drinking?
Oh no. So I had this black sambuca because of the sambuca that we had at the Brazilian barbecue place. I was like,
Dude,
I
that
like
was so-
sambuca.
There's a
I don't
swig
think
left.
I had that.
Yeah, you didn't have it because you weren't at the cool people's table.
Look,
Oh,
there's
wait,
a
didn't
one
even
little
finish it.
shot.
I was
Didn't
at the
even
cool
finish
people's
it.
table. You weren't.
Come on.
Right,
No.
Irene?
Right.
Wow, she's
No.
not-
I finished this and I still wanted to drink, so I started doing shots of Jägermeister afterwards. It was
Finish
it was-
that bottle,
Good
dude.
idea.
I am not.
We were at the
touching-
fun table, by the way.
We were at the cool table. I had Kelsey, Shannon. I had Greenie, I had
okay, but we were at the
Nolan.
fun table.
The table.
Kelsey's
Yeah,
fun.
you were like, all the big players are over there. We were having
was
fun.
at that
we
table.
could let loose.
Yeah, you were at the royalty table. We were
Yeah.
at the jester table.
Yeah, whose table had
You
the
were at
most
the
people
cringe
sucked
table.
out of it, huh?
I was at the, you were at the B table. I was at the A table.
We had
Yeah.
Nick on our table, and he was
Yeah, he's the best one.
entertaining
Are
all
we
of us.
Yes,
comparing whose table was cooler? in
Yes!
the-
Yes!
Tried.
There's no comparison. It was obviously our table was the coolest.
Yeah.
No, we were the most fun.
Okay.
We had Ghost House,
Yeah.
Nikki P.
Yeah.
Did you guys?
Nope.
Well, you guys didn't
Campbell?
have Ron there serving you alcohol nonstop the entire
Ron?
night.
See,
They
we
didn't
had
want it. They
we had
fucked me
Cecil
over.
at our table.
Oh yeah, that is a lot.
Yeah,
of
but
fun.
Cecil was in a corner.
Yeah,
Cecil was
Oh,
miserable.
Cecil.
They fucked me over because I know Ron like would share, but I'm like, I guess not, because they're like, oh, it's just for certain people, whatever. And then I get my own wine, and then Ron goes, "Vaughn, why'd you get your own wine? I have it." And I'm like, they told me that you weren't sharing it. He's like, what the fuck? So I didn't get to have it.
That's some bullshit.
Yeah, sounds like a horrible table to be at, Vaughn.
No, it was a great table because even despite that, it was still better than your table. So suck.
No.
It was great. We just wanted to bully Vaughn. That's all. Everybody else had a good time.
It's looking more and more like it's looking a lot like more people are going to show up to the Vegas convention.
I'm fucking
Las Vegas.
So,
I'm going to see Patrick this weekend at BotCon in New Jersey. Ethan might show up. I don't know.
You're going?
Yeah, BotCon in New Jersey. Yeah,
Nice.
and then I'm going to the next one, Phil.
That's right. My birthday.
Yeah, you were at my birthday.
That's right.
So
Are we gonna?
I'm a whack ass. I thought we were friends.
Are we gonna multi-table again? Because I think that was cool.
Yeah, I think we should.
Yes, I think we should do it bigger and badder.
well, since we know the guy, sort of know the guy that's putting on the show, we can try and ask to get a block, and then
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Block party.
He-
There's a CG block party in Vegas.
Yep.
Wait, is it Vegas or Alamo, or we know both
Well,
of the people?
I know the guy at Alamo, yes, but I'm talking about Vegas though.
Do we know the guy in Vegas?
Yes,
I hope
sort
so.
of.
Oh, that would be awesome. I think what we should do is I like how in Tampa the riot table it was like multiple people. I think we should have booths instead of like the little rinky-dink artist alley tables. We should get a booth because then you get a backdrop and you get like this great display. But we should probably like limit the amount of people. It was kind of cramped in Tampa. We should do like 2 people to a booth or so and do a whole fucking row of us.
That's what the Garden State was. It was like
4 corners.
It was a whole wall.
Yeah, we should do that.
I know I'm trying to get my book done. That reminds me, I gotta just check up on some stuff. But I'm trying to get my book done by then, hopefully.
When is Vegas?
No one knows. It has not been announced yet.
Maybe April or May.
But
Oh,
last
perfect.
year it was
Oh,
in
yeah,
April.
yeah. Oh, I'll have 2.5 as well, and 2. I'll have so much more stuff.
I'm gonna try my best to get my first book out for that show.
Yeah,
If you guys will let us into the country and they're not running the whole COVID-2 thing.
Listen, if it's not up to me, it's up to the crazy people in
that'd be
charge,
crazy.
and they're fucked up
But yeah.
bullshit.
You think if we got like a 4 corners thing, and you know how they have backdrops, what if we took the backdrops down? Would they let us reform like the configuration of it to make
Like a
like a little
transformer?
wall? Yeah, like transform it,
Party
Optimus
zone.
Prime style, and like move the table so it's more like a thing that you would dip into. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe like a
What do you
horseshoe.
mean?
An enclave.
Oh yeah, that's what. Yeah, it would be cool. Well, no, I was thinking, well, if we actually like booked a room on the side and did kind of a enclave thing with the whole side room, but you want to be on the main floor, just create like a really big, cool area
like a
where it's
semicircle
like
or something.
yeah, something
But
really
you don't-
attention.
You don't want to
grabbing.
make it so that it's a little daunting for people who don't really not in the know to come and walk through.
Yeah.
You want to make
Even a
it so
block,
people
I
can come
would
and browse
think.
because if
Yeah.
that can be like for a lot of people, I imagine at Comic Cons there's going to be a lot of introverts and awkward.
You want to make it as
types that don't wanna,
approachable
like,
as possible.
Yeah.
So boobs everywhere.
Yeah.
Yes,
Just the boobs.
Just boobs. That'll solve everything. Let's see. I don't want to like draw table layouts. Let's see what you need to do. So we want. Hold on.
I'm
Yeah, we
having
should. If we have a group, we should just keep throwing in ideas by each other. I know I have some stuff in mind.
I'm having
Yeah.
giant sized versions of my comic covers done
Nice.
for my
neat.
backdrops.
Yeah. It's gonna be
If I
Eric?
if I am able to go, I'm making a whole new giveaway pin as well. That's going to be like themed around the show. And anyone I bump into who's CG in there will just get it for free.
that'd be awesome.
Eric
What
Canetti
we can
printed
do.
out table cloth things.
Yeah.
So the Arc
Yes.
Athena that hang down over the table.
Mhm.
I had tablecloth things too. Nobody pays attention.
No, I helped you set it up.
Now, there's a lot of.
We have a printer for the arcade, and we could print on cloth and banners and stuff.
Oh, you can do the custom tablecloth? I couldn't find somewhere that could do them
Really?
big enough.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing.
Yeah, hit me up. I could have my brother quote, whoever wants something
Really?
like that. Banners and cloth, and that's how we made the. I don't know if you guys remember, for the first Lost Pages campaign, we made those masks, like the actual Crimstone bandana masks, and those were just printed by us on a fabric.
Bobby Christophus says, "Nah, we need booth babes." Well,
Yes.
all we need is Irene.
Bobby.
She brings everybody in.
No, I don't.
You
Well,
did.
I'll try.
You
had
did.
it, like,
I'm drawing.
Jake,
this
were you
is-
supposed to give me a
I
pin
know.
to give to Admiral
Yeah,
Wackass?
Admiral Wackass is like, Phil never gave me a pin, Hyper. What happened? I guess I do now remember that I said I would give Phil an extra pin and that you'd give it to Admiral Wackass, and I completely forgot. I can just send you one. Or I'll have them with me next time and I can give them.
I could just steal Brandon's and give it to Admiral Wackass.
Yeah, I'm sure he won't miss it.
Edging comics.
Awesome.
I think what we need is someone in Carnal the Barbarian cosplay walking around, guiding people with his member.
Yeah,
With his
Back
third
to-
arm. This is like
I
ushering
agree.
people.
Oh my
You know
god!
what?
He can turn the end into anything, can't he?
As long as he trains into it. So yeah, like
Could he-
Connell,
Could he
Go
make it a hand so you can like
No,
grab people by
there's
the hand?
there's
dick
art,
hand?
there's artwork of him doing a thumbs up with it, whilst with his with his hands on his
Good point.
hips, and he's doing a thumbs up with his
Yeah.
member. But yeah, no, you know those cosplays where someone has their arms, but then they have like clear wires that go to like fake arms, so they
Yes.
do all that, so it follows them. Someone could totally have the whole appendage on like invisible wires, and like as they're walking around, it can flow. Oh, good God! Someone needs to do it. It'd be horrifying.
You actually could do it, and then you put something down so you can't tell exactly where it's coming from. So people are like, what is that? Why is it so veiny? Where is that coming from? You're like,
Yeah, if you want to make it not look so gross, you just like draw it coming out of the back. Like quite often, it'll just come like behind and around. Chad's like, God damn, why do they end up on this stream talking about this particular subject?
No, I'm happy to be here.
Cool.
I-
Yeah. Oh look! It's the first time. It's the first time she's ever drawn him. This is amazing. Oh! You're edging me now. That's the climax.
No, this is
Edging.
weird, but that's all right.
He needs to have both his hands on the table, and then he needs to have a thumbs up coming into the air next to him.
Hold on, I got you. I got you.
Oh, this is amazing. Thank you very much.
the thumb should be impossibly far away though from where his body is.
Wait, Greenie, is this you drawing?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Man, you've gotten
Oh,
really
that's
good
I
at
am
reading.
very
Draw.
entertained.
I've really
Yeah,
improved, haven't I?
You're so fast. I
Get it?
didn't know you were so fast.
Admiral
Yeah.
Rackass says, "For the love of God, I should give a ye." I guess. What is
A yell?
ye?
I think he keeps saying yell. He wants you to
Nips.
Yee?
Yeah, he's been going around. He wants everyone to yell. I don't know what the deal is. But
Yeah.
I'm a proponent of man nips. All right.
I like that you've added nipples as well. That's great.
Yes, it's so annoying when some artists they draw men and they don't draw the nipples. I'm like, why? Men have nipples too. Draw it. It's fucking
No,
weird.
that would be totally
incorrect.
Nipples.
Yeah, in Bancroft's world, neither men nor women have nipples.
No one has that.
That's true.
Nipless.
Actually?
Oh no, I know what you're doing.
Yeah, it's a big plot point, Vaughn.
Hmm.
Don't you dare close this without saving it.
What is that sticking out from under the cloth there? You're very
He's
well
try-
endowed.
He's trying to entice people into buying his books.
You know, what the hand is
Oh.
doing here is making sure that everybody that comes up to the booth and reads, takes a look at the comics are appropriately edged. That's what the
I thought
hand
it
is
was
there
a man.
Appropriately edged?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. Do you not know the topic of the show?
No,
Glenn?
I know the topic. Yeah. Edging, yeah. It's very
Look,
important.
there's a vein even on that.
It's a very vascular hand coming from
Yeah.
under the table.
I wonder why.
I'm so entertained. Oh my god.
There you go.
Those are good veins.
Thank you.
Beta.
I tried.
The innocent smile. It's the 1,000-yard stare as well. Like, that's not me. I'm not attached to this. This is someone else doing this.
Doesn't it have a mind of its own as well?
You'll have to read the book to find out.
It's all to be revealed, Irene.
Whoa, that's right. This will
might.
be
More
This is
experienced, wiser men have been able to get that under control.
Exactly. Yeah. People do
Yes.
say it has a mind of its own.
Ooh, it's true. No
That's what I
way.
hear.
Who's gonna be the other? Who's in the other booth though? Or are you just gonna like use it for there?
What do you mean?
See, Irene, you need to think bigger banners. Like,
Billy Tucci. I want a Billy Tucci size
Not-
banner. Like those
You
ones
need
are
50-foot tall banners.
not the retractable banners. I'm talking like buy a big tripod setup and then you hang them from the one giant one.
Well, I was thinking, I actually have like huge cloth. It's not even a banner, it's just a cloth that you can pin to a backdrop. And those are because they give you these cloth backdrops when you buy a booth at a convention.
Right.
But I was thinking if you have the banners and just line them up, because this is actually, so what I drew here, this is like 2 booths. So remember, this is actually, it should be a lot bigger. How PTP's booth at the Riot booth at Tampa was like this, that's how most dealers' booths are, like that.
The corner.
And we had like 4 people like this, and it was great, but it was a little cramped. This is supposed to be 2 of them, so I was thinking if we book a whole row, we can have multiple of these double booths. Let's just take out the divider in the middle. That's this
Right.
part, and just connect it so we can have it's probably 4 people to this space. It would
We need
be
a whole
programming,
booth,
and you
so
have. Yeah, and you still have the space.
We
for
need
it.
like
a whole
4
floor?
booths.
The whole cube.
Yeah, we need a block, like 4.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can
lean that
do a cube, but you want to keep the banners there because that if
Right.
it's better with you if you have the banners up
But
in the
the-
middle. But yeah,
Right, and then in the middle of it, we could store our stuff, and
yeah.
Dude, if we could do that, it'd be so sick.
take naps, like have a cot, in there.
Have a sofa in there.
Yeah.
Have a bar. I'll bring the bar.
Oh, there you go. Irene will raise the bar.
I love Irene drawing Narwhal style of character head. Like that's.
I kind of well, I mildly tried, but not really. I was like, oh, the nose kind of looks like his style.
Big honker.
Yeah, wait. Let me see if I can. Hold on. Let me attempt.
Yeah, it's all about the schnoz. The BBN, the bigger, better nose.
Interesting.
Bancroft, how's your closeout going? Because we've talked about Chad's, but like, didn't the Lucent's closing off today, right?
Loose out.
I just checked.
The loose out.
I just checked, and there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 orders in the last hour, which is pretty crazy. So I'm just gonna go have a look and see what it's up to.
The Bluecent.
I have 3 hours left. How about you?
Bluecent. Yeah, I think we're gonna close at the same time.
Oh,
Double
wow,
closeout.
we're genius.
It's like a double
Well,
rainbow.
I just kind of matched up with Indiegogo because that's what most people are used to.
Right.
Wow. Actually, can I
Did
share
you get
something?
the Irene bump too?
I have. I've been on this channel a bunch of times, shilling my wares.
Wow. I need to do that more.
Yeah.
You should.
I mean, just for 1 second after you finish that.
Oh, of course. Yeah, sorry. I got distracted. I needed to finish the
She's thinking
No,
about
I don't.
edging.
I don't want to. I don't want to stop you from creating magic. Honestly.
No, we should build suspense. We can like come back to it.
Yeah.
Edge.
Just
I
high
just want
art.
to show
Everybody.
one. I just want to show one little thing. Like it's pretty cool.
No problem. Let's get you promoted. Woo! The Lucent.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
$2.
Look at that.
Speaking of
It's at like $1.70. I don't have anything
$1.70.
on sale for $1.70, but
Which one did I get from you at Tampa?
you
First
would have
one.
gotten the first one.
Oh, okay.
So that's the Waking Dream soft cover. So this is the sequel here.
The sequel is
Painted
2
Death.
cents, right? Lucent and 2 cents.
Plus 2 cents plus.
And then the third one will be the 3 cent.
24.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and you can get bundles and everything, t-shirts, add-ons, hardcover, soft cover.
How many of these have you got left? How many of these rare Tampa variant shirts have you got left?
Let's have a look.
Man, this
I think
site
it's
is
4.
sexy.
Could be 3.
That side looks so good.
Yeah.
3? And are
4
they all-
available.
Okay.
This
I'm
number
trying to
should be
receive
higher. I
it.
don't know why it says 9. I gotta go edit that.
Make me want to switch to Shopify.
Do
I know.
it. Do it.
Eric's about to launch his, and I've seen his site looks awesome too. Because it's all branded. You know, we all brand our site so it looks, you know,
It
like
suits
it's
me.
part of the thing.
Yeah, Bancroft. I just started the process. I switched everything from my Squarespace over to Shopify. Now I just need to figure out how to like brand it and categorize everything.
Dude, I have to. I'm starting all the like non-fun creative stuff, like all the
what?
business shit, for my project. So it's new territory for me.
They're rolling.
Oh yeah, that's smart
Yeah, I've
though.
been-
A lot of people starting out don't do that.
Eric and I have been in almost constant back and forth on DMs for the last 2 weeks, just because there's so many little things that go into building a site, especially getting it set up to act as a crowdfund. So yeah, get it started now. Dave Brink, Genuine Comics, he's had a site up and running with a shop for ages, so he could transition into crowdfunding fairly easily. But yeah, if you have to start from scratch, there's a lot of work that goes into setting this up. So if you plan on doing it someday, start now.
Yeah,
Just
I
like
tried-
Jake found out with Google friggin' ads.
I tried setting up a Shopify so I could like try. I thought about like trying to sell these, but like it said it's another account suspended. It's like you have been suspended because you fucked up this product. I'm like, why do I keep making these mistakes? I'm just trying to live over here.
And I never got that, but it took me 3 months to get product onto YouTube. I don't know
Wow,
why.
it took that. Why? Oh,
Yeah, because
weird.
every adjustment you make, there's another pending approval process, and it's 3 to 4.
It's
3 to 4
Shopify. You have to
days.
get approval.
No. You can set it up on Shopify straight away, but if you want, so all of these products show up on my YouTube now.
How do you
So
how do
when
you
I
get the
stream-
product to properly? How do you properly set up a product? What do you have to do? It might be a boring topic for the chat to hear, but like I really want
It
to know.
depends on the product. So if it's a book, for example, you need an ISBN number. If it's a T-shirt, you need to and you need to have your shipping set up correctly. That's usually the big stickler. But yeah, it's a lot of just faffing back and forth and googling what the answer might be, and but it's worth it in the end, I think. I've had tons of people say they backed it because they found them on a stream or through shorts even. So
Have you connected your shop to your Twitter profile yet?
it's just a link. I don't know.
You can
There's
actually
actual-
show actual products
Yeah,
in your profile
Ethan
now.
has
Whoa.
the book on his page.
Wait,
and all
with
he did-
what?
Who does?
Is this
Ethan,
Shopify?
he had it. Ethan had it on his.
Well, I
Irene's
showed-
gonna switch over finally if she can put her book on her Twitter.
Like, yeah,
But
absolutely.
go to my Twitter profile and you'll see I have like 5 products listed right on my
Oh,
profile
damn.
there.
What the heck? How the
How'd they
fuck did
do
I
that?
not know this?
I'm gonna
Hmm.
go there right
How
now.
did
Hold on
you
a second.
get?
I'm still like setting up LLC and shit, doing that part. So
That's not that
We'll be
hard.
there eventually.
File
So
stuff.
where do I go?
Oh, it's on your. It has to be on your phone, I guess. Then I don't see it.
Oh
here.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
that
I
might be,
see
it might be an
it.
app thing.
No, you
No,
actually
that's just
see
a thing.
products at the bottom of my profile, and it's not in the. Interesting.
Do you see it on desktop, Rainy?
Yeah, see?
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I do see
What's
that.
wrong with my dumb
There we go.
computer then?
Stupid Australian web browsers that get everything.
I know.
Art?
Actually, that's true. Like, I do get a little bit, not a little bit, a lot screwed. Just by being an Australian on certain things. Like Eric, his Battlebrick Road is gonna have payment installments, so you can, on a big item, you can pay in 4 installments rather than 1. I can't do that because it's not available for Australians. And as well, I just realized I get hit with an extra 2% friggin' exchange rate fee. That brings it almost back up to Indiegogo fee levels. That's like, what the hell?
So
That sucks.
your shop on your profile, these products will link to your whatever shop
nice.
you
That's
have.
cool.
So like if you have
So-
Shopify, it'll go.
Does it have
I'll look
to,
into that.
Does it have to be Shopify? Because I mean, I have
No.
my website
No.
is through Wix, and I really like Wix, which is what's stopping me from going to Shopify. But it seems like all the integrations are for Shopify.
I have Store Envy, so
Oh, I have one too.
yeah.
Oh, so you can just link it. Okay, I'll try this. I did not know you could do this. Oh my gosh, thank you so
I
much.
bet you have to have a check mark though, right?
No, I don't think so.
Really?
Not that I know of, but
Where do
But
you, where do you go to set that up?
it's interesting because it's not through Twitter itself. They send you a different. You get to a different link on a different Twitter site. Let's see. Yeah, let me see if I can find it real quick, and I'll tell you.
It's a good question because
I mean,
I was about
I'll
to
just Google it.
Yeah, you know what? You may have those Australian drawbacks like that extra tax and stuff, but at least your money number looks bigger. Like at least you can look at your campaign and say like, oh, I made 6 figures.
So the
They
shopping
take
manager,
Australian money.
the shopping manager.
Australian cope.
So it's called the shopping manager, and you do it through what's called. You go to ads.twitter.com, and you'll get to it from there.
Ads.twitter. I was gonna assume.
I just googled shopping manager.
Whoa.
Or Google Shopping Manager.
So is Twitter ads? Okay, that's interesting.
Ads.twitter.com.
That makes sense. Oh, okay. Oh, it's Google It's not Google. It's Twitter Analytics and stuff. That's cool.
Right.
Yeah, I'll add that in. Awesome.
So-
Thank you, Chad.
You're
That's
welcome.
great.
Yeah, I helped Ethan get that first part up, and then they changed it, and I tried to tell him how to do it, like add more products, and I just got ghosted, I guess.
How many can you
Oh.
add?
5 is the max, I think. But when you open it, there's a button that says open shop. You can have up to like 10 products like on your Twitter shop page, and those will link straight to your actual shop, whatever it is, Shopify, Store Envy.
That's cool. I like that. I think, well, just having like the links and stuff on Twitter is, well, I don't know. I noticed that having like a pinned tweet of your campaign, and I think new people who don't know about you, they'll go to your Twitter profile, and having the store and the pinned tweet of your campaign,
Right.
that's really helpful.
Yeah, I hope
But,
I hope it helps a lot of people when they start making more money.
I wish YouTube had integrations for other stores too, instead of just Shopify, which is what's annoyed me. I have a Store Envy. I have I have at Wix, and I have a Store Envy, but I don't have a Shopify because you have to pay to use Shopify, and I'm cheap. I already paid for Wix.
Yeah,
Download for 10. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I've been grandfathered in on Store Envy because I started out on it a long time ago, and now I could still list like 1,000 products without having to pay for the listing fees.
Oh,
or
that's
anything.
fucking lucky. That's great.
Yeah.
No, well, I'm a new customer. Dango Solo for 10. Thank you. Thanks for the kind words on those pages earlier this week. Of course. Those pages do look really good. I retweeted it. If you guys want to check it out, Dango Solo has an upcoming comic called Wrecked. It's a fantasy series that I'm sure you guys are going to enjoy it. It's coming out soon. And I'm doing a cover. So I designed the character. I'm doing a cover. Dango Solo, can I show the character? Do you mind? Because I have a character design.
Begins to do it anyway. Just do it anyway. It's better to apologize than it is to ask.
No, I haven't showed it yet. Oh my god. I'm respectful.
Did you do anything for Eric Weathers, Irene?
No. Was I supposed to?
I don't know. I was asking if you did because I did a piece for a portfolio that is going to be an add-on perk for his next campaign.
Oh, his poster book thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the cover of that. I'm like, that's a really cool idea.
Yeah, it's going to be a folio of prints.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Eric doesn't like me enough, I guess. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
Eric who?
Only a little sad. Womp, womp, womp.
You want to hear more cope? You have to be a business address in the US.
Oh, what?
What to do the ad, the shop on the Twitters?
That's why I can't see your things.
Really?
Oh. I love the design of clothing. The top of clothing. I love that. Like the segmented thing underneath, like layers. There's so many layers to that outfit. It looks really cool.
Thanks. It's Travis's character, Dango Solo's character. Gertrude.
Does he have a sign up for his book yet?
I don't think so. Dango Solo, do you? You should.
You should definitely make a sign up. If anyone's working on a project, they should always have a sign up going. Even if it's a lame page like mine, where it's like one image.
You guys, because I'm trying to integrate. I still haven't decided where I'm launching.
Let's get a MailChimp, and
which
then
is why I did MailChimp, and I could use it with any platform, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm debating Indiegogo or because Fund My Comic, I like a lot of things about it. And one of the things though is I like the add-on feature of Indiegogo a lot. I like that. I think a lot of it's very user friendly. Like and I don't know, because I know a lot of people have told me that they want to get my comic and they don't know crowdfunding. So I want one that has like, which one do you guys think is like in terms of UI? Is the easiest?
Okay, if you're starting out, I would say use Indiegogo. If you want to get out there, Fund My Comic, probably you can go to I support what they're doing. Yeah. I want to put a campaign on there, but maybe just because they're a smaller platform, use it for like a second chance campaign or for your second book. I would say a second chance, but I think you should start out on Indiegogo, capture that audience, and it's a more known platform, and then bring them over to Fund My Comic.
It's funny you're saying use it as a second chance because Matt, I don't know if you know Matt Weldon or not, but he drew this really awesome sketch for a wraparound cover for my book, and I went, man, people want to see it. They want to see another cover of it, so I thought maybe I'll do a variant for Fund My Comic.
Cool, that could be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Irene, did you keep drawing the booth image whilst?
Yeah.
Did you do more of it whilst we're talking?
No, but I decided to start eating, so thanks.
I wanted to ask you a question while your mouth was full. See how long you would take.
Yeah, good job.
I would like to do a booth banner that has a menu of all my items on it, so people could just walk up and go, "I'll get this combo." You know.
You got to give them silly combo names.
Yeah.
The like Blue Bowl bundle.
Edging sandwich.
Yeah. Edging sandwich. The Eiffel Tower, Phil.
Yeah.
That's a classic.
Classic. You know what I love about Fund My Comic actually, because I backed some stuff from it. A great feature that they have is you could easily look through what you've backed and purchased. You can even type in. There's a search bar when you go to your previously backed stuff, so you could look up exactly what you got. That's something Indiegogo that it's so hard to go back and see what you've backed in the past. It's just a list you have to keep clicking through pages. They nailed it.
How does that work with the Shopify website, Bancroft? Because are people given a login when they do their first?
You can have one if you want. You can have one if you want. It's not automatic. Most people check out as a guest, but Shopify is pretty clever. If you just if you create an account on my site, and you use the email that you use to order, it'll have saved everything in there. You just create account, use that email, and it'll tell you what you've backed, and it'll show your address. You can update that if you want to. Otherwise, I've updated a lot of people's addresses manually just because I didn't want to, force them to go and create accounts and everything like that.
It's really interesting how he looks like he's leaning back in his chair.
he's trying to push something else forward, probably.
Yeah.
He looks only mildly awkward. This isn't happening.
Oh, Cyberphone's
I'm not in control of this.
Peeking around the side.
Oh, you can tell.
Yes.
You gotta draw everyone's characters. You need Ella falling from the sky to land and crash into everything.
Who's falling?
That's perfect, right? Like that.
It's like that.
Yeah, his lips really thin, not big.
Yeah, it's not big. I gotta make it.
Give him bigger lips now.
No, that doesn't look like it.
Give him big Pepe lips.
Hello, my darling. Hello, my baby. Hello, my ragtime gal.
Good reference.
Well, I am a WB guy, so.
True. He's a WB Fed.
Yeah.
Federal agent? Phil's a federal agent.
Apparently.
I have always suspected that.
I mean, the Diaz brothers are the same. You know what I mean? They're feds.
They're like, I can't drink alcohol or I'll reveal I'm an agent. I'll spill all my secrets.
Shut down.
If I was a Fed, I would say I'm drinking alcohol, but it wouldn't be alcohol.
It'd be like apple cider or something.
Yeah.
No, it'd be 100% isopropyl alcohol.
Oh yeah, have you chugged that yet?
Yeah, I've drank a lot of it, and I'm surprised I'm not dead.
Me too.
Hopefully, I'll die soon.
Wow.
It'll eventually happen.
If it's not, I'm coming with that syringe full with air.
We're gonna edge the audience over my death.
We'll make sure, dude.
Yeah.
No one will find the bubble. It's the perfect crime.
Here to make
Yeah,
sure
what's a better death way to kill someone? Bubble in the brain or stabbing with the icicle?
Well, if I was a Fed, I would just use my heart attack gun, and I'd shoot you with it. No one would know.
I don't think I need a gun to have a heart attack. I'm getting pretty close to that without any help.
My seed oil hose.
Yeah, start chugging seed oils. I'm sure I'll be dead in a week.
He'd put fluoride in your drinking water.
They're putting fluoride in the seed oils. No, I escape the fluoride in the water because I have a water distiller. So, in England, we didn't fluoridate all the water. It was on a county basis, I happened to be lucky enough to live in No, you really can tell because the places where they fluoridate the water is where most of the dim people are from. But look at
Yeah, but are you sure about that, Jake?
I'm just coping. I'm fully fluoridated all my life.
That in America, I think it's an American saying, they said corn-fed, like a corn-fed boy or whatever, like a Midwest brick shit house. You guys ever heard
He's a
that saying?
fluoride fed
Yeah.
son of a gun.
Yeah, but that's because
strongly built. So what you mean?
yeah, and corn fed. I was like, corn. Like, how does that make? I thought like red meat makes you like all high tea or whatever. But the fact is, if you grow up on the farm corn, then you don't get you go a life without the fluoride, and then you're good to go. Whatever.
Corn.
Oh, so if you grow up without it, then you're good.
Yeah, it's more about just dodging the government shit rather than.
Interesting.
Does that mean to insult someone? All you have to say is, don't worry, that guy's just fully fluoridated. He's a fully fluoridated individual.
Sure.
Yeah, if someone's hating you,
Jake.
be like, you fluoridated.
You fluoridated
Yes.
ass motherfucker.
Does
The
that
problem
mean
is,
I'm
like,
from Florida? What? I don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're fully
You'd be
fluoridated.
very confused.
I'm pretty fluoridated. I'm like, it's too far gone, so I just drink the
Fluoride dated.
Norwell just gave up.
yeah.
Yeah, well, it's already
Stretching.
lost cause.
It's really interesting that most of the world's fluoride is actually mined in Florida.
Really?
Yeah, which
Totally
gave it its
true.
name.
Yeah.
Huh.
Mind?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in a mine from the ground, like rocks. Like it's.
There ain't no mines in Florida.
Don't spoil it. I got Rini. I got
It's
Rini with that one a long
Yeah,
time
no,
ago. and she
I
believed
wasn't
it.
buying it because
Totally true. Oh yeah, sure, Vaughn.
I have like a place in Florida, and I was like, maybe it's somewhere else in Florida.
I have a little place in Florida. I know there's
Ooh,
no
look at this.
mines there.
Ooh la la.
I wasn't saying like, God, I was just saying I know the Florida, and I didn't know that because it's probably not true, and I was,
But if you distill your water, it gets all the fluoride out of it. And they didn't used to fluoridate all the water over here, but now apparently the government made a decision where they're like gonna force all the water in the country to be fluoridated. So
I thought Europe didn't do that sort of thing. Like it was.
yeah, welcome to the new
Oh
world
no,
order.
they're all about that.
No, Europe is like the most big government micromanage everybody shit ever.
Wasn't Germany the country that invented fluoridating water during a very sketchy period of their history?
Did
That
they?
sounds about right. Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds
I
determined.
think you're thinking of mustard gas.
Hey, has Alex
They
VRB?
could have invented more than one thing.
I want to see Alex VRB's meme.
Oh, did
It
you
sounds
do that?
appropriately micromanagey and deathy for Germany.
Alex VRB, have you made your meme? You
Did he go to bed?
You gotta post on Twitter so we can share it on stream.
Oh no.
Don't go to bed yet, Alex.
The edging, it could be the best one.
Says he forgot to upload it. It's coming.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Oh, it's coming, all right.
Now what's she drawing?
I wonder.
Black
Hmm.
Phantom.
It's kind of like a sign of a good character where if someone just starts drawing it a little bit, you can tell who it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I'm very flattered that people can tell exactly what I'm drawing the minute I start, and then. But yes, it's a great.
Most people though, they don't realize it's not like a realistic mask. It's more of a graphic style mask.
Not a realistic skull, you mean?
Yeah, not a realistic skull. It's more.
Yeah, it's more graphic, you guys. Come on.
Yeah. More
No, I was very like with character design. I was very picky on things like the character's hairstyle because I just wanted something unique.
Right, you just looked in the mirror and you're like,
doesn't
No,
your
my
guy just
character's
have
hair doesn't
normal
look like
hairstyle?
No one
mine.
would have this hair.
What are you talking about, man?
They just
Also,
make it,
I'm one of a kind. No one is like me.
No one is like me. I'm special.
I'm
Very
very
special.
special.
In a special
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
You're fully
Just
fluoridated,
a
Vaughn.
little bit special.
It's so mean today.
Vaughn's fully fluoridated.
Yeah. Well,
But
you're still from Britain, so I win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, this
That was
this
a good one. Yeah.
backwater island.
Yeah.
You're from
That's
England.
You are.
We had a revolution for a reason.
You're from Australia. You got a British flag on your flag.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'm not getting it right. Is it more like? Yeah.
Maybe? I don't know. Actually,
This
like that
chin
you're
is too big.
He's drawing it from memory as well.
Yeah, it's all looking awesome.
Is that about right?
Yeah.
Sound very
Yeah.
sincere, Chad.
No. It's right.
Okay. Cool.
I like it.
I don't remember the rest of his costume though, so I'm just gonna.
He's got like a collar kind of. It's kind of like a big piece around his neck, like a kind of like a scarf almost. A lot of the anime do it, you know, where they got that
Scarf. So I should draw
it's
a
not
scarf.
it's not a scarf. It's like a big collar that comes out to here, like from their jacket. You know,
Seeing as he's mostly made out of
It's a
worms.
man scarf.
yeah,
Man scarf. Okay.
He's very
It's called a
French.
He has
shamag. It's called a shamag. Okay.
He has these.
It's a cat. It's a
Yes.
Afghan.
an Afghan.
Made
And then
from an
his-
Is
Afghan.
that what
His-
a man? Is that a non-gay term for man scarf?
and his bandoliers are
It's,
like an X too. So
He wears a pashmina Afghan.
Pashmina. What?
It's nautical themed.
chiffon.
He's just making up words now. What does he think he is, a writer?
No, I'm not. Phil knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It's a nautical themed pashmina Afghan.
Now it's really
If
really
you're
getting
on
gay.
the show, then the show not me-o. How do you guys not know
Hey, I
that?
got another backer.
What the
Thank
hell are you talking
Is
about?
this an
What?
Australian
Nice.
thing?
It's going fast, and I got a nautical theme pashmina Afghan.
Oh, now I remember that. Where have I heard that from?
It's Lonely Island.
Oh yes.
Oh my god.
Oh man, I remember buying Incredibad like
I'm the
10,
king of
20
the
years
world
ago.
on a boat like Leo.
Leo.
If you own the show, then you show not me-o.
That's the shit Camel Moon needs to be making. Like that. It's like
Yes.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Down Goes Solo said it couldn't be a less butch Skullman.
Hmm.
What this?
That's good.
Am I drawing a black man or apologize?
Back this now.
All right, everybody. Back
You
this
need to
now.
draw the-
Back it now.
you gotta draw the enemy booth.
Yeah. And
Oh!
yeah,
I will.
and we're shooting arrows, like, but they're really Nerf.
Oh, I should have drawn East Skull instead of Yomi. I'm like, oh, I should draw us battling it out, and we'll totally kick their asses because
Yeah.
he's like cooler.
Let's now force Rainy to
But
draw
what
all
is-
of our characters for a joke.
Yeah.
Well,
You know,
what
I
is
have characters.
Really?
Yes.
If I don't draw someone's character, they're gonna guilt me. It's like, why wasn't I in the CG? I
Yes.
feel
Yeah.
bad.
Yes.
You slammed your
But
fist
what-
as you said that.
Guild.
But
Yeah.
what
tension's
would
building.
the enemy booth be though? Wait, because I don't think
They all
it's
gotta
not-
be soy boys.
Yeah,
Is
be
it
all
like fucking Snowflake and Safe Space, or is it just
Ooh.
people who make keychains and trinkets and they don't
They
actually?
They all gotta have like colored hair,
Mhm.
you know, like funky hairdos.
Colored hair,
I don't
though.
know.
It's all the
Well,
anime.
they have to
print.
have. There's this signature female hairstyle now. They even gave it to Melina from
Shave.
Mortal Kombat, where they have to fucking shave here. I don't
Oh,
know
yeah.
why the fuck.
But I have the
every
shave
female-
there.
Yeah, but you're a man, and if you also don't have that hairstyle.
completely fails
Oh,
to
wow.
mention Meat from
Yeah.
Barbarian has also shaved.
What about Meat from Mortal Kombat?
I got another little
Yeah.
bump.
Well,
There's already
actually,
a character for Meat.
that was a cool
Yeah.
hairstyle, just
Not
like
original,
the
G.
bright colored hair. But then these crazy bitches made it uncool. That's what.
Oh, that's just cope because you
Oh,
had.
yeah.
No, it's not
No.
cope. We're taking it back. We're
It was
taking
punk.
it back.
It's
punk
not
rock, right?
cool because I really like dyeing my hair, and then I realized that it signified crazy bitch, so I stopped doing it.
You're better.
But
You're
they
better off
ruined
now.
it.
You're better off.
Natural's
this way.
good.
You hear that Buck Cherry song?
I'm
I think
happy with my hair.
Your hair looked good when you had that. You showed us the other day the blonde hair. That looked good. Hey,
Oh,
bump.
thanks. That was
Okay.
too much.
Yeah,
work.
blonde's a pretty good hair color, I think.
Yeah.
It's
personally.
all right. It's all
I think
right.
it's pretty good.
I don't want to be mistaken for an albino.
Yeah. Well.
It's a lot of work.
An
No,
albino
seriously.
Asian.
Having to bleach your hair for it's a lot of it's damaging.
Bottoms up, guys.
Are there albino
There's
Asians?
another backer. There are, of course.
Yeah.
No,
They
there
look
aren't.
Really weird.
Amazing.
Let's get them to 300 backers.
Yes.
So
If I
close.
could get 11 more to close, that'd be amazing.
Yes.
Bring him
So
to climax,
close.
Cat.
Pretty
You
sure
can
I
do
Yes.
it. Only you have the power.
Finish me off, people.
He's on the cusp.
There was I mean, we're gonna keep going until 3 a.m. There was already one climax, so we can go again. If we get to 300 backers, that'll be the real release that we're looking for.
Oh yeah!
Wow.
This is all.
Really backer 302. There's a lot of edging, yes.
Yes, but I did
Wait,
have a
yeah,
bunch of
there's
people
302, there's
refund on a particular day. It's
Oh
crazy.
my god.
That's why.
What was that?
Even though I'm not gonna talk about it, but there's
don't talk about it.
it's kind of negative. So, but that's why it shows 289 and you were backer 302 is because there were some refunds.
Yeah.
Well, those people missed out, and forget about them.
Yeah.
If you're cool, you're backing Black Phantom right now.
Yeah.
Chad, they probably changed their mind and rebacked again anyway.
I hope so. I hope they just went, I want to get a better perk. Well, speaking of better perks, that top one right there for 65 gets you both books and a standee and a sketch from me for 65 right there. See?
Nice.
Wait,
The standard.
you get to choose. You get to choose which sketch too. which I
Yeah.
love. I didn't know
The
that.
standard is the both books, right? The Squid Kid and Black Phantom.
Yes.
Yes. Comes with 2 books.
Yeah, for 25, and you get a standee, just like Irene does. See,
I do have a standee, and it's really awesome. And I
so
love it.
now Irene's standees and my standee can team up, and then like in a D&D match or something. So
Or fight each other to the
Absolutely.
death.
Oh
Although
wait, you're
I-
sharing a standee. Hold on, let me full screen you.
although Irene, you know what I thought would be kind of cool? Well,
Mhm.
there's a better photo, like if you scroll down on there.
Where is my standee? I gotta show.
You just want to show off your pool again, Chad.
Yeah.
Speaking of standees, Rini, can you share my screen too, real fast?
Yeah, sure. Da, 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 da. Where is your?
This is Alex VRB's new meme.
Oh, I also
saw
get it.
What? I want to see it. What?
Rini Pirate.
She says, "Vampire author attacks with extreme edging, and I died. Phil
The
died.
spinning plates.
Jake with 69 hit points and 666 magic points."
Manpower. No, 666 manpower.
Before you kill me.
Male
God.
precipice.
Look at our head. Our heads are all are part of her collection.
Look, and they're all dead.
Napoleon's
Oh
in
my
the
god.
background.
Ah,
Why is
I look
Jake
pretty
just
happy,
going
man, for like
dead?
being dead.
Do I have to
What
do
the
the?
fuck is
I have to read.
Why
it.
am I dead?
I mean,
You
I got
can
my
collect
cowboy hat
it
on. Look at
from
that.
it. You couldn't
You're
handle
very-
the edging.
you're very happy in death form.
Jake says, "Wait, before you kill me,
Is that
tell
a
me how
threat?
you wrap up all these plot points."
Even got the wine
The most
glasses there.
loaded
Well done.
little head. Of
You know what
me.
that is too? That's like a battle of wits. He's trying to trick Rini. It's like the riddle when they meet Golem in the cave or whatever. He's
Yeah.
trying to trick Rini into not edging him. She's like, "No, you fool! I'm edging you. I would never tell you how it's wrapped
All
up."
you needed to do in this
Someone needs to
situation
take
to
this out of
distract
context.
Rainy is say,
Like,
I've never heard about Fiendish before. Could you tell me about it? And then she'll go on for like 3 hours.
will.
She goes on for 3 hours.
I
And then
don't
she
I don't
stops.
think
And then
so.
you go,
Tell you all
actually,
about the
tell me
world
more about this
building.
one character.
Yeah, as she's talking, Jake is untying everyone. Everyone's already dead though, so.
No, you found my weakness. Okay, great. Well done.
I like
So-
that you're still holding a wine
I'm
glass.
sorry that I killed everybody. Yeah, you got my wine on look. That's my theme for today down, Pat. Well
Yeah, I
done.
like it's tilted and sloshing.
Alex, this might actually be the best meme you've made so far. I'm glad you brought back the text. He was doing text at the beginning, and then he was like, I'm not sure about the
Still.
text. Maybe it's cringe. And I'm like, no. Bring it.
Actually, I just noticed something too. Those are 2 spinning plates right there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh my god, you're right.
Oh, nice.
You got Napoleon there too. This is great.
This is awesome.
I really feel like watching bad stuff makes me a better writer in general. Like,
What?
just
Is
I'm
this-
just
are you
because.
changing the subject or?
Is
No,
that a
I
com-
wasn't because the spinning plates is never mind, man. I was just thought
Vaughn,
spinning
Vaughn
plates.
hates Alex.
Non
I
sequitur.
love Alex. Alex is like one of my favorite people in my chat.
Okay, Vaughn is
Alex-
the lord of non sequiturs. Okay, we'll just be talking about something that he'll start.
I was gonna relate it, but I realized that you guys didn't buy what I was selling, and so I took my business elsewhere.
It's our fault. It's our fault. Man.
Yeah.
That's how this works.
Well, look, some people don't appreciate my
Abusive
genius.
He used his
Yeah,
Vaughn.
Ghost
Oh,
House
yeah.
understands my genius. Of course he does. He's a fellow genius. He
Uh-huh.
gets it.
That's a real
Takes one to know
problem.
one.
I know you're genius. And it has
Why
a
would
few extra
yeah?
friends.
Alex
know you're
loves me too.
genius.
See, the chat is on my side. Where will you stand? Civil War.
Angela, that was meant to be thanks, Angela, not that Angela. I don't know how I auto-corrected on there, but thank you, Angela.
let
Thank you,
me-
Phil, for backing me.
I just
Catch up
backed,
on-
guys.
Thank you so
Again.
much. Again?
Awesome.
Yeah, I
We'll pull the
'cause I already got
campaign
the book, so I grabbed a sketch card.
Oh, cool, man. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Let me catch up on some super chats. Angela Curry for 5. Thank you, Angela. May I have the cliff notes about edging? Also, is backer 302. Can't wait. Thank you.
Woo!
The cliff notes are you want to satisfy the audience and give them a proper and very intense climax. And the way to get them there is by edging them for as long as possible.
Where's
but
Mike
don't
Oxmore when you need him?
don't overdo it. Don't chafe the audience, and which will end up blue balling them. So you need to edge, but with caution. Do it with technique, and then your story will pay off.
Oh,
It'll be
man.
fulfilling in the end. There, those are
You
the
can definitely clip that somewhere. It was well said, though. Well said.
Thank
That's
you.
why I shut my camera off.
Why? What's it? It's nothing to be embarrassed about. We're talking about storytelling. I don't know what you're thinking.
Yeah, he was embarrassed.
Yeah,
That's why I
it's
shut it
good,
off.
man. It's good.
Yeah,
What's so embarrassing? We're all
it was
adults. here.
embarrassment.
I enjoyed it. I wish I could
professional.
turn my camera on more.
It's a good
Thank you
show.
for the super chat, Angela Curry. Down goes Solo for 10. Thank you. Do you have an idea for that cover? I do. I'm thinking of doing Gertrude, just something really simple and iconic. Just her like swinging the spear at the camera. She makes me think of Balsa from Guardian of Sacred Spirit. If you guys have seen that anime. But yes, everything I know is fantasy and anime. But it's actually a really good series. The main character is this spear woman who is the bodyguard for this prince who has a spirit, like a sacred spirit inside him, but he's a little boy and she's supposed to save him as his kingdom is collapsing. It's pretty cool. So anyways, I was thinking of like doing like a spear at camera kind of cover. I'll come up with something. Thank you for the super chat. Now go slow for 10 again. Please shop any work you do for me. Need all the help I can get. I just did, and I hope you like the character design. Thank you.
You got another
Speaking of-
super chat. Oh, speaking of what? Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm waiting to do a thing after she's read super chat, so I'll shut up now.
Gosh, Jake. Just kidding. Vic IP for $1.99. Who you learned that from? Your mama son Yanzi? What? Huh?
Mama San.
The edging.
What's mama son? What?
Mama
Why are
san.
you?
Isn't that like
It's-
a game or something?
Mama
No,
san,
it's
it just
like-
means mama, but it's
But
like
it's
this whole
Asian.
Vietnamese.
Yeah, it's Vietnamese.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a Vietnamese thing. Okay.
Speaking of Vietnamese mothers, show my screen, Rini.
You're not. Oh, you are.
I only
showing it.
drink the finest Cambodian breast milk.
Ah. Why would you drink
All
Tommy
right.
milk?
On that note,
Speaking of Cambodian breast milk,
what is
it's
this?
it turns out there are albino Asians.
Of course there are. There's albino everything.
I've been told on multiple occasions that I look like an albino black man. And I'm
Well,
not
no, I
joking.
think this one
little
kind of
bit.
matches you more you, and then we've
We don't all look alike, Jake.
your hair is. I'm not talking about you, Irene.
It
I'm
was
talking
a
about
Vaughn.
Vaughn.
Hair transplant.
Vaughn, you're pure blood. Let's just say that.
Yeah,
I
I
see
took
that.
a DNA test and I was really shocked by some of the results. It turns out I'm white, and I didn't
It
know.
was just a blank paper that came out back.
I'm shocked that. Wow, really? You're white. I didn't know
I was
that.
very surprised by the results.
Except
Vaughn,
the
you do
test
kinda-
came-
You know that movie White Chicks where the Wayne brothers
Yes.
put makeup on? You kind of look like them.
Like most Americans have like 0.0 like 2% African or Native American.
No, I don't have any of that.
Scandinavia and
No,
Scottish.
Scandinavian really.
Vaughn's test came back and it said 500% white.
Well, I'm like the British Isles, German, Italian, Polish, but I'm not Scandinavian.
Oh, okay. Vic IP,
Ron, do you think all us white people look the same? Honestly.
Vic IP, I don't know what's going on
do.
here. Yancy wouldn't do that. Yancy is my trustworthy big sis. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm shocked, Vaughn. Yeah, it's the whole paper comes back. It's just pure glowing day glow white. And that's Vaughn's DNA.
It's just a white piece of paper. It doesn't even say anything.
It's so
on
white
it.
you can't even see the ink that is printed. The information is printed on because it's on white ink.
They're so pretty though.
It doesn't look anything like me, guys. You're wrong.
No, they don't look like you.
I agree.
Yeah, any race can be
I don't
albino.
know,
You have
this
to have
one-
albino deer. There's like albino animals.
But like
too.
some
They're
people, like
Creatures
me, for
smile.
example, are an albino. You know what
I
I mean?
used to. Well, that's the thing. There's people that are just really pale, but if
Yeah.
you actually have a complete lack of pigmentation, it's
Mm.
mostly you can tell with the eyes. Like some people just have very light hair and skin, right? But with the eyes, if they're red, and it's actually it's I didn't know, but it affects your vision. A lot of people who are albino have bad vision, or they have like they're legally blind because if you don't have pigmentation in your eyes, it's hard to see. So
Yeah.
that kind of sucks. It's pretty sad.
I could see well, so I'm not albino. Thank you, Irene, for clarifying.
Thank you for
Obey.
clarifying. You spent like 10 minutes clarifying that you're not albino. You're just really
Why
European.
do you
No,
keep doing that
I-
with the mouse?
I'm not doing nothing. Shut up, Chad.
What are you doing?
I'm doing
Does
nothing.
anyone know?
Oh.
Does anyone know why Asians and Caucasians evolved different eye shapes? Like, is there any reason
Wasn't it,
that anyone is aware of?
Yeah, I know. I forget the reason. There is a reason. I know, like even nose shapes are affected by like climate. So it's
It is, yeah.
Well, the
well-
skin color makes sense. If you go into colder climates,
Yeah.
you need to have less melanin so you can absorb more sunlight. So
Right.
that you get like vitamins and stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, what I
myself, yeah.
think it is I mean it's very complex because if you look at ancient DNA, the races that exist now, like all the ancient peoples, like prehistoric peoples on the continents, look nothing like the present current people that live on the continents. It's wild. Just race and DNA. All these things are amorphous. They change a lot. But what I think actually the difference between eye shape, it's not really so much eye shape as the difference between, say, African or Asian or European. It's more that Europeans have a higher nose ridge and a higher brow ridge, so their eyes look more deep set. And a kind of like if you draw, you kind of start figuring out how to draw these different general like population differences, and that makes the eye shape different. But it's actually not the eye; it's everything around the eye. It's a thicker brow, it's a higher nose, and Europeans evolved the higher nose ridges because of higher altitude, and it makes it easier to breathe in the cold, or it warms your air in your nasal cavity. So
I'm just glad we wiped out all those disgusting Cro-Mags.
I mean,
And Denisovians.
Yeah, I mean those
isn't
guys.
Cro-Magnon just early modern humans? It's the same species as us. It's just they're very.
I don't know, Jake. You're one of them. You tell us about them.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So tell us, like,
My DNA
what's it
test
like?
came back and says I can speak for the Cro-Mags.
Right,
No,
go ahead.
really, it's not the eyelids. It's everything around it. Because if you have deeper set eyes, that affects how your eyelids look. And the epicanthic fold, which is the fold towards the center, which is also kind of a neotenous feature. That's a lot of babies, even African and European babies have that, which is why a lot of Asians look young, because our nose ridge and brow ridges are lower, and the epicanthic fold is more pronounced. That's a common feature in babies.
Do you
But-
study eugenics? This is kind of
It
sus,
also,
honestly.
I do.
How the
It
fuck
also
is this
could. It
eugenics?
also
I'm
could
just fucking
be.
with you.
I studied how to draw people. Fuck's
I'm
sake.
just fucking.
It
with
also.
you. I'm
It
just
also
fucking
could
with
be
you.
aesthetic. Like it could be that was the preferred eye type, and it just over time that became the most attractive, and those people were more likely to pass on
Yeah,
their genes.
you can't ignore sexual selection in the whole
Yeah.
process of evolution.
Oh
I
yeah,
thought it
that
was
depends.
because they had a lot of flies over there, and it would keep them from getting
Yeah.
flies.
See, that
in
would
their
make
eyes.
sense why the Aborigines would
Oh
have
my
eyes like
God.
that, but they don't.
Mm.
one
Because we have more flies here than anyone.
Mm.
It's crazy.
I don't
Didn't
know
you
what
guys
it-
lose war to emus?
Oh, be quiet.
You did though, right?
We did. What are you talking about?
You did.
It's
You.
not
So fed
a
up
lot-
of this of the meme as well.
It's
It's
an
like,
historical
I've
fact.
talked about the Emu War so often.
Anytime an American says that, I say, well, you didn't even come over to fight. You chickened out. You
Well,
you
yeah, we had better
know
things
you were like
to
you were
do.
too scared of the emus to come and fight them. Well, at least
Why
we
would
gave
we
them.
bother
a-
fighting your
the
fight?
Americans
Well, why
would've-
would Australians?
The Americans would have accidentally
they're on
given
your
them like
territory.
Sorry,
AKs and
Bancroft.
tanks
We're
and
too
jets
busy
and stuff.
kicking the rest of the world's ass
Yeah.
to fight emus.
You guys want to see a video?
I beg to differ on that.
Why would they're not our problem?
The
Do you
Vietnamese
need
have
us? No, just
thing
tell
to
us to
say
meet
about
us.
Oh
And then
damn it!
Beg for our help.
Every
beg
fucking time. We should
beg
have
for our help
every
as
fucking time.
Americans.
Wait, listen. The whole it's not a lack of upper eyelid. It's the eyelid is. I don't. I'm not gonna go
Asian
into
coat.
that. The
Asian
eyelid
droopy.
is it folds inside, so it's not. How do I explain this? It's not
Like-
the lack.
It's
of
a
eyelid.
double and single, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
when
something,
it's a
yeah.
single eyelid, just means when your eyes are open, the eyelid's not visible because it folds underneath the upper eyelid because of there's more fat on
My-
over here under your brow ridge.
My first long-term girlfriend, white girl, had the single, so she was white,
Yeah.
but she had Asian eyes.
Yes, look
That
at
Best of
a
both
lot
worlds.
of Uralic and some Germans as well, but Uralic Finnish people have what people Europeans or Westerners describe as Asian eyes. But
Finnish?
so it's not a uniquely Asian thing. It's
What
just
are they finished with?
common feature.
Womp womp womp.
So
When I
there you
was-
go. Anyways,
When I was in Korea, I learned that it's super popular there for teenage girls to get their eyes done, their eyelids
Oh, she
done.
slid that comment
Yeah,
down
I
real
saw
quick.
that.
it
Self-loathing.
is really common.
It's
Well, that's the
bizarre.
beauty standard
It's like a
is to have
graduation
double
present.
eyelids.
Present.
It is a lot of people get plastic surgery as like a high school graduation, and the most
Right.
common one is to get a double eyelid surgery because they just think it makes your eyes look bigger, and it's the beauty standard. I don't actually think it's a look more European, look more Western thing.
No.
It might be, but I think just the whole idea of big eyes and being pale, that has always been a beauty standard in Asia, like going way back, being super
Yeah,
pale.
it's probably
like,
what
face.
you don't have, you want. What you don't have, you want, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Can't relate to that.
Yeah, and being pale is like the upper class thing, which is why people like being pale. It's nothing to do with like Westerners.
Right.
Vic IP was 199. Thank you for the super chat. Even though these comments are really weird, would you have a baby with Vaughn if it came out like this? Ew,
Hold on, pull the baby. Maybe it would.
If it was an albino Asian.
It was albino.
Yeah, if I was albino.
And Albasian.
Maybe you're like halfway albino in
Well,
the next generation.
yeah,
your kids
maybe
are gonna
maybe it's like slowly passing down.
look- exactly. It's
Juan's
slowly
way too into this idea.
manifesting. Okay, let's
When,
not.
when we're dead and buried, like, and they dig up our bones, they won't be able to tell that I have a massive forehead and Phil has almost no forehead because we won't have hairlines anymore.
True.
We'll just look like we're the same species.
That's true. Except Phil. No, you wouldn't because Phil would look like a Nephilim.
Although, yeah, they'd be like, oh yeah, this guy.
Well, he would
That's
actually look
right.
like a different species. Yay! You got another backer. Almost at 14,100. 2 cents,
All right.
everybody.
Oh,
Almost there.
Thank
We might make it to
Phil.
300
Thank you
backers.
for backing the Bluecent as well.
Hell, of course.
Yeah, you
saw
haven't
that. I
clicked
saw
the
you slip
update
that
button
in.
on your own website to update the. I keep
Oh,
refreshing.
you might
but
want
it
to
doesn't
refresh it
work.
again, Irene.
What?
You might want to refresh it again.
Again? Okay. Is there
Again?
more?
Again?
Is it...
It might be.
Oh,
Oh, it hasn't
I
gone
just
through yet.
refreshed
Wow,
it.
good job, Vaughn.
Oh, did you back it?
Yeah, I might have.
Good
I might have
job.
done a good thing.
You might have, but it didn't. It failed. It's fine. We'll give it to you next.
Before that happens, do you guys want to watch
Yes.
No.
Nah.
a video?
Yes,
What,
of course,
like
Phil.
10 years
I
ago?
love to watch whatever program.
Hold
you're
on,
about
hold
to
on.
show us.
Hold on, I've got more super chats. Angela Curry for 5. Thank you so much. My dad explained the shape of Asian eyes in a Chinese restaurant. No joke.
Dude, I remember
no,
I was at a
here's
Did you get a succulent Chinese meal?
No, hold on. This is no joke. Nobody. No, this is not offensive in Asia. Like no one is more obsessed with eye shape than freaking Chinese people. There are different names for different eye shapes in Chinese. Okay, you
I
have
wonder why
Yubei,
Irene would be
you
so
have-
triggered by
you
an
have
eye shape
Meinhua.
discussion.
I'm not. It's because people.
I just
seem
draw
to
the
be
same eye
uncom-
every time.
Because people seem to be uncomfortable about it, but it's
I just
weird.
draw
It's just
2
reality.
lines.
There's nothing weird about it.
Irene, before you share Phil's video, share my screen.
Oh my gosh, someone just wanted me to hold on. I have more super chats. Vic IP for 199. That's Vaughn's and Irene's daughters. It's getting a little weird, but thank you.
My
for the
name
super
is
chat. I
on the
appreciate
screen,
it.
man. You can spell
Okay.
it.
No, he's decided that your name is spelled differently. Okay, wait.
Okay.
Where's
Von
your...
Klaus? Maybe he's talking about Von Klaus.
So, speaking of edging, we've been on the precipice of $55,998 dollary dues, or I guess this is normal dollars. If I refresh
Like
it, do you think we might finally bring this to climax or Bancroft's Lucent closeout too? Shall I refresh? Shall I do it?
You could try.
It's because
Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, refresh.
Jerry,
There we go.
Nice.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, and thank you again, Phil.
Hey, sweet.
Legend.
How,
We
how
did
much?
it.
How
We
much?
climaxed
moment I
the
took it.
Lucent.
How much is this in your crazy backwards upside down dollars? Oh no, this is pounds.
Including the shipping or just that? No, it is. I don't know. It swaps it out for whatever number you're looking at. So yeah, that's
Okay.
the issue. But oh well.
Okay.
It's
on,
over
I'll be right
100.
back.
It's over $100,000 dues. That's all I know. So
6 figures, young
That's pretty
Sheila.
awesome. That's it.
6 figures, young
That's
Sheila.
it.
What's that in USD?
Wait, what did Sheila do?
Do I get to?
Oh my god. Someone mute Vaughn.
Young
What do you
young
mean?
Vaughn
I do-
doesn't
I-
know.
Euthanize Vaughn.
No.
Anyway,
A Sheila is an Australian word for a woman or a lady or a
Lady.
Oh,
girl.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So we say like 6 figures, young lady. So if it's
Why would you
dollary dues,
call
Australian
A
dollars.
woman who's not Sheila. I don't get it.
In the Australian Bible,
God.
it's not Adam and Eve, it's Adam and Sheila.
Wait, why do you have your own Bible? What?
because
They
it's
have everything.
Australia. Of course they do.
64,600 US dollars raised. That's
USD?
shipping and
Do I get to?
yeah, USD raised and
Nice.
oh my god.
So, anyways, cheers to the Lucent. Congrats. I will.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. I have this video that I want to show Vaughn. This is me in 2013
Where the fuck? Oh, there it is.
playing in an Injustice tournament.
Oh, nice. Who's your main? Who's your main? Raven?
Lobo, of course.
Oh, of course.
And so this is it gets pretty hype. So the backstory of this it's at a local tournament at the arcade when a big tournament was going on. So we would call it, a small local. And there's some out of town people coming in to play, and I'm playing against this guy Iron Sword. He's from Atlanta, and the game stops. You'll notice because I accidentally unplugged my controller.
You piece of shit. Why would you do that?
It was an accident. Well, it was a malfunction for my stick, actually. And that means it's
I always
left
hate it when
up
my stick
to...
malfunctions.
That happens sometimes, guys. The stick malfunctioned.
Not with me.
When that happens, if you pause during a live match, the opponent that didn't pause gets to either take the game as a win for them, or they could restart it, or you could just press start and continue.
That's a stupid ass rule.
No, that's a good rule.
Phil, awesome. Oh, good shit, Phil. Good fucking shit, man.
Oh, there's also commentators, which is
Nice.
hilarious.
Yeah, I know. My roommates
they're
played
bad.
competitive.
This is the most
and
unbiased
then
commentary ever.
There's me in the hoodie.
Nice.
This This was back in the day, so this is the height of the game. It was super popular. We were getting around 250 to 300 viewers in our
Dude's
Twitch
pissed.
chat a week. It's pretty sad.
You look like you're about to stab someone.
So,
Phil.
you know, I
no,
started off my YouTube channel making injustice
Smile,
videos.
dipshit.
I'm not joking. 10 years ago, I used to make injustice videos.
So
Is it
so
Jesse
yeah, so I got my
Eisenberg?
headphones in. I'm probably listening to Rob Zombie, and there's Iron Sword. Right there.
That's exactly it. You play patient, you do half.
The
fucking
sideburns
right.
were a good choice,
Who
Phil.
gives a fuck
So the commentary is really biased because it was, hometown advantage.
about her chip? She would have to hit you with 80 fucking pillars to make a
80 pillars? No way.
Hey,
What's
can't
the
feel my
pillars,
sword
man?
right now. Good. Phil won game 1.
Oh, you really
Punish?
love
Wow.
Lobo.
What an L.
This is the
You
pause.
paused.
Phil! Come on, man.
You're taking it.
So so the other guy took the win, so we're 1-1 now, and
What a piece of shit, man.
he
It's like
took
me
it.
and you when we arm wrestled. We're 1-1.
Yeah,
Phil,
exactly.
1v1
Are
me
you
and
still holding on to
MK11.
this? Is this you're still, you haven't forgiven this guy?
Hang
You're
on,
gonna
alright.
find your revenge
This man, he's a gamer. You wouldn't understand.
after 10 years.
Yeah, no, it's just because it's so hype. It's
In a
awesome.
local, I'm just gonna say it, pussy. Am I wrong?
Base.
In a local? I'm a commentator. If you lose this anyway, damn, dude. You better fucking win. Phil, beat his ass. Beat
Yes!
his ass.
I want to see the woman get beat
Good
up more.
shit, good,
Oh,
good
Phil, let's
shit.
Raven.
That's what we're all
Who's
here
that?
for.
Phil,
Yeah,
who's
be
that
patient.
villain
You
on the
got it.
side?
He's gonna
Test your
shoot you out of
knowledge.
that shit. You be patient. He
So there's
can't
Parasite
do
off
shit.
to the
Who cares
right.
about that shit?
And
That's
who's
Skin
the other
Fist.
one?
Who cares?
The
It's
Mongoloid.
fine. It's fine.
Who's
It's
the other
fine.
one, Phil?
Sit there and shotgun.
Metallo.
Punish
Yes.
that. Punish.
Oh
Good,
my
Phil.
god,
Good shit.
that's
You
so
got it.
much damage.
You got it. Patience. All right, one more shotgun. Wait for your opportunity and blow her block.
Blow her what?
This is an example
Blow her
of bad
block.
edging.
Dude, this
You
is
got it.
this
You got it.
is
Thank
edging
you,
me really
Jay.
Oh!
Punish
Wow.
Phil Parks. Yeah, he's not the best Lobo. He's not a good Lobo. Who's a good Lobo now? I'm sick of people downplaying Phil. Fuck all of you.
Oh my god.
Did he not shake your hand?
Phil, I need to send you my old Injustice videos.
He didn't shake your hand.
He didn't shake your hand, did he?
At
No,
first,
no,
he
he
did,
didn't.
and then he
My
did.
YouTube channel when I was
You see
little.
Phil's face was like.
So this is some
Great.
pro that drove out to play you or something, or
From Atlanta, yeah, he was an Atlanta player. They drove up for the weekend for the tournament, and then we did our local tournament at the arcade.
Nice.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
hilarious.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I used to do.
And someone made that video, like they put it up on Twitter maybe like 2 years ago, and it took me back. It was
This
pretty.
was a long time ago.
Yeah, I
Yeah, that
used to
was
make
Phil when he was
videos.
Bronze Age.
I used to make videos where, like, every time there'd be like some Injustice news, I'd be like, "What's up, guys? I got a new scoop," and I just go in it, and I'd always be wrong. Like, it's just, I did a top 10 most likely characters, and maybe like half of them were in the game.
I was like,
How
so
old
guys,
were
remember,
you?
don't
I was
sleep
like
on
30.
Phil.
I didn't hit puberty yet, so if you listen, you're like, "What's up, guys?"
You still
Phil.
haven't.
You guys
I
have both
don't-
been on
I don't wanna
YouTube
sleep
forever.
on you.
I've been on YouTube. I had my 10-year anniversary recently.
That was
So how old were you
2013.
starting? You were 4.
That's funny. That's a good one.
So yeah,
Phil,
that
were
was-
you were like 18 or 19?
I would have been probably 19. Yeah.
I was
mini Phil, so
13
cute.
when I started making YouTube videos.
Holy shit, Vic IP. Is this really necessary?
Well, what is it?
Dick IP for $2. Now that's money.
$2. A little
sure?
Irie with their eyes all closed. And I did not have buck teeth. And why is there not that
Are you
squinty?
sure it's not Vicky P?
Yeah, I'm starting to think this is probably Vicky's alt account.
Well,
Thank you
take
for
the-
giving me money, though.
Take the money though.
You know what's weird? When I was little, my eyes looked bigger, and as I grew up, it's like I became more Asian looking. Made no sense.
Seems to be a point of contention for you, and I can't imagine why.
What's the point of contention?
Downplay Phil.
The eye thing.
No.
Okay.
Is it?
Well, I just got my Gemini
No.
mailers
No,
delivered
really.
at my door just a few minutes ago.
Oh,
Really?
you can.
Yeah, I got them within 24 hours.
Damn.
Wow.
Free-
Do a live
free
live
deli-
unboxing.
Live
Oh, you want me to go
Yeah.
grab one of the big
Oh,
cases
my
and
God.
unbox?
Yeah.
It's your actual. It's your
That'll be
mailers, not
exciting.
not the books. It's
No, the mailers. Just to
Yeah.
let everybody know how serious I am about like getting my campaign out quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, you should. Let's all see you excitedly unboxing Geminis. No. That I think anthropology is really interesting and genetics and how people look different. That's all.
Holy shit! I think I gotta send you some of these videos.
I think
Please
I
go.
saw them.
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, Vic. Okay. Thanks for the money. Another $2. Thanks, not you. Your daughter with narwhal, so cute. What is happening?
That child would be a genius.
Wait,
I don't know
Is
about
this
that.
like
I
a
think
form-
I would bring any child I have down a little
Is
bit.
this a form of
Yeah.
negging?
I'll contribute
Kinda.
to the idiocy.
What you kids call negging?
I guess it is. I don't really understand it though because it's like not humorous, but it's fine. I appreciate the. I guess it's a little funny.
Vic was wanting to
Mild
give you
racism.
a shrunken head last night.
Oh, that was funny actually. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was pretty funny. I appreciate that, Vic.
All men have a shrunken head.
Yeah, thanks Eric Weathers for sharing that code after I ordered my Gemini mailers. I could have gotten 10% off.
Aww.
Oh man.
290, so close.
You can return the Gemini mailers and just use the code again out of spite.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you guys want to watch me play more video games, you can just look up Phil Pops on YouTube.
That's what I want to do this whole weekend.
There's good. There's a lot of videos.
I can't wait to spend all weekend watching Phil play
Yeah.
video games.
Everyone has like a past life. Like Bancroft was a professional poker player. Phil was a professional video game.
And semi-professional rollerblader.
It's true.
You were a semi-professional rollerblader?
I was.
He doesn't know about the rollerblading law.
Bancroft, could I find you on YouTube doing?
Oh, hang on. I gotta send you
Yes.
some of my stuff.
Like playing
This is
poker?
really-
Not playing poker. I played most of my games in illegitimate, like underground
Warehouses?
games. Warehouses, yeah, stuff like that.
Nice, that's cool.
Bancroft invented the X Games novel.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
true.
Let's run with
Didn't you
that.
know
For
that?
Australia?
You invented it personally?
Yeah, definitely. No, I did.
I'm
Vic,
working. Me and Jared are working on a rollerblading comic right now.
Nice.
Oh well, if you want any, like, if you want an expert, I'm legitimately an expert. I
rollerblading.
published a rollerblading zine for
Nice,
4 years
yeah.
or something.
Really?
You can
Do a
be
rollerblading stream together.
Yeah, you can be the authenticity.
It's like remember that movie Brink?
Bancroft's your rollerblading sensitivity reader.
Yeah, sensitivity.
Yeah. What was your magazine called? Bancroft.
What was my what?
Magazine.
It was called Roller Mag.
Roller Mag.
ROLLA. Yeah, I've got a couple around here actually. Probably.
Sorry, I just clicked on Vaughn's link.
What? What is happening?
You're ready for some good content.
Okay, hold on. Let
I
me
don't
read
wanna
a couple of super chats, so we'll watch it.
Oh, Chad, actually, funny enough, I have a video. You worked on Teen Titans Go, right?
Yeah,
I
the
reviewed
movie.
Teen Titans Go when it came out, and I had like an angry rant because I didn't like it.
I worked on the movie, so you're fine.
Oh, I liked the movie. I gave the movie a positive review.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Is this gonna be Vaughn saying, "You freaking fricks"?
Kind of.
It's gonna be Mini Vaughn. I just listened to like 1 second of it and it cracked me. Okay, Vic IB for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. With narwhal, the eyes would be gone like a mole rat. Holy
Oh.
Damn.
Is Vaughn like leave Sonic alone?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I was. Dude, there was one video I still don't understand. I got 36,000 views, and it's a horrible video. Like, there's literally a part in the video where you can
He's
hear
so
my
proud
dog
of it.
walking in,
believe you.
and the door opening, and it still got. I don't know why anyone watched that piece of shit video. It was like a horrible video.
Wow, I got
Alright,
another
Chris
backer.
Evans.
Thank you.
Sign up for
Yeah, sign up for Brew Tour.
Sign up for Brew Tour as well, and also back the Black family. Let's refresh this one more time and let's watch Baby Vaughn. It'll be hilarious. Holy shit!
Yeah, my old video, my videos from like 10 years ago are pretty bad. They're really bad.
Can we make it?
Yes.
I'm
Come
gonna go
on,
super
let's
chat
keep
Jack
going
show
up.
to go Black Panther.
So close.
Chugga chugga.
You should, yeah. We're at Jack Show. Tell people to come here and back Black Phantom.
Yeah, I should.
Okay, let's switch to Baby Vaughn. Oh my god.
Wait, which one? Because I sent one with my face, and then one when I wasn't allowed to show my face online, and then I was like
I'm
convinced my
looking
mom
at
to let me show my
the
face.
first. No, it's the first one. Oh, your mom won't let you show your face.
Yeah.
I mean that kind of makes
And then I
sense.
did my face reveal video later.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you?
And then he lost all his subscribers.
No, I didn't lose any subscribers that I recall. Also, if you look at the dislikes, like they were really bad videos. I'm mad I deleted the comments, but they used to I'd work hard on these videos and they'd just be like, gay. And I'd be like, oh.
Old YouTube.
Okay. Wait, or should you do the face one?
It's up to you, but just listen to a few
Hold on.
seconds. Listen to me, my wisdom back. This is 10 years ago.
Wow,
So this
you
is
were
me
wise.
predicting my 10
Hold on.
characters. Look at the low quality image.
You don't look that much younger. You look exactly the
Fucking
same.
sport.
Good one. Jake, you fucking asshole.
No, wait, okay, we'll watch a little bit of this. There's another one that's like, he looks like he's fucking 5 years old. It's hilarious.
What is up, guys? It is Captain. Today, I'm gonna bring you a few
Guys.
videos that I've
Was that
thought
like
of
3
a
years
lot.
ago?
Guys.
Since there were not
Wow.
too many characters, I think about 10 characters remaining.
He put this out yesterday.
revealed in Injustice. I thought I'd share this video for you. Now, before I start, I just wanted to say,
Oh my
before
god,
voting
dude.
members,
Crazy.
That's AI generated. I don't trust it.
Wow.
Chat is saying it.
Okay.
Why would you volunteer of this material for
Because it's
everybody?
good material. It shows my progression through things like puberty and how far I've come. You know,
Oh my god, it's so funny.
I don't wanna know.
It's great.
and it's funny.
It is. Okay, you guys ready for the face reveal?
Well, this isn't the face reveal. This is my first video review. My
No,
face
there's
reveal
another
is a different
one.
video.
He
You
even
sent me
split
a-
it up
okay.
into chapters. Look at the timeline. He split it up into like jumpable chapter segments.
No,
as
I
well.
didn't. YouTube did that.
Oh,
YouTube
okay.
does
They
it.
fucked it up
Well,
too.
Jump ahead then. I want to see.
All right, there's my reasoning for
Vaughn.
my
Black-
brilliant
There's
reasoning for all
Red
these
Hood,
characters.
Black Canary.
Neither of those characters in the game, by the way, or
Darkseid.
Darkseid. Darkseid was not in the game. I was totally wrong.
probably be on
Hey,
Hey, I like
Superman's
that
side.
image.
I like that.
love
I was in middle
Blackberry
school. I
baby. We
really
need
liked
more
that.
female
picture.
characters.
I'm gonna bounce, guys.
Number
Good luck,
6.
Chad. I'm gonna see you
Good night,
guys
Blake.
later.
Good
Good night.
Congrats.
Perfect.
Bye.
Have a good one. Back loosen, everybody.
Phil, you know who wasn't on my likely list? Lobo, and that was like the first character they announced, the DLC. So I was wrong on that.
I'm sorry, what?
I didn't guess Lobo.
He on Superman's side, but he
What'd you
could.
Why does Darkseid section is so long? Look at this. This whole
I
thing.
don't remember why I talked for so
Okay.
long about Darkseid.
I don't know why you talk so long either. All right,
Well,
let's switch it.
yeah.
Look at this.
How many views did that get? I'm curious.
Check. I used to get like okay views
Captain
on these
America,
pieces of
the
shit.
Winter Soldier.
I like that
This
haircut, Vaughn.
review's a little late. I had some.
Oh, your voice is a little more broken
Yeah,
now.
this is
The
like a year
previous one,
later.
he sounded tiny.
Yeah.
A lot of. I was away somewhere.
Different room.
Somewhere.
So I just had to.
I was on
really
vacation, but I was like, I don't know why I didn't just say I was on vacation. Like I just said I'm somewhere. It was
exactly the
sensitive.
same
You've been away
as when I
somewhere.
saw it.
You don't know where you went on vacation.
But the
to.
reason
You're
I had to
confused.
give
No, I do.
was
I
because
went to South Africa, but I don't know why I didn't just say I went to South Africa.
South Africa?
Oh, I bet they really liked you in
It
South
was
Africa.
sounded cooler.
You do kind of look sick.
Or maybe they'd be like, oh, they're one of us. Just
You blended in, yeah.
Yeah, you blended in.
Angela wants to know what year this was.
This was like 9 years ago. So
This was last year.
This was
Good one.
yesterday.
it's a good one.
Sorry, Vaughn. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if it's too much
You
fun.
poor thing. We're
No, it's
such
okay. I
assholes.
volunteered this, you know.
You did.
The
This is
dislikes were probably really
The thing
bad.
is,
Why are you subscribed,
when I
Irene?
reviewed Man of Steel,
What am I
I
saying?
didn't make
Okay, I
Wow.
guess.
Fake friend.
but it's not 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I'll give
It's
you
the
another
best
thumbs down. Does that
No.
This movie, however,
This is
It
adorable.
kind of looks like there's fear in your
Yeah, I
eyes.
willingly share. That's true.
Oh,
It's adorable. Poor little boy. No, he looks sad. I feel bad for making fun of him.
No, it's all good. This is a great video. It has. I probably don't make any constructive points in this whole video, if I'm being honest.
nothing changed.
awesome. It was fun.
Well, they've been on YouTube
So
for
the
so long.
comments
though.
are turned off.
Yeah, I got mad at being called gay, so I kind of turned them off. Because all the comments were like, "What are you, 5? Why are you on the internet?" And I was like, "Hey, man."
People are such assholes.
Oh
No, they were all really like, they would just, yeah.
They were
Most
just
of the
right.
comments, I'd be like, "Let me know what you guys think of this topic," and they'd be like, "I think you're gay."
The dialogue was great. The action scenes were.
Oh my gosh.
Bless you for not giving up on life after the
I
hazing
know.
Oh man, I kept going.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's
some thick
YouTube. It
skin.
thickens your skin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ghost House. Hi, what's
That's
up?
why when they started pushing like the whole we're all the restrictions or the dislike button, I'm like, dude, it's 10 years later and they're still calling me gay, so not much changes.
No. You've got another 5 years of that, and then we'll be like, oh, okay.
I think that's just part of being, I think you just get called gay forever.
Yeah, if you're
Probably.
gay.
Okay,
That's just
gay.
what happens when you're like the youngest in the group.
I like how you got the video length exactly 11:11.
Yeah, it was totally intentional on my part. It was
OCD.
artistic. It's my artistic vision.
This one is 11:30. Well, it's if over 10 minutes are when YouTube videos get promoted more, right?
Oh, is it?
Well
Yeah. I
done. Oh yeah,
definitely-
you totally knew about that.
Yeah, I definitely knew about that.
Who was hacking the algorithm at an early age.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I had some decent videos. Most of them are fucking garbage.
Okay, I dropped the link in Jack Show and also super chatted about Black Phantom and Blue Sense.
Oh, I thought you were saying my own channel. I was like, good lord.
No.
Hey, if it's Cecil, how do you bring it up? Yeah, it's
did it
Cecil.
say?
Thanks.
Here's me 10 years ago, maybe more.
It's
That's me
another
right there.
turret. We can tell.
Yeah. And that's my best friend Tom. There's the
Tom.
guy that was screaming on in the other video I showed you, the commentary.
Oh. Cool.
But this is the only images of me. It's a 1-hour video of me playing Mortal Kombat 9.
MK9? Oh, dude,
Let's
remember
watch
when
the
Mortal
whole
Kombat
hour.
was like cool?
Don't skip
And
ahead.
Watch the
Watch the whole thing.
hour.
Phil, what do you think of the new Mortal Kombat designs?
I think a lot of them are uninspired and not iconic.
Yeah.
Like the costumes, they're just
They're
turning
ugly,
into
man.
drab, almost like very layered fantasy characters. All of the women are
Dude, what did they do to their faces?
not
The
sexy
women?
and
like, holy shit.
they got, like, look at this. This is Mortal Kombat 9. This is 2000,
God damn,
2011.
man.
You got Sonya Blade
That
in
was
a
my
tank
girl.
top with no bra, and now none of the women in the Mortal Kombat series have anything over than a B cup.
Yeah, and it's like that's
Lame.
but all the men are still jacked though. That's fine.
Right,
Actually,
all the
not
men are still
really.
jacked.
They kind of made them more soy in the newest one. It looks like.
Yeah, I
Which is
agree.
sad.
I mean, if you look at the new costumes, like in this game, Johnny Cage was shirtless. He had Johnny tattooed on his
Yeah.
chest, jacked out of his mind. In the new one, he's literally wearing a button up with rolled up sleeves, like a dress shirt, and
What the
sunglasses.
fuck, man? It's
You
the
can
same thing
barely
with like
tell the
Liu
character.
Kang is my main. I always use the shirtless variant, because that's
Yeah.
the classic look.
But yeah, the new game, the designs are very, very drab and toned down, not iconic anymore.
Yeah, it
But
sucks, man.
the gameplay still looks fun. So I don't know.
I haven't looked at the gameplay yet. I'm sure it's fine.
try to find other videos.
I'm sure the gameplay is fine, but I just get annoyed. It's not even the designs themselves; it's the reasoning behind them that bothers me more than anything. Because it's like that's not what MK fans want. Like, and also MK has some of my favorite lore ever in video games.
Yeah. Well, in this new one, they changed it all. It's like a basically reboot. So now Liu Kang is the Elder God, and Raiden is the new Earth Realm.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
So Raiden is now like a human with electricity powers, who is supposed to be the champion to fight in the tournament.
That's cool. That's
they
actually cool.
everything, but they kind of like retcon everything. I don't know.
That's weird. Like Liu Kang's my favorite character. Here's this noob Cybot, right? Isn't that your favorite?
What's your hat?
It's my COVID hat.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate, Jake. I'm sorry to hear.
They're bringing back COVID too, so I'm like, I need to whip out my.
I had to get
vaccinated
vaccinated for school,
hat.
dude.
It's a very layered joke.
Yeah,
11
it
years.
started popping up this week. Like, oh, mandates are coming back. Oh my God, COVID flare-ups.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. People are gonna.
I don't know. Well,
too
that's what I
resistant.
think. People are just not complying anymore. It's just people are tired of it. But they're
Yep.
gonna try. They're still gonna try. I'm so annoyed.
You never know.
need to-
You have
There's-
that hope in people.
we feel.
Some people could already fall for it. It's like every
Well,
time.
nobody gave a shit about monkeypox because they were scaremongering about
All right,
that.
guys,
too.
in the chat, who was cooler, Vaughn from 10 years ago or Phil from 10 years ago? I think I was cooler, personally.
This is 11 years ago.
Are we gonna have a 10-year off? Do you want me to show
Yeah,
you me
dude.
as
I want to
as a
see
I was
young-
probably
everyone's
cooler than both of you.
Let's see, because everyone had previous lives. Like Bankroll was a rollerblader, Phil is an arcade guy, Narwhal was a deli worker.
Look at those sunglasses. Look at how cool those white
all
Oakley's
of
are.
Those look like Nerf goggles.
Dude, Vaughn, it's Nerf or nothing, okay?
Yeah, I'm not knocking it. I think it's a good style choice. Personally, I love Nerf. Nerf or nothing. I agree.
I gotta lose this match.
So you look like a serial
16
killer, like
though.
a young
Well,
serial
looks like he get bullied 11 years ago. Well, I did, Mortal V. Thank you for bringing that up.
Phil looks like the bully
look
of
like a-
Vaughn.
No, Phil does not look like a bully. Get the fuck out of here. Dude, that kid got bullied too. Phil definitely got bullied.
His leg. Phil
No,
looks
I
like
think
a-
it's because I got my game face on. Okay, I gotta fight DP.
Yeah, you look kind of mean right now. This is your game face.
Yeah,
Gay.
how you got? That's how you gotta be.
Game.
Gotta be mean.
Hold on, there's Jake.
Wait, you're playing
There's
Sub-Zero? I thought you were.
Ah, she fucking kicked me,
Smart.
That's
and
what
now
I'm
I'm at the
talking
bottom. You better put me.
Accident.
I'm not.
Holy
you-
shit! Stop complaining. Just show the picture. Oh
Man.
Well, you look cool, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, don't look
That's-
as cool as I did, but like you look cool.
That's
Holy
me with
shit,
my
Vaughn. Okay, you're
Yeah, you
cool.
look cool.
Calm down.
old spiked up hairstyle. I don't know how old I was, but yeah, that's me. In a denim jacket and a black shirt. I've never looked that stylish since.
Hey, man.
That's adorable.
Now I look like this. Like that guy turned into this. I mean,
Happy.
he's fucking screwed.
You were cool.
Um,
No, Vaughn, this is a
you
button
look
check.
cool.
Back in the
Thanks,
day, we had to
Phil.
do button checks, so you knew your controls were correct. So
Hmm.
most likely that was the last two players that played used those characters.
Mortal
Little
V says
handshake.
Hyper looks like the older brother in Home Alone. Ah!
Dude, you do. That's
A
totally
little
true.
bit. Yeah, you looked like a movie character.
I look like a bully from a movie.
Yeah, you
look
kind of
one the
look
kids
like
Stand By Me a little bit too.
yeah, you look like a child star who was probably raped.
Holy
Jesus, man.
Damn.
I have that look in my eyes.
Great.
Oh no. Holy hand grenade says, why are his eyes so squinty tired of his glasses? No, Jake is like half Asian.
They're still squinty. We don't know if it's like half
Yeah, hold
Asian
on.
or if it's
Look
like
at-
a Downsy thing. Like it's like either Asian-y descent or like Down
You're
syndrome.
very
like
Asian.
5%.
You just look very you're just very pale. That's what a half albino Asian will look like.
I've got the eyes.
Yeah. Diversity. Why is there no sound? What happened?
You could turn it up.
Oh, I don't think there's
Crank it
commentary.
Oh, I don't know.
Wait, Phil, who are you playing as? Kenshi?
This is when Kenshi came out as DLC, so I'm playing Kenshi.
Dude, Kenshi is like one of the cool, like most cool characters are 1 through 3, but Kenshi is cool.
Yeah,
And then,
Kenshi's
dude,
cool.
look at what they did to Lee May's character design, man. Because I wanted a hot female Liu Kang, and they're like, well,
You want a hot female Luke Cage?
Liu
Yeah, he's into
Kang
those dumb
from
boys.
Mortal Kombat, you fake fan.
I've
I
never
don't think
said
he
I'm a
ever
fan of
claimed to
Mortal
be.
Kombat. These are like the least fun games out of all games.
Wow,
No,
bad
dude.
take.
Competitive.
Bad
It's all about the
take.
competitive. Kenshi's cool because he looks like Neo from the third Matrix film.
I've actually never seen the third Matrix.
He's blind in it.
Kenshi
There's
is
only
awesome,
one
dude.
Matrix movie.
He's a blind psychic ninja with some demonic powers too. It's fucking dope.
Dude, Cyrex is just so broken.
Was he?
Yeah. Cyrex. He's very broken in this game. He could reset. He does damage resets, and they're super broken. There I am, all sad because I lost.
Dude, I tried going to tournaments, but I
Dejected.
didn't train, and I would just get fucking obliterated in Smash. Like,
But hey,
just
top
absolutely-
16 at a major. Top 16 at a major.
That's good for you, man. That's
Not bad.
awesome.
I'm gonna look up.
I never
I'm
put
gonna
in
look
the.
up how many people were in that bracket.
I was okay, and I was pretty good at MK9. I mean, it
There were
wasn't
only-
great.
What was there only 16 people there, Phil?
So I'm about to check.
And you were in the top 16.
Hey, no, there were 32 people. All right, he made it past round 1, which is honestly not bad.
Let's see.
I liked Street Fighter, and then back in the day, I really loved Battle Arena to Shinden because it was really fast. Like the reaction time wasn't like Tekken, where Tekken you mash the button and it's a delayed response on your character. I always hated that.
Pick me or
Yeah,
yawn.
people.
I never heard.
I didn't
never
play
even heard of
games.
that game.
Battle
Wow.
Arena to Shinden is a game
Yeah.
from the 90s.
All right, you get me to Pathfinder. I'm going to get you to play Final Fantasy VII.
Nerds! I played tabletops.
How many people
Like
played
video game
Tomb Raider
people.
just so they could make Lara Croft jump up a really high height and break a neck
I played Tomb Raider
on the ground?
before
No?
I thought about it. I was just like, she's cool and has guns. I didn't really think about it any deeper because I was like in kindergarten. But, it was a good game, man. The Tomb Raider games, those games I want to get into. I think I own a bunch of them.
Yeah, like her pain and death sounds were really.
Hearing the way you talk about stories, because I know you guys, it's
Getting
not an
weirdly dark.
super accessible game. But
Especially
like
when you can
Final
make it
Fantasy
drown.
VII, man. That I played that recently, and that is like one of the best stories I think I've ever.
Holy
experienced.
shit. Jake is just like, over there making all these dark comments. I really enjoyed killing this character and watching him go.
Well, hang on.
Whoa, I got another.
I normally, make morally good decisions. I find when I play
Congratulations,
choose
Chad.
or adventure games.
Thanks.
I don't believe you.
I do, Phil.
Art of and Times of Jay Ryan. He said, "Damn, Chad with the Shinden on PS1. Nice. I've made games that you probably played as a kid.
Oh, which ones?
Turok Dinosaur Hunter.
For the N64?
Yes, I worked on
Yeah.
that.
Oh shit!
Chad said he painted the cover for the box for Shadow Man, right? Chad, is that?
Yep, and Turok 2 was my artwork on that box cover.
Damn, man, what other games? Did you do any PS2 games?
I'm not. I can't remember. I've done so many games.
Come on, Chad.
But I worked on. Hold on, I'm trying to name off some games here, like All-Star Baseball '99, NFL Quarterback Club. I worked on an NHL hockey game early on. Then I worked on the Fear franchise that WB put out. That was a first-person shooter.
And you guys play Farmville?
What?
No.
I bet you would.
Man, that's rude.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, what?
No, I didn't play
being
Farmville.
snarky.
I worked on it.
You worked on Farmville?
Oh,
I didn't play it.
okay.
I worked on it.
All right. Yes, I played it
you
all
guys.
the time. I loved it.
Yeah,
No,
is
I
there
don't
any-
give a fuck. I didn't give a shit. I'm sure nobody cares
Farmville
about
actually was highly addictive. I've heard. Like
I never played that. No offense.
people.
Just did not
it. No,
not
not
enough.
taken. It was a very lame game that grannies played, but it was a job. So there you go.
No,
If
but
any of you
people
guys-
were.
Go on.
No, on Facebook, people were hooked on it. But
Look, I'm
what
even
were you gonna
younger
say,
and fatter.
Hyper?
Did you get to work on any cool
If any
games,
of you
Irene?
guys have ever
Yeah,
played a
I-
little game called Team TF2 before, you might have seen some of my work.
Wait, you did work on TF2?
Hmm.
Oh shit! What did you do?
Makes a TF2 star.
Hats and stuff.
Oh, you made syllable items.
Yeah.
I got you. I love that game. I really liked it.
It's an
I
amazing
played a lot
game.
of Overwatch.
Oh, ugh. Kick Vaughn, Overwatch scum.
I was bad at it, though.
Next, he's gonna say he plays Fortnite.
Dude, well, all right. I remember in Overwatch, like there would be times where I was playing the game and I was giving like actual suggestions so we could win, and they're like, "Dude, you're being toxic," and I'm like, "I just don't want to lose the game, man."
What? How are you being toxic?
Well, because they basically argued that like any criticism, like we were losing the match, and I was like, maybe we should like group up more. And they're like, "Dude, you're being toxic." I was like, "What the fuck, man?" There was one time, I will say, Overwatch is the only game that made me angry enough to message someone and be like, "You fucking suck."
I had to stop. I had to stop playing Overwatch because
great.
I was playing it too much and I was getting no work done. So I just went cold turkey. I
And
used
then-
to, you know, the ice bitch, like the chubby ice woman.
Fucking May.
Yeah.
What a
So,
bitch. I hated May.
so on the mode where you have to move the cart on the payload mode, I could hold in certain areas on the maps. I could hold the cart for like ages on my own as May.
You
because
play, you piece of shit. You play May?
Yeah,
The
because
most annoying character?
you could
She got
tell,
a
like
fat ass.
Yeah, I wanted to see that dummy thick
But if it's
caboose.
first person, you don't get to see her ass because you're
When
you're
you
just
put
looking-
wait, I'm sure there's some like she freezes, right? Her ult makes her freeze in some ice, so I got
Yeah.
to see her like
No,
frozen.
you see her in a block of
You
ice.
could see her trapped in that block of ice.
Wrapped
She
forever,
can't
like
even get away from
perfect,
you.
a perfect immortal picture of a woman.
Nah,
About-
yeah.
You want to show that work, or is that you want to avoid that?
No, I can talk about it another time.
Widowmaker, that was a good one.
About
Oh, wait, go back to full
It's coming up.
dancing. That's
Watch this
fucking
fatality.
dang.
Best fatality in Mortal Kombat 9.
Dude, Noob Cybots. Oh,
Oh
yes!
Damn! Holy shit!
Dude, Phil, have you seen his MK9 one? I mean, his MK11 ones?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
His MK11 one where he makes the
Oh, that's
clone break him
gnarly.
in half from the inside.
So good. Here's my little dance.
Ugh.
Nice.
There's Brandon.
Did you beat a girl?
Yeah,
Oh, it's
yeah.
Brandon Diaz.
There's
There
Brandon.
he
There's
is.
me and my other sunglasses that I lost. I still own this shirt.
That's the
And-
Smash Mouth variant of Phil.
Yeah, that's right.
Dude,
Ghost
you were
House-
dancing on this girl after you beat her?
Of course. Ghost House said
Nice.
it in the chat best. I look like I just got done filming a Capri Sun commercial. Or if it is, was 12 years ago now.
It's
drinking
the
purple
Sunny
stuff?
D Phil. The
Dude,
Sunny
this
D
girl
kid
looks
Phil.
pissed off at you.
She's gonna cry. Phil.
Because you're gloating. You're being an
No,
ass
Phil,
about
I respect
winning.
it, man.
Mm.
She used to work with us. She worked at the arcade.
She quit because of you.
Wait,
No,
man,
so
how'd you
she
find
used to smoke
Sure, you were
cigarettes.
great friends.
She used to smoke cigarettes outside the arcade. I had this other coworker, Don, who never smoked in his life, but because he liked her, he started smoking just so he could go out with breaks.
Oh my god,
with her.
guys, you gotta not do that, man.
Yeah, smokers are jokers, guys.
Yeah,
Got
smokers
1
are
hour
croakers.
left. 1 hour left, people.
1 hour left till Black Phantom.
Yeah.
Yes, let's check back in on unless you
about 10
you want to keep on watching this combat. I
No,
won't
I'm
stop
fine with this. About 10 years ago, I was really addicted to the precursor of Fortnite, which was called Battlefield Heroes. And I so what? What's so funny?
She's taking her to Flavor Town.
God damn
Yeah,
it, Vaughn! Stop
it was-
interrupting
She
people.
pulled
when
up the chat and I laughed. It's
Yeah,
already
that's
over.
right.
Now
Right,
let him
yourself,
finish.
Vaughn.
Sorry, Chad.
That's all right. It was a
Reese-
Battlefield game, and I was in the top 100 commandos, like out of
Nice.
Was it like army? Was it like similar to Fortnite with guns and stuff?
Yeah, it's the same thing. It was a cartoony shooter, but with Battlefield.
You worked on the game though.
No, I didn't, but I played the hell out of it. I was like like I said, a commando is like this, a sniper. I was like in the top 100.
Nice.
Sonya Blade wins.
Have you guys ever
Yeah, that
heard of a
wasn't me.
game called Ark Survival Evolved?
No.
Yes, it was Cartoon Battlefield. Sorry.
Look, now I'm sad.
Irene would love this game.
he's
It's
laughing. Look at the
She
camera.
should have dabbed back at you, done the dance back.
Irene, you would love Ark. There's a video game where like there's a server and it's always online, and your character is always there. When you leave, they just go asleep on the floor and you can get killed and stuff. But it's on an island that's filled with dinosaurs, and you can tame the dinosaurs and ride them and build it. I lost 6 months of my life to that game too. Like the politics and like the struggle of the different like tribes, because you have tribes and you all team together to build stuff. Of the different tribes in this server I was on, it was like living this whole Game of Thrones betrayal thing. Like there was like 3 big tribes, and the leader of our tribe was like friends with one of the leaders of the other tribe, and we'd started surpassing them. They were the big tribe, and we'd like built up. We were like, thanks to my crew joining his tribe, they flourished. But anyway, it was the leader of their tribe said to our leader, "Hey, I don't really trust the people in my tribe, and I think they're going to betray me. So is it okay if I get like an alt account in your tribe?" And obviously, he fucking said yes. So one day we wake up to all of our stuff being destroyed because this one guy on his alt account had like taken all of the ammo out of the auto firing plants. He'd opened all of the doors. All of our dinosaurs were dead. It was fucked.
I'm sad.
Yep.
About the dinosaurs. All I care about are the dinosaurs.
Dude,
What a massive troll.
There's a game I started.
Yeah,
I messed up.
It was an epic troll.
But
like
there was a game
I used to have a pterodactyl that you could fly around. You can fly around on the birds, and I called him Marty McFly.
Like Dinotopia. Oh my god! Of course you would. It would be like Dinotopia. I would have loved that.
I got another backer just now.
Yes, all right, let's refresh. Let's refresh. So right now, it's
You know,
like
it might be.
14,
I wonder if they
133,
shouted it out on Jack's show at all. Phil gave you a super chat.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome.
I just dropped the link again over there.
Oh,
awesome.
I didn't know Jack's show was on.
Yeah, Jack show's on. We're supposed to. Our show is a pre-Jack show, so we always stream like until 3 a.m. anyways. 2 more backers on Black Phantom. Let's see if we can get 7 more. We want to get to 300 backers. This closes in 40 minutes, guys. So
yeah, this is close.
You want to
this
get
is
on
so
this.
good. It's
The edging, the suspense is killing us.
Will it or won't it?
Release. I know. Will it or
I hope it'll last.
Yes, shit. Mortal V already tweeted out the picture of young me and tagged me.
What did you expect?
No, it's good shit, man. It's more subscribers to me. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, and you have just said Ethan is on. Maybe.
Oh, by the way, Irene, I noticed you didn't subscribe to my channel. I'm sure that was a mistake.
I super chatted.
No, it
him,
wasn't.
Oh yeah. Nice. Thank you.
Now that you're gonna make it a whole thing, I'm kidding, Vaughn. I'll subscribe to you. You happy?
Phil,
Yes.
I'll have
Oh
to buy
my
you a
God.
beer or two. If
Yeah,
you drink.
shout
Oh,
out
you
my
don't
dear
drink.
soda. Cream soda.
Dude, I'll buy you the best cream soda in Texas.
Yeah,
we know what
yes.
creamy means.
No. I'll take you to a Buc-ee's. They have the best cream soda anywhere.
Do
I've never been to Buc-ee's.
And it's blue.
Oh, that's crazy.
Blue milk?
Yes.
Blue cream
milk.
soda.
Ooh, no. Chad, do you want to do a quick pitch for this book for anyone who's just coming in?
Yes, it's a Walking Dead dude who has the ability to regenerate through these worms. If his arm gets ripped off, he can slap it back on. The skeleton is kind of like his kryptonite. If he's separated from it, he's pretty much a stiff. So in this first story, which I wrote when I was a teenager, I'm revisiting this story and just kind of like hit that bucket list item of something I've always wanted to do. And anyway, he goes on a mission to find V2 rockets during World War II. and steal a transmitter and light the path for Allied bombers. And I have about a dozen Black Phantom stories plotted out and ready to start drawing. And I've already started drawing the next one. And yeah, he fights Nazi vampires and Horntoad, who I really love this character. I hate that he's a villain, a Nazi villain.
Oh, it's a cool design. It reminds me of the Kasatha, which is an alien race in Pathfinder, but nobody else knows that reference. So moving on.
Maybe, yes. I don't know that reference, but
it's okay. I'm sorry.
Catharsis, what did you say?
Cathasa, it's an alien race in Pathfinder that has 2 sets of arms.
Oh, okay. Well,
They're
and
pretty
you
cool.
know,
Oh,
there's also John Carter of Mars. The alien Martians have 2 sets of arms.
Also, the Shokan.
Yeah, I was going to say that too. The Shokan from Mortal
Also,
Kombat.
in Venture Brothers, there's like this whole arc where they get like interns, and some of them grow extra arms
Why some of them?
because they're working in like a different area in like the dude's crazy science place. But yeah.
Kielbasa, Chad, pick up a book. Yes, 2 24-page action-packed books for $25 plus additional material in it and a standee, which I think the next standee I do for the next campaign will be a Horntoad, and he's going to be a little bigger. Kid Squid is about the scientist who unleashes the Cthulhu monster from the statue, and he must now go and capture it and ingest it and become the living cell and host of Cthulhu. And slowly, eventually, that character is going to be driven mad. And along the way, Kid Squid ended up getting a piece of that Cthulhu monster attached to his back. So there you go. That's the picture on that one. Yeah.
Cthulhu. Yeah, I'm a fan of Cthulhu and tentacle monsters and stuff like that.
If you scroll down, you could see some pages from it. See, so there's where he gets the little monster attached to his back. And then below that,
the little mini squiddy thing, and it's like,
yep. And then
what's
there's
like?
There's where Cthulhu or Dr. Cthulhu ingests the monster and becomes the living host.
Awesome.
And then,
I love the motion. That's so great.
Thanks. And then the page under there shows a page having to do with Pandora, and she becomes possessed by Pandora and puts the jar, not the box, because it's really supposed to be Pandora's jar, and she sticks it inside her stuffed puppy, who becomes a living monster as well. So,
ooh, yeah, I like that character. The whole little Pandora, little
yeah,
evil little girl. Evil little girls are hilarious.
I think so too.
Murderous little girls, best entertainment.
Yeah, she's based off my daughter, you know.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah. Why wouldn't you base an evil little child off of your?
So yeah, so that's my line. Well, some personalities, some of the dialogue that I use is actual dialogue. My daughter has said she's like,
no. Wait, she's not. Is she a good guy or bad guy though?
She is gonna be the most evil character in my whole universe, the most powerful. She's gonna be the toughest out of all of them. But yeah, there's like a line my daughter said, "Mommy, what are you gonna do? Put me in timeout? You gonna bazooka my boyfriend and all kinds of stuff?" She used to say crazy things when she was little. Like she was so funny that my wife and her sister started Instagram and a Twitter for her called Little White Girl Says. Because she used to say the craziest stuff. So
well, kids are really blunt sometimes. So
yeah,
that makes sense.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's great. I love that character. These are great designs, great silhouettes.
Thanks.
That's another, a character design skill. Well, you worked in animation, so you know what you're doing.
Yes, I really appreciate good character design. And I mean, if it's good enough, people will want to draw it. And I've been very lucky because I don't know how many pieces of fan art I've gotten just off of launching the campaign. I mean, and I'm putting about a dozen pieces in my book. So
that's such a fun part of making stuff when you see
Yeah.
people start
Amazing.
when you see your character like converted into someone else's art style, you're like, wow.
Yeah,
That's
Yes.
it's insane.
So there's my pool. I mean, standees
And your pool.
and my pool.
That's a nice pool. Oh, you
Thank
got a
you.
volleyball net as well.
Oh yeah,
so-
it's a volleyball pool. Pool. It's made. We're playing it. So the middle of the
Oh.
pool, it gets deeper and it gets more shallow on the outer lengths of it.
Oh my gosh, that looks like fun.
Yep. Yeah.
And those standees, I like those. Those do exist. I did actually get to hold one in Tampa. These
Yeah.
standees are
Yeah, I
very
saw
well
them
made.
together. I don't know if
I
I
was-
was to hold it though.
I was gonna tell you, Irene. I'm thinking I would like to make standees that are D&D size with all my characters, so people could use them as.
Yeah. That's what I want to do next. Well, I might do kind of a sculpture, like a maquette or like a shelf piece, like a nice sculpture piece of Ragnar, kind of like
Right.
what Phil has for Crim and Jazz. I want to
Just so it can hang over the edge.
Yeah, or sometimes you just put on your shelf something like nice and sexy, a Ragnar pose. But I also want to make gaming pieces, so it might be standees, it might be little 3D prints or something. But they're just really small. They're hard to get right because they have to be like just about an inch tall. They're really small to fit on the gaming board. But that would be cool. I've seen people make standees as gaming things because they're cheaper than doing the 3D ones, and if you can like print the details, and it's perfect.
Well, yeah, like how when you have the standees, you get just that bit of acrylic to play with. You could literally, instead of doing one standee, you could do loads of mini ones on the same plastic sheet.
I'm not doing it like Irene does, where you get that square piece and it comes on and you pop them out.
Yes,
I want to do that.
I want to do that, but my first campaign, it's not in my budget. It costs a little bit more to do that. So check out what Irene has here because it's really cool.
Where did my standees go?
Yeah, where did they go, Irene? Like, dead air now.
No, wait, let's do it.
All right, it deserves to die.
All right, Irene, share my screen.
Share my screen.
Yeah,
Then I don't have anything to share.
Share my campaign, Irene.
Share my screen, Irene.
There they are. Oh my gosh, you guys.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
Ghost House says he demands a full maquette of his favorite character, Chatty Merchant.
Yeah,
Who dies,
come on,
who
Chatty
dies
Merchant.
horribly.
Yeah, what the hell was that? Why did you kill that guy off?
I do like Chatty Merchant, yeah.
He's a cool guy.
Okay, I'm back.
Character.
Show us
Irene,
your.
pull up Narwhal's screen.
No.
Oh my
We're
gosh. Let me show my standees first,
not
please. If I
sharing
can
anything.
I make it about me for just 1 second? Please let me
Yes,
indulge because
course.
I'm very proud of these. Okay, so here you go. These are my standees. The final product will come with like a white backing board, but so I asked my factory if I was gonna just make the two pieces, but I was like, well, does it cost any more because it's the same acrylic? Like if I just made the whole board and printed the whole thing, they're like, no, it's the same exact cost because you're using the same amount of acrylic, maybe like a little more for the extra ink. So I was like, oh, perfect. Let me just have it as this whole piece that comes kind of nice and like it's a nice presentation. And this here is a keychain because I had extra space and I slapped the logo and I just asked them, hey, can you do an extra laser cut? So you guys get an extra keychain for free if you back the standees, or you can't back it now, but it'll be up on the store. This is why you should back my campaigns because I have cool shit like this. And here's the Ragnar one.
Wow, that's
I forget. Was that? It's been so long. Was that a separate tier on the campaign?
It was an add-on. It was also
Okay.
It was in the Give Me Everything and Empire perks, like the big ones. If you back that, so
I'm actually going to use that key ring.
I'm glad. Yeah, I have them right here. See, like
And they
this.
come with the little thing, right? The little metal thing.
They do, yeah. Oh, my factory is awesome. They were like, "Oh, we'll just throw in some of these little metal rings for free." I gotta
ask what your factory is after this.
I will recommend them. They're absolutely amazing. I love them. So you guys
They-
get these notifications.
Not
So-
made in China, it seems.
It's made in Taiwan.
Their
Oh,
website,
nice.
they hadn't done the kind of printing before that they used for the double-sided standee, and on their website they use a photo of Reenie's standee for the product image.
Nice.
Well, they did the demon one before, but the double size. See this one, because I did the demon one for chapter 1, but this is a new edition that's double sided. Actually, I have it put together, so let me just show you that. See, this is after you take it apart and snap together. This is the Ragnar one that looks just like this, and it's double sided. And here's the demon one. But we had to play around with it quite a bit because they used a new machine they got to print it double-sided, and the colors turned out really well, but there was like a long testing process because there was like some laser alignment issues, but it looks great now. So anyways, there you go. I'll recommend the factory to anybody who wants, because they're awesome.
Yeah, I would like to find out what their pricing is.
I'm debating how much, because obviously I have ideas for like what I want to do for merchandise and whatever, but it's also, I know it's hard to sell from a product that no one really knows. So I'm debating how much merch I want to sell.
I just wanted to let Angela know. Yeah, I got a pool, Angela.
Nice.
It's a nice
Yeah,
pool.
she's making a crack about me.
By the way, I haven't made the order yet, but I am gonna definitely do something with the summer sale. I might get the jacket for next time we go dungeoneering.
Get the what?
The jacket.
You gonna get a Dungeoneer jacket?
For Reenie's jacket for next time we go dungeoneering.
Well, you have 5 days left if you want to use that code
Oh, yeah,
that I mailed out. But yeah, you should get the jacket. I have some cool merch on the website for Fiendish, so everybody check it out.
You know what's amazing is I'm doing a lot of sketch cards for people on this campaign.
Yeah, this is what I bagged a sketch card. I got this tier, everybody. I feel like this is the best value because you get a book, standee, or you get the Kid Squid book and the Black Phantom book, and you also get a standee and a sketch card. That's really good value, guys. So you should back this featured tier right here. I just heard a boop. Oh my gosh! Welcome, Allie. Hello.
What's up, Allie?
Allie, what's up?
It's Allie.
Hi, I didn't even know what this was.
Oh no, I have to leave now.
Jake just sent it to me and was like, nothing else. So I was
could've
like,
asked.
I guess I'll click on this.
Hey, welcome.
Hello.
Welcome.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have sent you the link. I thought you were streaming as well.
He was, and I was on
done.
it anyway, so I got your back, Ellie.
Aww.
How many people are on this freaking panel?
1, 2, 3,
what's
4,
up with you?
5, 6.
Too many. Bye.
We're just hanging out.
We're just
promoting Black
killing like
Panther.
villains.
Thank you for
Closes
promoting it.
in 25 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
Everybody. Woo! Come
5
on.
minutes.
Oh, Chad is here. Hey, Chad.
Hi, Allie.
That's what we're promoting. Black Phantom by Chad. If we get to 300 backers, I'll chug alcohol.
Wait, why is
Yes.
Narwhal's avatar a picture of Phil?
Oh.
God damn it, Allie. That's not nice.
I don't know what we did something to Allie, and she's out for revenge for all of us.
No, she just likes trying to neg me, but it doesn't work.
I don't know how to neg.
Exactly.
You just call people sociopaths the first time you meet them. That works.
Wait, did she do that with you?
I was only half kidding.
I don't think I ever got called a sociopath, so that's good. But you also thought I was someone else, so.
I did. So in my head, I was thinking,
sociopath.
wow, this guy's kind of a dick. I thought he was like really cool, but he's like being kind of an asshole. And it turns out you weren't even that guy.
I was nice to you. I was like, oh, hi, Alex. Nice
Yeah,
to
but
meet
you weren't. You didn't act like someone that I'd spoken to before.
Yeah, that's funny because I don't.
Because you
thought
weren't.
He was the other Vaughn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was Von Klaus. You're just like, hey, this is Vaughn. And I was like, oh, cool.
Oh, cool. You wrote here in the trenches?
I didn't know there was another Vaughn.
We
You
need
got
to
yours
come
yet,
up with
Chad?
different nicknames for you
Sorry,
guys.
what, Phil?
Did you
Yeah,
get your
Coleman.
cure in the trenches yet?
Yeah, Von Klaus.
No, I haven't. I'm so mad.
I got mine. I
got
just
mine.
I unboxed it yesterday.
Jake
No,
got
I haven't.
his and then he lost it in his hoard.
I have it still. I just
You
have.
lost it in your horror?
Yeah,
I
he's
have-
a hoarder.
Your whore?
I've got like different piles of books that I take out of the packaging and then just put in a pile.
Stream has just gotten very.
We heard it when you
hostile for
fell
some
on
Why is-
everything last
Why
night. We
is
heard
what?
piles
Why is
of piles
Ellie
of
trying to bully everyone? Like, what is going on? What
Ellie's
is-
been a little hostile
You know
recently.
when someone
I
had
have
like a
not.
like imagine we all have buckets, right? And all of our
Yeah.
buckets are full, but one of us has a hole in the bottom of our bucket, and she's trying to take some water out of our buckets into hers.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's
Irene.
we did
She's
to
doing
you,
it.
Allie. I'm sorry.
Oh,
That
Phil
we
thinks
offended
that
you.
I'm jealous and I'm trying to steal attention from you faggots.
What is happening right now?
The escalation.
I don't know.
Minus Rainy, who is not a faggot.
Oh, thank you.
Whoa, hold on.
It's rising and rising.
What did I ever do? What did
What did I do, man?
You weren't Von Klaus.
Oh, I was not. I should have been
blame
someone
Jake.
else.
Yeah, it's all my fault. It probably is my
I
fault.
got my tarot vote. Yep. It is
Okay.
mostly Jake's fault, I assume. I just assume it's always Jake's fault.
No,
did
so
you-
Rainy, you're just used to me like on our stream where we're alone, and then I found out that you like go out of your way to make these presentations for your other streams.
Oh,
And
my
on
God.
ours, you're
Jealous
just like,
girlfriend.
on ours, you're just like, I don't know what we want to do, Allie. Like, figure out.
Because that's our
something to
show
talk about.
format.
Here comes the jealousy.
Oh my gosh. No, for the creative blog, everyone tries to do presentations. If you want to do presentations for our
It's fine.
Friday stream,
I'm fine.
that's fine.
I'm not
Emphasis
crying.
on the
It's
word
not
try.
a thing. I don't understand.
I'm not crying right now.
I'm
I
taking
know.
notes on female psychology for writing research. right now.
I'm so confused right now.
Ellie,
Strongest female
she-
friendship.
She didn't pioneer this
We
like
have a different show format. We never talk about doing PowerPoints.
Uh-huh.
Okay, all right. I have been
Males don't
successfully
have friends with other
shamed.
females.
I'm not shaming you, Rainy. I'm just disappointed.
Well, see, Phil, I thought Allie was
I
like
think they
one of
need their
two-
girl time, guys. You wanna?
one of
maybe
two
we should-
female friends that I had, but maybe she doesn't like me that much after
Yeah.
all.
Rainy's striking back. No,
can't
you're still
trust
my
women.
adopted
You
child.
can't
I
trust
still love
women.
you.
Sad. I'm sad.
I will
Women
still
hate
protect
women.
you from the evil men.
I'm going on record to say
Okay.
women hate
Women
women.
hate women. It's true.
That's
I don't-
mostly true, though. No, that's 99% true.
Yeah.
Well,
Not all-
okay, as a woman,
Now,
I
Phil
hate
also
bitches.
hates women, so
No,
it balances out.
No,
But
I
a
hate
lot
bitches,
of women are bitches.
and Rainy is not a bitch.
Oh, thank you.
No.
I do. I try to not be a bitch. Mostly.
I adore Rainy. She's a sweetheart.
Yay! Thank you. Ugh.
Oh, she won it back over again.
Okay, see this. All right, so there we go. Now that's over. All right, can we talk about Black Phantom now?
Yeah, I mean, we can.
Yeah.
Chad Townsend, tell us about this incredible book.
Yeah. Oh. What narwhal? What?
Did you guys see Trump's?
I didn't know he was in your book.
No, did you see his? What's it called if you get arrested and they take your picture?
Why are you talking about his
Mugshot.
mugshot? What does that have to do with the
Yeah.
Black Phantom?
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, I
It
thought we
can
were talking
wait-
about
it can
the
wait
book.
just 10
Much
seconds.
autism.
Come on, let
Not
Narwhal
to
have-
pay any
let
attention
Narwhal
to
speak.
politics. I'm so
Let
tired
Narwhal
of it.
speak. I don't care
Well-
about politics.
I'm sorry, Chad.
Wow.
Hello.
You got moved to the bottom. Oh, now you're back up.
There
I
you
actually
go.
wasn't going to
No,
say anything,
I
but
was
then I
standing up for
accidentally
you.
did something, and then people wanted to know. So then
Rainy likes me
Okay.
on home. It's fine.
What more could I say to the fine people
That's
on
gonna
our
get
Ring
clipped.
stream about this campaign?
Nothing ever gets clipped.
I feel like I've talked
Sometimes they.
or
That's men are
bombarded
depressed.
Twitter too much with my
Comics
campaign.
get his comics great.
keep
Clips a bunch
bombarding.
of stuff.
You know what, Chad? I've literally not seen any posts about the Black Phantom
For me?
You
Really?
follow?
from anybody.
I'll do
No,
it.
we don't
I'll
follow
post
anyone.
about it.
Oh,
I retweeted it.
I'm
Should
gonna
dedicate
cry
it.
now.
Well, now is when you should repost it and back this right now. Do you want to do another quick introduction to this, or is there? Let's
There's
talk
a-
about the purse because you just did a pitch for the campaign again.
Right.
It's an undead warrior fighting Nazis.
Yeah.
That's a
The Walking
general
Dead
idea.
man.
Walking
He's-
Dead Man. There you go.
Yeah. I even got a tagline for him too. Through the
Ooh.
power of a mystical key, he is the Walking Dead man, known only as the Black Phantom. There you go.
Mhm.
Awesome.
That's your tagline?
Walking Dead
Oh,
Man?
great. I quit.
I liked it.
Ellie's just not happy with anything.
What?
I didn't even say anything about it. I just asked if that's what it was.
No, you said that's your tagline.
With a dismissive and sarcastic tone.
You can
Dismissive
hear it.
tone.
No, I
Ellie,
didn't.
tone
It was-
control.
It was dripping with like contempt.
That's just my voice.
This is the opposite of edging. This is chafing right now.
Oh, look, I found a typo on your page already.
Oh, there's tons.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Allie.
Wait, actually,
I know
Allie,
you're
if
an
you could go
editor.
through my campaign and find typos, that would be very helpful.
$10.
Okay, Narwhal, you want to go through my campaign?
Sure. What?
There you go. I
So
only have
anyway-
like 5 words.
Yeah, you can get a sketch card. You could get a head sketch on a sketch cover. There's also add-ons that aren't on here. So I have some like sketchbooks with a bunch of art. Like I have artwork from the Teen Titans Go movie in a book for like $10, and then some work on other shows as add-ons when you go in the back.
Ooh, or do you have a preview of it on the campaign page or anything?
No, I don't. It's a surprise.
It's a surprise. I love this.
folios.
These look awesome.
Thank you.
That's an awesome picture. Well,
Yeah.
I got one. I got a sketch card. I'm excited.
Awesome.
Which character did you choose, Irene?
I
Do you
got
remember?
my Phantom, of course.
I got Horned Toad.
I actually got one Dr. Cthulhu, and that one in that picture is going to somebody.
Ooh. Are all the sketch cards in the pictures taken like people specify?
Nope,
Oh, I
I'm-
should have gotten the little girl. Oh.
Yeah, you should have.
Pandora.
Just email.
I've got a bunch that I've already drawn, and I'm gonna be drawing the rest of them while I'm waiting on the printers to ship it.
Mm.
So
Cool. How many total do you have? Do you
I've
know?
got like somewhere around the neighborhood of like 35, 40 I need to draw.
Oh, that's not that bad. Not for sketch cards. I think Nerium had like 200 or something. I was
Oh.
like, how the fuck are you doing this? Completely insane.
Nah, I think it's
Yeah.
fun. I enjoy it.
That's good. Well, I like the hatching that you're doing here.
Yeah, I
but
want-
head sketch.
Yes. So I have the Kid Squid variants already in place to start drawing on them, and then I'll be getting the Black Phantom ones pretty soon too.
Cool. And here, additional ads-on, but it's ads-on. Additional add-ons after you choose your perk, and those are secret.
Yeah. Yeah, secret stuff.
So you have all the sketches, one of everything, head sketch on cover, Black Phantom's head sketch, and then the sketch cards, main
It's-
book bundle, and
it's
this. I recommend everyone get this one.
I've sold a lot. Actually, I've got about 20 sketch covers I got to do, but people did them as add-ons.
Oh,
they
that's
don't-
awesome.
Yeah, they're not really prevalent on the main page that I sold a lot, but I actually did. So,
Cool.
yep.
Yeah, this is great value. 15 minutes left, everybody.
Really?
Yo, I need-
How are
I
you
need
seeing?
more coffee. Let's go.
How are you seeing a timer? I'm not seeing that.
No, I'm just looking on my clock and counting down to 3 a.m. over here.
Yeah,
Oh.
all campaigns end at 3 a.m. Eastern.
Oh, is
time.
that really? No, I didn't know. Is
Yep.
Indiegogo like a Californian company?
Yeah, it's
That
based on
explains some
the
things.
West Coast.
Chad?
So-
if you're
Yes.
going in demand, do you have in demand
territory.
clicked? Like you know that you got the
Hey,
thing,
Rainy,
right?
share
Oh
my
yeah,
screen.
I think I have it clicked. Where is it, Phil? Just in case.
Sorry,
Alright.
what?
Rainy,
You have
share my
to,
screen.
Okay.
Hold on, let me remember how to do this.
Go.
Oh god.
Editor mode. Here we go.
It's under basics, isn't it? Like campaign editor basics.
Ali,
Isn't it?
he's just using the language I made for Connell called English 2, where they look like typos, but it's just like a different language.
It
This
says it's,
isn't on Carnal though.
Jake, your genius never ceases to amaze me.
it says it
Well,
starts,
thank you,
Phil.
boy.
So
It's what?
Well,
says it
Chad
start-
has also learned from Jake and is using
check
his
mark?
own version of English.
I don't
Yeah.
see a check mark. It just says it starts at
English?
2 a.m.
3. Chad's got English 3.
Boof? What is
Really?
that?
Why are we doing this?
Boo. F minus.
It's in
Because
Oh,
Ali
no.
won Rainey over again, so now she's letting her run amok.
I know it's not about winning me
Stand up for
over. Well, critique is good, and
I'm trying to
typos have
help
nothing
you.
to do
Chad,
with
it's
the
in
quality of the
settings?
book.
Mm-hmm.
They are if they all get through.
Settings.
Yeah, it's if you go to all the way down the settings and then it says in demand and then opt into in demand should be checked.
If there are typos in a book, I literally cannot finish the book.
Okay, that's.
I
Cool.
have half of a shelf of independent comics that I haven't even been able to finish because I can't. The first one I see, I have to put it down. I can't finish it. We need to
That
be better
sounds
than
like
Marvel and
OCD.
DC.
Sounds like OCD.
Get
Do you do
coffee,
like story editing
editors.
too, or do you just?
I do. I like story editing, but the first time I see someone has an obvious typo that they didn't have edited, like they didn't even have a copy editor. I'm like, so you just don't care. And now that's all I'm thinking about. It doesn't matter how good the art is. It doesn't matter how good the story is. That's all that I can see now.
I guess that's fair. We want quality. That's the thing, though. A lot of
That's true.
artists that's just not where our brain is. We're thinking about like the characters and the story. But it does. We do need better editing
I'm
and
on the
better
verge of
writing
hiring-
in
yeah.
CG. I do
I'm-
agree with that.
I agree with that too.
I've not found a single campaign page that doesn't have a typo on it.
All right, I might message you then because I'm
Where are my
on the verge of
typos?
hiring-
Wait, you did point out my typos.
She hasn't looked at your page.
Oh, it's fine. That's what I expected.
Because I don't want to make you insane, but I did help you edit number 2.
You did. Thank you.
All right.
I blasted out the PDF for number 2 to like everybody that I trusted and was like, give me feedback, please, and fix my shit.
Maromi, that's not even nice. I am an editor.
No,
Phil-
you do need someone. Look, my
Yeah,
mom
Steve is
was
a great copy editor. I use him.
Steve is an editor. Ali's an
him,
editor.
yeah.
I have Michael Oden as my editor.
Wait,
There's,
copy editor is just what? You just look for stuff like that?
Yeah,
Yeah, there are
grammar.
different types of editors. You have
If-
like a story editor, but then you also have like type and spelling mistakes and like a copy editor for your
The
grammar.
copy editor is editing the proof that goes out right before printing. So if someone doesn't want, and me to mess with their story, that's fine. I get it. But if you want me to make sure that you have everything perfectly edited, it's literally like the base level of stuff, like so that you can avoid an ARPL. Okay, everyone remember the ARPL
Arpaul O'Neill? Yes, of course.
Yeah, okay.
Incredible.
If they had hired a freaking editor, that would have been avoided. But not even the major publishers are hiring editors anymore. It's pathetic.
Well,
they do
hired
have
someone who
editors,
said
but
she's
they
an
don't.
editor.
They don't do their jobs. That's the problem.
10 minutes left for the Black Phantom. If you haven't
Yeah.
packed it yet, get on it.
Let's refresh again. I'm almost done with this bottle of.
Hey, get in there.
You didn't kill
Five
him.
more
Five.
backers. Are we gonna
Just
get
five.
to 300 or not? Let's go.
Yeah, get me there, please.
Bring
Phil, I
he's on
sent
the-
you a
he's on
pic
the
of
cusp.
the.
Five more.
300,
Five more. 5
300.
more. Dun, 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 5 more. 5 more. How much?
Allie, some of what you're doing, I call it toxic job security. That's where you're
What?
like, it's like tunnel vision on one thing that's going to get you more jobs. Like that's
What
like,
do you mean? No, it's
Yeah.
hold on.
it's like lawyers inventing lawyer speak. So like everyone has to hire them to translate the lawyer speak.
Yeah,
Oh,
don't listen to her. You should fill your campaigns and books with spelling errors.
Yeah,
Dad,
it's just
is
it's too high of a priority.
is the title of your book under Rocket's Red Glare?
Shit,
Is that-
it's wrong now.
Okay, never mind.
Rockets what? Where?
8 minutes to go until the closeout for this amazing book.
Well, sir, I feel like this is a great contrast in comics. People tend to focus on like the story and the art is really important, or the characters. But, and I do agree, having better copy editing and having better writers and people understand structure is important. But I think for a lot of, like for me, it's not that important. Like there's a couple of typos. It doesn't bother me that much. Everybody's different though.
It does, but it's also like,
Yeah.
you know, I would prefer not to have. Oh, hi, Allie.
Did
Oh,
Allie leave?
bye.
Anyway, I kind of
Aw.
agree too.
So she just came. She was like, "You guys."
No.
I was kind of mean. I was kind of mean because I was like, "Shit, what's wrong now?" Like, I'm
No.
sorry, Allie.
Allie, we were just doing the same thing that you
She was
did.
trying to help.
Oh,
No, editors. I do agree. Editors aren't. You need like someone to that you can take notes from, like serious notes.
Yeah.
So
no,
I
editors
think
are
I've sent
important.
my
I agree.
script to like half the people here. Like you know, it's important that you do that because
It's important to get feedback.
that's how I started. You know, it's about the first comic I edited. Right.
Allie, come back.
Allie, I'm sad that
Allie,
I might have
come back.
Right
made
here.
you feel bad. Please.
I'm
come
sorry,
back.
Allie. I wasn't mad. I was just.
Wait,
I too am sorry.
it's a tactic. She's winning us all over right now. She's done it.
Come back.
Should I?
nagging
Wait, maybe
us
I
and
should
then-
do that from
She's
now on.
nagging us, and then she
No.
rage quit, and now we feel bad. And now
Oh,
she's
Yeah.
cementing her control over us.
she's
or
just
making
the
us feel
perfect
bad.
tactician.
I don't-
The question now
Oh,
is
no.
she even in the chat or is she gone?
She
forever?
was.
I
She
don't
just said goodnight.
know.
Is she not even? Is
I
she
heard her
not even
feelings.
watching
An old
anymore?
Irish
I
goodbye.
know. What do we do? What do
It
we
was
do?
my
This is the
fault.
first comic I edited right here.
Nah, she's still in the chat. You can find her.
She's in chat.
Your
Come back.
boy. Vaughn.
It's true, Vaughn. You're an editor.
Yeah, man. Been there. Well, I didn't know that. I was just they were just like, can you give me notes? I didn't even know what my role was initially. They were just going to give me notes on this. And I was like, oh, I'm in it. And then I looked at the notes page and I'm like, I guess that's my job as editor.
So
Because I've
did
been reading
you-
comics. But
What kind of notes did you give? It was more like.
you know, it's
stories?
funny. I didn't get to directly talk to Chuck Dixon because I mean, but I was like, holy shit! Like I'm editing it, Chuck, like because I'm a big fan of his. And then I would just read it and just like literally take notes on pieces of paper. I'd send pictures, and then my boss would just call me and we just talk for like hours. It was really cool. It was a really cool experience on that book.
Yeah, I
Well,
got that
what's good? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's all good.
So we're gonna talk.
No, I was just imagining what.
I was
Allie
reading
would have
chat.
said.
Sorry.
What's chat saying these days? Anything interesting?
5 more. Oh my gosh.
They're saying that?
Can
Five,
we
for
do
5
it?
minutes to
Big
go.
IP is still here. Big IP wants Ellie to come back. I know Ellie never comes on my channel. I thought she was streaming though. So
By the way, the
Was
second book
earlier.
I edited is also on Indiegogo.
yeah.
You ended your stream just to come on here, Irene.
5 minutes.
Well,
What?
I have to interview Chuck. I haven't interviewed Chuck on my channel yet. I should.
Oh, finally the wine is hitting. I need to drink more. I feel like I need it. Let's go. Let's go.
I think I'm still.
Let's do a toast. Let's do a toast.
Crackers!
Wait, hold on, toast.
Alley.
I need some wine.
Yeah.
I don't have wine,
We
but
all
I'll
need
do some
some.
bourbon.
We all need some wine.
I might regret this tomorrow, but I'm doing it tonight, maybe.
Nope. No regrets.
No regrets.
Jake, where's your isopropyl alcohol? Taking it out.
Also, what?
There we go. Right.
I'll drink
What are
my,
we drinking? What the fuck is that?
Well, I ran out of alcohol, Vaughn, so I had to get this 100% isopropyl alcohol, and I might have just stopped
Narwhal just got out his cleaning supplies. I guess that's what he's drinking right now.
I got fluoridated tap water.
Oh no!
fully fluoridated.
Cheers,
motherfucker.
everybody.
What are we cheersing to?
Okay.
Black Phantom.
The Black
Cheers.
Phantom. Chad
Black
Townsend.
Phantom.
The GOAT.
Yeah, thank you. Am I
And to the
pitching it now?
backers. Thank you, everybody.
To the backers.
Thank you so much.
To the chat.
And you guys.
To the chat.
To Allie.
And to, and to Allie.
To
You
Vic.
guys and Allie.
Charlie, we're sorry we pissed you off.
We didn't do anything wrong.
No, we were just necking all around. I thought it was a good fun.
To Vic.
Sorry.
Don't die.
Vic.
To edging. There you go. I forgot that this is just a really long
Edging.
extension of our
Vic
creative
King.
block show because we just started hanging out.
No.
3 minutes, guys. Can we get 5 backers to make it to 300 backers? That would be
Listen,
insane.
at the midnight.
You guys haven't backed this. It's a steal.
A steal.
Steal 2 books in this.
2
The
books
one-
and a standee.
Yep, the 1 hour is a misnomer because it's actually 5 minutes. It ends at 3 a.m. It's 2 minutes, guys. Oh my god, it's 2 minutes.
Go and slip in.
What we need
The
is
midnight
for 5 people to get this tier right here, which is what I got. What you get if you back this
Chad,
is
sorry.
for only $65. Let me finish, Vaughn. It's 2 books. You get the Black Phantom book.
sorry.
You get
Yeah.
Kiss Like Jesus fucking Christ, and you also get the acrylic standee, which is this beauty by the pool here. Over here, look at this sexy thing. And you get a sketch card for only $65. I would charge more than $65 for just a sketch card. So this is a fucking steal. Everybody go back
Right.
this right now. Thank you. I'm
Steal.
sure there are 5 people in chat who haven't backed this. We need to get this 300 backers. I'm gonna go crazy, so we need more backers on this right now. Okay, sorry, Vaughn. What were you saying?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's promoted.
Chad, I'm sorry I wasn't able to get you on the street, my stream before this.
Yes.
But we'll get you on next
The
time.
apostrophe needs to be there. Yeah, I get you.
Irene,
What?
you're the best promoter.
Alex telling
Oh,
me.
what's
Oh,
lucky
I was like,
is
I
you
understand.
haven't gone to print yet, so this is great. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and-
need
go
to be in
through and
contact
fine
with you.
tune this.
And
You know,
that
the thing is-
quotes.
Yeah, you know the thing is, I think like artist brains just aren't like the most technical a lot of the time.
Oh, you don't say.
But yeah, I mean, holy shit, artists are
Mine
really,
too.
really chaotic. We're just like, oh, like we think about like cool plot points and cool character abilities and all this kind of stuff, but it's useful to have like the last polish before you go to print, so that's what's important.
Dude, I'll write my characters inside and out and know them perfectly, and I'm scared shitless at the idea of what the fuck is starting a business like.
My
Like,
grammar is complete bullshit. It's
I
like
remember I was
I think
talking
you got a new
about-
backer.
Oh, wait, it's
What?
in demand. Right on dot. There, right on the dot.
It's
on
3
Wow.
a.m.
You got
Thank
one
you,
more
Amber.
backer. We didn't hit 300. Sadly, Jen will not drink that entire jug of isopropyl alcohol because we didn't hit 300 backers.
Yay.
Yeah, that's
remember-
why I'm not
Damn it.
doing it.
Jimmy
Yeah.
Palmiotti was telling me,
Oh, wow.
or no, Amanda Connor was telling me that she just like looks at Jimmy's stuff. She's like, Jimmy, just write it. I'll edit the grammar for you.
What?
It's like when they
It's-
write together.
And it says it's at 14,420 on my screen. So I
Oh,
don't know how.
nice.
Yeah, I just backed
Oh.
right at the
420,
end.
69.
Thank you, Hyper.
With the top bundle as well.
Wow, dude.
Right at the clinch.
Right at the clinch.
Clinching.
So if you refresh it, the numbers should go
It's
up.
gonna take. It just takes some
Oh, okay.
time. It's my
Okay.
browser. So, well,
Congrats,
great.
Chad.
Yeah,
Congrats.
congrats.
Great close out.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. This is my happy night here.
Your happy ending.
Happy ending.
Oh, Mortally says I failed. I did, but I'm used to it, so it's fine. I fail all the time.
It's it's really for a first campaign. This is very successful.
Yes.
And you're still in demand. It's not shut down yet, so you can keep on
Mm-mm.
promoting it. So that's good.
No, I can't.
That's more than my first campaign.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in 60 days, man.
In 60 days? It took.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, was this only 30 days for Black Phantom?
It was
45.
45.
Oh, that's. I should consider that. Doing just 2 weeks or so afterwards. After the
Yep.
30. That's smart because the last 30 is usually a pain in the ass.
Well, I think part of it too is I want to make sure because right now I'm still tweaking and editing. Allie, I'm going through and editing. I've got other people looking at it, and then I want to have it to the printer before the 1st. So, yeah, I hopefully I will have it in everybody's hands by Christmas. So.
If you got Allie to edit those things, you would not have a single error. She would pick up every single thing. She has like a superpower, and she gets whenever I send her anything I've written, she gets very frustrated because I can't even do my own first language very well.
I respect that because it's like, well, that's someone who's just like a real writer. I feel like I'm not a real writer. It's like I do comics and I pretend to write. So it's good to have real writers. Like that's why I have my editor, Michael Odin, but I also send chapter 2 to Allie. So chapter 2 is Allie approved, everybody.
Every writer, I should talk to Allie, honestly. She listen.
Or just
The hard
any editor. Well, that's the thing. I think what I was saying before was comics people tend to focus on, like we have our strengths if we grow up in comics and with stories and cool ideas and all this stuff. But when it comes to the actual text, and because a comic is never just even just dialogue or but also dialogue is important, like the way you phrase it. So I think especially a lot of CG books, better dialogue, better story in general, but also you need copy editing for the blurbs in the back of the books and the descriptions and what happened last time. So those things are all important, and it's useful to have an editor or have a prose writer take a look at it. It's just helpful for everybody, and it's nothing against a creator to need an editor. I think everybody needs that.
The problem is also if you look at older comics, and this is something that drives me crazy. I'm not saying it was always this way. And granted, I know I'm, different, but like generally speaking, like the people that were editors back then in the older days were people that were also creators or writers of some kind, right? Like you look at the older comics, and Louise Simonson was like, I didn't even know this. She was older than Chris Claremont. She was more experienced than him. And Ann Nesenti, she worked in like newspapers and shit before she became an editor. Like you look at all these people, and they were like, the editors were like people that you'd want to take advice from. Like Graham and Chuck's editor on Batman was, before he was an editor, he was like a legendary writer on Batman. Damn. And it's like now the problem we have is that I wouldn't hire an editor I've hired friends, in general, that even one of my editors is a friend who doesn't necessarily read comics, but I'm like, dude, I remember I actually asked him, can you give me advice on this topic you know a lot about? And he would just he just sent me back full script notes, and I'm like, okay, I guess you're my editor too. People need someone who could like tell them they're wrong.
You guys see that Trump photo?
Okay.
That Narwhal was talking about.
Politics. Great.
Politics is I don't give a shit about. Dude, Kelsey, I'm with Kelsey on this. Well, okay, it's like politicians. They've let me down my whole life, man. I fuck politicians.
We don't. I didn't bring that up to actually talk about politics.
No, I know you brought it up to bring a bit. I know.
What Trump photo? What are you talking about?
Someone
else. I haven't paid any attention. All I know is debates happen. People have opinions.
In Home Alone 2.
He was in Home Alone 2. Didn't he give him like bad directions?
Didn't they edit him out of the streaming version of that?
Probably.
That's fucking stupid, dude. Like if he's in a movie.
Because they think he's literally
Orange Man bad.
It's just so childish. If these people think Trump is literally Hitler, what are they going to do when they actually meet?
Hitler?
There's an actual
Dude, they did that.
Did they bring Hitler back?
College. Yeah, they did that at my college, dude. My friend, they did that to. You can look this up. I swear to God, this is true. If you look up China Kinda Sus in Google, you'll find my college. They gave out a sticker that said China Kinda Sus. And they called the two people that were running the organization that gave out these joke stickers were like a Brazilian guy who was Jewish and an Asian girl. And they still called them racists and white supremacists, even though neither of them were white.
Congratulations on a wonderful campaign, Chad.
Thank you. I just got another backer just now.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome.
That's awesome. Wait, what are you at? So then 297?
Yes.
Wait, so does it automatically go in demand even if you're
Yes,
like,
when you have it checked. That's what Philip and I were.
Philip Diaz.
Right, that's my name. Don't wear it out.
That's what we were trying to work on.
What's
and
your middle
discuss.
name, Phil Diaz?
Come on. Take your Ritalin. Christ.
I take Vyvanse, not Ritalin, and then Adderall boosters.
Phil's middle name is
afterwards.
That's what I figured you were taking. Yeah.
You know, I wasn't taking it when we met in Tampa because I didn't think I needed it.
Yeah, I know.
You were off your meds in Tampa.
That's why.
I
That's
need
why
that
you're
shit.
non-stop yapping the whole weekend.
DJ2K sent a super chat, Rini.
Oh, I see. Let's see. Oh my gosh, so much shit going on. DJ2K for 5. Thank you. Trump won the black vote with that photo. He also has T-shirt. # free Trump.
I like Kevin Ryan's comment where he says air is racist.
Like giving him away for free now? I thought it cost more than that.
The dumbest. Everything is racist now. Hi,
Allie,
Ellie's back. We want her back.
Oh.
Allie, you're right. Editing is important too.
She doesn't hate us anymore.
No, editing is important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's gonna give us.
I
You're gonna
accept
give
your
us the
apology,
silent treatment? Is this the bit? You're back, but wait. Have you made your avatar grayed
Christ,
out
just
as
let
well?
her speak first.
It was
Don't
always
apologize
grayed out,
to her.
Jake. You don't pay any
Christ.
attention. This is the problem.
It's true.
He's
Hi,
gonna
everyone.
call.
How you
He's
doing,
gonna
Allie?
call Irene Alley. Jake is.
How do
Hyper-
I?
hyper
He's gonna
wizard.
call Irene Alley, Jake is.
Jake thinks that we're the same person. He thinks we all look alike.
All white people look the same.
Just different fonts.
I'm so white, guys. Yes.
You are.
No,
You
no.
dressed like a black cat for Halloween. You're white.
How do you
What?
know
How
that?
is that? Hold on. Holy hand grenades wanted to see
Who knows that?
my eyes because
Have you seen Mean Girls?
It's okay to be white, Irene.
Yeah, it's okay to be white.
Keep
I
your
mean,
mouth in the
I
screen.
know.
Rini.
Listen, you could say that, but you did tell me to buy you
Rini.
Starbucks at the convention. You did tell me to buy you Starbucks at
Oh,
the convention.
because
You did
because
tell me to do
internet.
that.
Can't wait to be in Austin.
And it was a latte, by the way. She told me to get her a latte. That's all I'm saying.
Keep
Her
your
white
mouth
girl
in
is
the
showing.
screen, Rainy.
I am. Oh my gosh, people are gonna be.
Listen, you could show me your
Now
Asian
that
eyes
you
all you
said that,
want,
people are going to
but I've
meme
seen
it.
your Starbucks
That's
order.
why
I know
they
the
asked
truth.
you to do it.
Or Bancroft.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay, I don't get these things. Well,
I know that's what
Mm.
I'm here for.
Okay, thank you. But anyways, see, now you have proof. There's no Asian fishing here. I'm really just.
No,
mixed.
you're really half Asian. And half
Yes,
white.
shockingly. Yeah.
You're Haitian?
Yes, I am.
Asian.
Haitian. Yes. Egg beater, everybody, go!
Oh, thanks,
Go,
Mortal V.
Egg beater.
Oh wait.
The link is right there. Everybody, go back there right now.
Allie, did you get
Would
any
you
backers
say
on
you're
that
more-
stream?
You know
I
I
don't
didn't.
get these things.
couldn't
I don't
refresh
get.
it. I was too
don't get
drunk.
it.
No,
I got
Jake,
these-
you had it up and you were like, let's go see if anybody backed Eggbeater, even though I know that they didn't or wouldn't.
Do you know, I said that because
Yeah.
I
Good,
knew
good,
that.
good, good, 'cause you're a fucking douchebag.
Wait, Irene, I have a question. Would you say you're more like a Twinkie or an egg?
Holy hand grenades. I'll never trust you again. I'll never. Holy hand grenades asked that question. I will never do anything you ask in chat. You've broken my trust. I see through you. Sorry, Vaughn. What? Twinkie or an egg? I'm a scrambled egg.
A
Okay.
scrambled
I'm not
egg.
a
So you're
Twinkie because
perfectly
I'm not-
balanced.
I'm not. Yeah.
She's
I'm a
not
scrambled egg.
like Night Twink, okay? She's very wholesome.
Well, wholesome had nothing
It
to do
really
with it.
is.
There was nothing wrong with either. You know what I mean? I'm accepting.
I'm free range scrambled egg with a little spice. Yay.
This stream
Did you know that you
all over the
should
place.
thank
This is
Ethan?
crazy.
Did you know
I
that
didn't
he
ruin
created-
your hand grenades. She's just kidding.
Vic IP for another $2.
I'm not at-
Thank you.
Wait,
I will-
another $2.
I will
Now
ask
that's money.
I will ask the question if Rainy wants me to ask it.
I don't know what the question is though.
What's
Ask
your
It was
Alex.
in it was in a previous super chat.
Bada
Did I
bing,
miss
bada
it?
boom.
Mm-hmm.
Did I miss it? I'm sorry if I missed it. Oh,
But
I see it.
I'm only gonna answer it if Rainey says I can.
Raina,
That's not the question.
Just don't.
Oh, I heard Christina Lynn.
I
Is he a
missed
copy
this
editor
super
or a
chat
big
though,
boy
so I'm
editor?
gonna read it. Big IP for 199. Reading asked about around CG or Christina Lynn as editor. I don't know who that is. I don't know them, so I won't. Well, I have no opinion either way because I don't know them. What?
They them? It's a woman.
Wait.
She's a woman, Christina.
Holy
Not a they,
shit!
them.
Okay, it's just her.
Okay.
You happy?
Yeah,
Hopefully,
get your
my
pronouns
pronoun
right,
use.
you bigot.
I don't give a fuck. I'll call them dumb all I
Why are
want.
you assuming that the gender would be female just because the name is
Because
Christina?
That's
I'm
right.
based.
as of 2 minutes ago,
Checks out.
As of 2 minutes ago, this stream became the longest creative block we have done so far.
Oh, really?
Because it's extended into a whole separate stream. That's
I wouldn't call this the
Why can't
creative
you
block.
just say Jake just gave you an accomplishment, and why can't you just say thank you? You have to be like, well, because it extended, you can't just say, Jake, you know what, you're right, and these are great people, and I'm happy to be among them.
Because we don't want it to go to his head.
Christina's
Listen,
is
Jake has a nice, pretty head. Pretty boy
Just
head.
as Christina's, Aaron Lacoste's.
He doesn't need any bigger of an ego.
Awesome. Well, in that case, I'm sure she's good because Aaron's rating is great.
Jake does need a bigger ego.
Yep, there you go. I'm not trying to crush Aaron.
Ali makes lots of efforts to cut my ego down as often as she can.
Well, that's what we're all here for. As creators, we need to keep each other humble, and that's why we're here to keep each other in check, cut our egos down. All right, I feel like this has been we just hit 5 hours. Holy fucking shit! I'm glad we can have you on, Chad, and help you
Thank
close
you so
out.
much.
Yeah, Chad, you're the man.
Thanks,
Everybody go back Black Phantom. Black Phantom is still in demand, so you can back it now. Also back all of our campaigns that we've been shilling today. I think everybody has had their books pulled up. Jake has a sign up for Cardinal. Narwhal has what's Hotel?
Hotel Story.
Hotel Story. I was like, is it the hotel? Sorry, you just launched it today, so I don't remember the title yet. I apologize. I'm so sorry.
The sign up.
Hotel Story, the sign up. If we can get there, you go. Mortal posted a link. Thank you so much. Phil has the Lost Pages 3. The link is in the description. Also, my book, Fiendish. I have a sign up on fiendishcomic.com. And Allie's Egg Beater. The link is also in the description. And Vaughn for Living Legends, of course. Do you guys want to? Only Allie and Vaughn, you guys haven't pulled something on. You guys want to pull something on before we wrap up the stream?
Allie, you want to go first? Ladies first. You go first.
What is happening?
You go first.
Egg Beater. Let's pull it up.
And also, the amazing Michael Bancroft was on here earlier. His campaign is also closing tonight. Hopefully, we can raid into him. He's doing.
I'm trying to figure out how to. I can't figure
How do you
out
raid?
I don't know.
Okay,
I can show you guys.
Go and edit. Go to your YouTube backend thing. Click on the pencil thing to edit the stream. Go down to customization, then go down to the bottom of that, and it's called a redirect. Then you'll be able to choose this thing.
Wait, okay. At the bottom, where redirect? What? Customization. Redirect.
Wow,
Yep.
I'm learning new stuff here.
And the other person has to make themselves raidable.
Right. And most people that know.
Yes, it's right there. Okay.
Really?
All right,
Can you
it's
give
set
me a
up.
wrench
Yes.
so I could put my links?
Oh, you don't have a wrench. I really
Cecil actually was trying to give me a wrench the other night, and he was so fucking drunk he gave some random person a wrench. And he was like, "Why the fuck did you give me a wrench?"
He didn't know who you were either.
No, he knows. Cecil knows who I am.
Fine, you're a wrench.
You still know
Oh,
who I
am
am.
I
I'm
wrench?
kind of a big deal around here.
All right. I didn't know.
But yeah,
Thank you, Irene.
Bancroft raids into us like every week.
What
and
a good man.
We finally get to raid into him. We finally get to return the favor.
All right. I have the raid set up, so once this wraps up, everybody will go straight over to the Lucent. Lucent, Painted Death, which is also closing out. Oh my gosh. All right, let's go back to... I have my layouts all messed up. Over here, Egg Beater, vintage style horror slasher comic. Ellie, you want to tell everybody about this real quick?
Yeah. So, Egg Beater is obviously, as it says, a vintage style horror slasher comic. A man who was a family man was horribly mutilated, and his family was killed, and now he is out for revenge. He must kill a baker's dozen in horrible ways, and there are puns.
So many puns.
Oh my gosh. I apologize, Hand Grenade. I was just kidding.
About what?
What happened? No!
He thinks you hate him now.
No, Holy Hand Grenade.
Who hates him?
Yeah. You.
Brainy, you.
What did I do?
He thinks that I made you hate him.
How?
He's
it's
doing
the
to
show.
Allie what Allie does to us. He's like,
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So
I don't do anything.
so much nagging.
Oh, look at it. It's cute.
I drew Allie's egg beater dude.
Look at his little drool as well.
Oh,
That's
awesome.
great.
I love his
So
teeth.
adorable. I just want to grab his melty little cheeky.
Yeah, you can really grab that flesh. You can feel the flesh and all the pop marks. Yeah, he's fun to draw, and he also has huge teeth in my rendition.
I know, I like it.
He's like it's like his version of the mask.
I like it. I love it. It's beautiful. Send it to me.
I will. That's for you,
It's
Allie.
adorable. That would make a good trading card. We should make a trading
I
card.
adore it. Well, Hockey did all my trading cards, but I could do a magnet maybe if I get higher up.
Let's get Allie high.
Send me some Kava Kratom and I will be happy.
Fantastic. I like it.
But it is in demand. So
there you go.
Check the box. I did.
Almost.
And the Crypt Keeper recommends that you buy it.
Oh yeah,
I didn't make that up. It's on there.
I don't know if it's the video. I don't think
It is
it's
the
on
video.
there. This is it?
Yeah, those are all
okay.
videos. You can. So Indiegogo made it so you can put as many videos up there as you want.
Oh, I thought you could only put like 2. Let's see.
Nope.
Did
Now
I
you can do as many as you
share?
want.
Did I share audio?
Tin, 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 tin. Hello, boils and ghouls. It's your old pal, John Cusier, the voice of the Crypt Keeper. And tonight's terror tale I call What's Cooking? That's right, Eric. This is a special shout out just for you. I understand they call you Egg Beater. Yes, I know, because you're a cook or you like to bake. Actually, you're a baker. You know, there's the butcher, the baker, and the undertaker. It's a little different fairy tale than the one the others tell. But listen, Allie wanted to wish you one hell of a good time, you know, because you have a long life ahead of you and an even longer death, which means you have to enjoy each and every day. And of course, every night. Well, listen, someday we're going to have to get together and, exchange baking recipes. Have you tried my lady fingers? They're delicious, although milady was not so quick to part with them.
Camel. Camel. No,
Wow,
that's great. He
makes
put a
so
lot of
much fun.
effort into that.
Yeah,
I
that's
know,
cool.
isn't it great? He made all of it
great.
up himself.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
thought
didn't write
you
any
gave
of
like
that.
a script or something. Oh, that's
No.
so cool. You put so much effort in.
No, I was just like, hey, my friend Eric, who is a baker that we call Egg Beater, he's had a really bad time lately, so I'd like it if you gave him a pep talk, and that's what he sent me.
Nice.
Oh, that's
That's
great.
cool.
Well, that's really cool of him.
'Cause-
Big IP for one. Oh, sorry.
Because
Go ahead.
to get him to say something like, hey, go buy Egg Beater would cost like $500.
Oh, right.
So I cheated.
That right. Yeah. Well done. Well done. Good work, Ron. Vic IP for $1.99. Crypt Keeper kind of looked like skinny Jake.
I don't get it, but
I don't.
hell yeah.
Sure. I'm not
Like
really
very skinny, very old Jake, maybe.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
advance my age about 90 years and suck all of the fucking fat cells out of my fat head, and I could look like that.
I did pay him Vic with a K.
This one is in
With
the
money.
process of being colored, so I wanted to do MailChimp. So this is my comic book, Living Legends. It's an idea I've had since I was in 2nd grade. So this young man, he's 15. He gets struck by lightning while holding a crystal in his hands, and he strikes out on his own to become a superhero. It's set 20 years after World War III, and he's someone who, in a lot of ways, is kind of, idealistic and wise beyond his years, but fucking hell, mortal me. But in other ways, he's someone he's trying to figure out his place in the world, and he finds out that there's a heist going on in a nuclear reactor right after he gets his powers. So his first instinct is, "Oh, I'll intervene with that. There'll be no problems." And well, you'll have to see where it goes from there. But this is the start of what I want to be a very long-running series. But I've spent more time on this issue 1 script than any of the other issues combined, and I've written the next 8 issues because I wanted to make sure that it was really something special, and that if people spend their money on this, that it's, something worth it. And so there will be a trading card with the sign up that will be revealed in time. We're working on it. I'm getting some designs back. I've been sending off, even on stream, sending off messages to whether it be a colorist or a character designer and people like that. So
The first transracial CG character, after his arm got ripped off in a horrible accident. He had a
it's
new
just
one.
the artistic.
Oh yeah, he's got an African American arm.
Yeah.
It's just in shadow. Okay.
Yeah.
He's
God,
related
really
to the Black
good.
Phantom.
It's really dark shadow.
It happened in South Africa.
The Black
It looks like my dog would really
This is-
bark at that arm.
a love letter to like everything I've loved about comics, and it's also I wanted to craft a series
Is
where
it
I
a
could
love
just kind
letter?
of create whatever I wanted, and I pulled from not just superhero stuff too, like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood has been in it. That series is so well written.
It's
I haven't
amazing.
even read the comics.
It's very amazing. You should read the manga.
Yeah, I've heard the manga is because what I understand is the show does the first part, the original show. and
Yeah,
then they kinda
the
lose
show.
It, right? And
It's
the
weird
second one
because
kind of the first couple episodes of Brotherhood are like, what? just
they
kinda
glossed
whiplash?
over it because they're like, well, we already did the beginning part in the first adaptation because there are 2 anime adaptations. It's retarded. You should read the manga because the pacing is a little better.
Yeah, I've
But
heard
it's
that.
a really good story.
Yeah, and then the there's another one I have. I don't know if you want me to post the link for it.
Sure. Yeah.
Tour. So I'll post that.
Camel Moon for 2. Get boots and heels actually in 3D for real. Is it? Oh, you're
Share my screen, Rini.
Oh my fucking.
Yeah, Camel put this page up today. So yeah, on Boots and Heels, he's doing one of his issues of it is in like red, blue 3D, which I'm fucking hype about. I don't know if he's doing a 3D poster either, but like, and like it looks really cool. If you had these glasses right now, you could look at that image and you could see the depth. So like there we go. Camel
I
always
like how
gotta be.
Jake the Hoarder actually has 3D glasses just sitting around.
Oh, and my Terror in the Trench is right here, Ali. Oh, I missed Jake.
Oh, you
losing
found
everything.
it. Good job. Was it under like one of the things you fell over?
It was behind me. But yeah, so if you check it out, Camel's always got to do something a little bit extra, and he's even got a whole 3D
Fantastic.
issue. So
That
It's
is
about-
actually really cool.
It's like time travelers, right? It looks like they're in, by the way she's posed, like 1940s era. Just by the way she's.
Oh, my
standing.
eyes hurt
I
now.
like it. Yes. Yeah,
1945,
it's painful to look at it without the glasses, but it's cool. I wish I had 3D glasses. So I
God,
could
what a
actually
pain in the ass this comic.
43.
Vic IP for 199. Imagine an intro he'd do for Rini Pits. I don't know, and I don't want to know in the future. But thank you for the super chat.
Oh, the Crypt Keeper video.
Oh, the Crypt Keeper video. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm not gonna do a comic about that, so that's a good way to skip coloring. No, it's not. It's a cool thing. It's a cool extra thing to add on to a comic. So cool. Thank you for sharing that, Jake. Everybody, check out Boots and Heels as well. And last but not least, let's go take a look at Brutor.
Food tour. So my friend Bobby, who's going to be hanging out with Phil, Chad, and I, And he came to me with this idea, and he said, I'm an artist, but I want someone to kind of flesh out some of his ideas. And so we'd spend hours on the phone going through this. Brutor is basically this guy who he doesn't know his origins. Of course, Bobby and I do know his origins very well, but he's just this guy who has been kept in this lab by these dirty commies. And so he finds that he's been raised to believe he's subhuman, and he rips out and discovers himself in this dystopian society, and he's trying to figure out his place in the world while taking down the commies. And so it's like a tribute to everything Bobby loved growing up. It's a mix of Wolverine and Hulk and Mad Max and Demolition Man, and there's some cyberpunk thrown in there. And this comic is just going to be great. It's just like mine. There's going to be a trading card when you join the sign-up list, so make sure you do it.
Awesome. Well, like this pose right here is very cool. Everyone go sign up for Brutor by Bobby Chrysophis. I think that completes our round of promotions. Thank you everybody so much for being here. A super long stream. I like how Narwhal has slowly just like gotten darker and darker. It's like he's slowly putting his house to sleep.
I turned off my camera to brush my teeth.
It is late, especially for Narwhal. I really appreciate everyone sticking around. We still have 40 people watching now. You guys have been following us for this extended creative blog that's become not the creative blog, but just us shooting the shit and promoting stuff. So I really appreciate it. Thank you everybody who backed books. Thank you everybody who joined us after the show. Join us next week. Whose channel is going to be on?
Me.
Narwhal?
That guy.
Narwhal's channel for another episode of Creative Blog. Be sure to follow the playlist for the Creative Block Show. I have it in the description. So all our shows, because it's a rotating show between Jake, Narwhal, Phil, and I, and all the videos will be on that playlist. So thank you guys again. Tomorrow we're doing a show, right, Allie? Because I'm free.
Okay.
And are you
then
feeling?
Yes, we are.
Oh, finally!
Cool.
I've been waiting for that show to come back.
I'm sorry. I was sick. And then it went into my lungs because the pollen count is really high. And now this week was the first time I could really talk without like dying. So
poor Allie. We've had a lot of shit going. First it was Tampa, then Allie was sick, and I was sick too, and then
I was too. Yeah, the three. All right, so you, me, and Allie, and then Yanzi got something, but I think it was different than what we got.
Not me.
We all got
Not
like
me.
some kind of nuclear sickness. It wasn't that bad for me though. It was just like a week.
You were sick longer than me though.
Yeah, because I didn't go to the doctor. I just
I went to the doctor.
Because I'm not. I want to train my immune system, not be weak.
Death is edging Allie. I'm a death peddler from Liquid Death, so death cannot edge me. I sell death.
No, I probably should have gone to the doctor though, but
edging death.
I was trying to help you out. I was like, hey, here's my diagnosis to save you the trouble.
You
did you use my code, Philip?
No, I didn't get your code.
Oh,
Type in code FAGGOT to get one lock.
On that note, everyone, we'll see you next week.
When you end up in Bancroft's chat, tell him it's a blockhead raid.
It will. You'll be redirected directly to Bancroft. All right, see you guys. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.